Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Laura Schaefer here joining us from the amazing Scattered Books bookstore from Chappaqua, New York. Pleasure to have her here live on the show and live on the Zoom. I get to see her and the bunnies in person today. How are you?
We're good. Meatball had to be the first one to say hello. Look at this guy.
My goodness, Meatball really lives up to his name. He's very meaty and big and so cute. Oh,
he's more like a meatloaf.
Meatloaf.
Yeah.
Oh,
and if you give me a minute.
Sure, take your time. And we're actually live in her bookstore. Yeah, they sell books for adults, for children, but this place is unique. As you can see, we got another bunny coming into play. Who's this?
Oh, this is Moo.
Hi, Moo. Oh my goodness. They are so lovingly, adorably like little babies.
They are like little, very destructive babies.
Okay, we got number 3 coming up, right?
No, number 3 is actually a little bit ancient. So she doesn't actually do TV appearances or podcasts anymore.
And she's not union and
she's not union. She was before, but she's pretty assertive, matriarchal.
My goodness. Well, clearly what makes them unique, it's scatteredbooks.com. Go to the website. Again, Chappaqua, New York. Besides all the events they have, we're going to talk about today, the books, the amazing events they have for authors. They have bunnies. Tell us about the bunnies since we started with the bunnies.
Absolutely. Well, we have bookstore bunnies, and they are 3 live rabbits that hop around the store as our mascots. So it makes for a very interesting shopping experience here. For some reason, a lot of people mistake them for other animals, which we find very bizarre and humorous. People have thought they are cats. They are raccoons. Someone thought Meatball was a miniature bear that I had purchased, and a couple of other really, really odd suggestions. But they are actually very friendly and cuddly. At our kids' parties, people pet them. Moo's a little bit destructive. They all like to eat their own genres of books, but Moo really goes for the most expensive possible. She yanked down a bunch of hardcovers from the YA section as her afternoon snack the other day. So we're working on it, but she's a typical third child, kind of gets away with everything.
Oh my goodness. All right. For people meeting you for the first time, they're saying bookstore bunnies. Bookstore? What? Tell me a little bit about yourself and the bookstore so we can get to know you. Since the first live Zoom, it's important, I think, to reestablish everything. This is just awesome.
Excellent. Yes, it's I do get that comment a lot. Books, bunnies, what's going on here? So we are a bookstore, but we do tons of stuff. We, of course, sell books and read books and recommend books, but it's also kind of a zany place for a bookstore. A lot of weird things happen here. I'm not sure why. It's very not boring for a bookstore. So, but we do a lot of events. We do author events here and other places. I actually just grabbed 2 posters from some of our more favorite events. Last year we had Huma come.
Amazing.
Which was awesome. And she did write for Scattered Books, one of the greatest places in the world. So of course we have that on display.
Of course.
And then we do outside venues as well, like Sebastian Younger. We hosted at Pace University, which was an amazing talk. He was interviewed by Jerry McKinstry, and we had a portion of those profits going to the Oasis program that helps disabled students. And that's a program my son is a part of. So we do try to work in doing the right thing along with our craziness.
All right. Well,
we do parties, we make baskets. Everything is custom. We care way too much about everything we do. And we just started a whole line of scattered slime products. There you go.
My goodness. These are the scattered slime products. Hold on. Space slime, mermaid slime, something for everyone. You are creative.
Yes. I've made alcohol slime for adults, but I didn't mean for that to become a whole thing. It just happened.
Hey, it's good for business. Now the adults are coming in, bringing the children. They're like, hey.
Yes. The slime has taken off, but I am still grateful my staff hasn't abandoned me despite the emotional challenges, let's say, that go on around here.
No. Okay. Well, Laura, tell us, when did you get into the bookstore business and how did it become like this? Because this is like no other. I've never met a bookstore owner. I've been to a bookstore like yours.
It's definitely a different kind of place, but in a really good way.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, I don't know what it is. It's like I'm the Pied Piper of weirdness. So it just happens. I don't know why, but I used to be in business, and I do have a few the books out myself, but with my son and different situations at home, I really needed something flexible, and I thought it would be fun to do something entrepreneurial, and why not try making no money for a few years just to see what that's like. And so once I got the idea, it just sort of stuck, like that book, What Do You Do with an Idea?
Mm-hmm.
Much like anything in your life, a thing, a concept, a cause, a person, once it kind of burrows into you, you can't let it go for whatever reason. And it just became this organic thing on its own. And I ended up looking for spaces and ended up with having a bunch of amazing moms and friends, the scattered moms that I've mentioned before, that we actually think we should have a sitcom, because well, at least we find ourselves really amusing.
I like this better than the Real Housewives of whatever. This is cool. The scattered
Yeah,
bookstore
yeah,
moms.
you
This
have
is
no
cool.
idea the photos and videos we have of ourselves, like embarrassing ourselves, getting like trapped under boxes, saying embarrassing things to famous people. There's so much falling, tripping, we play funny jokes on each other. The whole thing is very amusing, but we know books, we care a lot, we make amazing baskets and our events, and we just put a lot into everything. Really, we just try to make everything as exhausting as possible, even if we're not monetizing it, which is not the typical business model. But if you have a good idea that needs a lot of effort but can't be monetized, I'm the person.
You are such a personality. And oh my goodness. All right. So you established the bookstore what year?
We established it 6 years ago.
Okay.
I think it was at the end of 2015.
And but this has become like a worldwide like phenomenon. Like you mentioned, celebrities come into your store. Could you share some? I mean,
Just
not to
well,
brag, but you're
the
living in a
Clintons
nice
obviously
area.
live here, so they come in all the
Yeah.
time. That it's great. Their grandkids love the bunnies, and they order a ton of books, things like that. But we've had some other people. John Krasinski's coming, Emily Blunt. Then there's a couple of other people that I didn't recognize, but the teenagers at the store went completely berserk. But clearly I was too old to appreciate whomever was in the store.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell they were a famous person by how they dressed and stuff. I mean, they were perfectly nice, but just, if I see something that's not purchased at Target, I'm like, wow, that's a famous person. So I have many pictures of our teenage staff laying on the floor in shock after a famous person has left. All of us all the scattered moms, we don't care. Nothing. You're just another parent. It's all fine. Bookstores are a great equalizer. It doesn't matter, young, old, any preference, any religion, anything, any status. We're all just readers. It's all just the same when you're in here, which I kind of love. So, we try to stay chill in the presence of famousness.
Got it. Oh my goodness. So what else did you want to discuss? I mean, because you do host now, besides having the books, having the bunnies, you mentioned briefly about the events. You have a party room. You're hosting birthday parties and events there too.
Exactly. So we host birthday parties here and at other places, and birthday parties to go, because of course it has to be a whole over the top thematic thing. But that makes it really fun. We want kids to walk in the room and say, oh my God, or to get a present from us. And people say, wow, where did you get that? It's wrapped so nicely. Like Dina, one of the scattered moms, we call her the basket maker and the basket case. She makes like amazing with the ribbons matching the books, and it's a whole thing. And she and I sometimes kind of go a little crazy with our ideas all over the place, but we have Diane, our store mom, to kind of bring it back down. But we also do adult events. We've done adult parties here. I actually really love doing events with authors at the store, as a cocktail party, as a nicer signing for a fundraising event. We travel to and have signing authors or sell books, things like that. So that's I really enjoy that type of event planning and execution.
Oh my goodness. All right. And also, I mean, at these parties, you mentioned you have these slime gift baskets, you have these unique setups. How does it work? Because like I just had like my son's 8th birthday at a trampoline place, right? But like you
Oh,
created
we're way
around the
better than
kid.
that.
Like, yeah, tell me, give me specifics. I want to hear.
So, well, it depends. If he likes
He likes
dinosaurs, we would
football.
have. Oh, so it's fine. So if he likes football, we could do something with football collage. We could make sports slime. They could make a whole crazy collage. They could make their own mini football board, like a little game, that
Love
kind
it.
of thing. It could be a scrapbook of favorite players, or anything like that. We tailor it all to the child, right down to the colors. We can set up the room with, sorry, Meatball's trying to get away.
Oh my gosh.
Well, he gets upset because he's not very athletic. So we were talking about football, and I
Oh,
think
the
it
poor
made him.
thing. A
It's
little,
okay. Just
yeah,
don't listen,
feeling
Ball. It's
insecure.
fine.
We all have our talents, Meatball. Not everybody's good at everything. What
Exactly.
is Meatball good at?
Meatball is very good at laying around.
Ah,
He is also very good at eating.
okay.
He, on the positive side, he is an excellent caretaker for
Mhm.
Acorn, whose Acorn's secret nickname is Cornstar,
Uh-huh.
because she's very old, but she still has it going on.
Mhm.
He takes care of her because bunnies actually are very bonded in life, and they will, unlike society, they actually take care of their elderly. So Meatball's role, which is great
Yeah.
because it fits in with his, let's say, sedentary lifestyle, to hang out with Cornstar in the cage, and he just kind of provides a comfort for her, and it works all around. And then it gives Moo a great chance to go around eating everything in the store.
Oh my goodness, I love it. Let's remind our listeners how we can reach out to you. Tell us the website, social media pages, how we follow you and the bunnies.
Yes, absolutely. So the main website is scatteredbooks.com. And we also have at Scattered Books is our Instagram. The bunnies naturally have their own Instagram, which is at Bookstore Bunnies. So you can follow us at any of those channels. And you can also write to us at info@scatteredbooks.com.
I love it. All right. What
To
else
us
is on
or the
tap
bunnies,
for
and
today?
they'll actually respond.
I can't. This really does. You do need your own reality show.
We have wanted our own reality show for years. I probably have 2 hours of hysterical clips.
I'm
Well,
sure.
we find it hysterical. I don't know if the average population finds it hysterical. My children find it cringy, but even that I find hysterical. So
Oh my goodness. I love it. So tell me about any upcoming events that are happening or something that happened recently. What do you want to share? This is your show. So let me just ask, what do you want to talk about?
I just want to share that we are a very unique place. If you need literally any gift for anything, we are the place to come. And definitely if you want to impress someone, get your gift from us. And of course, all the parties and events, but I would like to do more author events. We're a great presence at fundraising events, and pretty much the fundraiser doesn't have to do anything. We sell the books and then they just get half the money. But we do have a couple of events coming up. The town sponsors an excellent series called Wine Around Town, which is a very upscale adult bar crawl.
I
That's
like
free.
this one. When is that?
That is May 12th from 5 to 8 p.m. and it's just throughout the town of Chappaqua. So a lot of the stores, do very sophisticated things.
Okay.
And though I'm planning to upgrade this year from Jello shots to scattered sangria, it's about as fancy as I can get.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have our scattered sangria, and we will probably have a signing author or two. So far, we have coming Stacey Ross Cohen, who wrote this book, Brand Up.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Wow.
We've had her before, and I love her, and I love her book. But we are also probably going to have a fiction author as well once I,
Wow.
not too terribly last minute, get around to asking them.
Let's see. May 12th is a Friday, right?
It is a Friday.
darn it. Yeah, baseball. I'm like, I got to get up there. I'm out on Long Island. So what do I like 2 hours away? I think I looked at this the last time
About
we
2 hours, but
But
you
I
can
just
come
love.
anytime.
Oh,
It's
thank you.
something crazy will be happening whenever you decide to come.
I love
So
it. The
it's all
boys are
good.
gonna love it, especially my little one. But that wine crawl got me interested. Okay, it did. I think I
Yeah.
read better when I drink wine. True.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, that reminds me, we just
Oh,
launched our scattered sarcasm area, which has some interesting alternative Mother's Day books, let's say, like Mommy Drinks Because You Cry
yeah.
and Go the Fuck to Sleep and other
Go to fuck to sleep. I love it. That's what we
other
say.
realistic
That's
favorites.
real. That is just real down to earth. That's how we talk. We are parents. I mean, come on, people.
Yeah.
This is
And if you want to feel better, we actually have a book over there that's called There Are Moms Way Worse Than You. And it's basically about how moms in nature are horrible to their children. So really, no matter how bad a mom you are, if you look at this book, unless you're kicking your kid in the head like giraffes do,
Yep.
you're golden.
I love it. I love it. Scatter Bookstore, Laura. What time do you guys open? Are you open now? It is open at 10?
We open at 10, although I do have the door locked and someone outside, because even though we open at 10 and the sign says closed, people always come to the door and knock no matter what. That should be a whole episode by itself, by the way,
Yeah.
is the people knocking at the door when we're closed for various reasons.
Oh gosh, yeah.
We're having the CBS Sunday morning interview with Bill Clinton and James Patterson in the store.
Oh,
So
that was there?
yeah, that was here.
Oh my,
So-
I used to work at CBS. I remember this in the
Oh
morning
yeah,
show.
so
Okay,
there's
cool.
cameras everywhere. I have a sandwich sign blocking the stairs, and I hear, and we're all hiding,
my
and
gosh, of
Barack
course.
is doing his interview, and I hear like bang, 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 come up the stairs, and then I hear, "Ma'am, I'm the Secret Service. You can't enter the store right now." And she said, "Well, I have to make my party favors." And he said, "Ma'am, I can't help you." And meanwhile, everyone's like, "Cut," because they're so loud. Like,
Oh my
can you
goodness.
just tell me if you like how this party favor looks? And he said, "Ma'am, I'm the Secret Service. I cannot comment on your party favor." And she goes, "Well, can I at least leave the party favors here with you for when I'm allowed in?" And he said, "Ma'am, I'm the Secret Service. I'm assigned to the president, not your party favors." And you just can't make it up. Like it.
Oh my goodness. This is hysterical.
And then I accidentally walked through the middle of the filming. I'm very clumsy and awkward if you haven't already gleaned that, but
No, I think you're awesome. But you mentioned, wait, how many kids you have?
I have two children.
Two,
Jason
right?
is 20 and Livy is 17, going on 18, going on 30.
Now, is she the one that's embarrassed of you or both?
No, they're both embarrassed of me. But Livy's a little more uninhibited. She's actually going to college next year for broadcasting.
Oh, wow. Where's she going?
She's going to Penn State
Oh,
Communications School.
my goodness. Well, you know what? That's amazing. She might need an internship. She should contact me. It's all about the internships. I tell everyone in this business, because the more you do for free, you make better connections. You know how it works.
Yeah,
It's
she's
networking.
great.
It's
She
really,
could just
yep. Yep.
confident. She got every confident gene in the whole family. Beautiful, outgoing. My son's also very beautiful, but extremely brainy, reserved.
Mhm.
You know, he has muscular dystrophy, so that kind of incorrectly messes up his view of himself, because he's actually like one of the best people in the world.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh my goodness. And with, helping raising him and stuff. Now is he home with you, or is he
He lives at home, but he goes to college
Mhm.
and does, kind of regular stuff. He's very brilliant and witty, so he doesn't talk that much, but when he does, it's just the most hilarious, deadpan, hysterical
Well,
thing.
let me guess. Where'd he get that from, mom or dad?
We're not sure. But when he and my husband are home, it's quiet.
I was going to say,
And when me and my daughter are home, it's like a crazy house.
Mhm.
Last night, my husband actually had to flee the house to watch the Rangers game in peace.
Come on. Oh my goodness. That is great. Oh, you guys are amazing. Wow. And then growing up, I mean, with the bookstore, so they were a little young. So did they have time to appreciate the bookstore? Do they work there? Do they,
They definitely help if I need help. They're very cute. Neither of them will take any money from a family business, which is nice. So they definitely help me in different ways. Livy's great at events and doing stuff, and anything with having her friends come in and photos and model stuff and that kind of thing. And, just being outgoing, and she'll just help with anything in the world at any moment. And my son is great. He'll be at checkout, keeping things organized, that kind of stuff. So they'll help me with whatever I need if I ask, but I try not to impose too much.
Oh, that's amazing. What a family business. Well, we still have 5 minutes. Why does it go so quick? 6
I
minutes
don't
left of the
know. I
show.
could talk for an
Tell
hour.
me-
Should I say
okay.
something about books?
Yeah, let's talk about books. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I guess we could talk about books.
Good idea.
So I have a couple of like Mother's Day kind of ideas and picks. I read an excessive amount for some reason. I think it's like my own coping mechanism, but it's definitely cheaper than drinking.
Uh-huh.
So one of my favorite Mother's Day picks is The Matchmaker's Gift, which is like an amazing, like sweet dual plot lines. It's historical. It's a little romantic, but it also has a little bit of magical realism, which you don't see that much. Plus our author, Linda Cohen-Loigman, is local and super supportive, and we just love her. More of a fun read is Counterfeit by Kristen Chen, which is kind of a cross between Ocean's 11 and Crazy Rich Asians. So it just has a very underhanded satisfaction to it. I'm in the middle of this one now, which is making me upset, but I am absolutely riveted and I love it. It's a historical fiction. It takes place in World War II.
Okay.
So I don't know why when I'm in an emotional, fragile place, I will select a book I know is going to be really sad, but in an amazing way. I love this author. Martha Paul Kelly is amazing. But on the lighter side, of course, Curtis Sittenfeld. You'll never guess what this is.
No, what is it?
It's a romantic comedy.
Oh.
I know. And it's called romantic comedy and the cover is pink. So go figure. And for the men in our lives, the new Don Winslow is excellent. City of Dreams is excellent. This is actually one of Dina's picks.
Oh my goodness.
And we are looking forward to a bunch of books that are coming out, namely The Spectacular by Fiona Davis, because we are huge fans of Fiona Davis. If you want something, well, way lighter, Love Theoretically by Ali Hazelwood. Great beach read. It's not out yet. Wow, that sound was Meatball. He's getting destructive. The Only One Left by Ruth Ware. We love Ruth Ware as our thriller kind of author. And then, of course, in the fall, The Exchange is coming out, the sequel to The Firm by John Grisham.
Really?
So we'll see if he can enjoy a comeback on that one.
Awesome. Where'd you get your passion for books from?
I'm not really sure. I just grew up reading. My mom read a lot. I was an English major, so I've always loved reading. I wrote a few children's books. Don't get too excited. They're not good, but my publisher is amazing.
Yeah. Can you tell us about the books you wrote, please?
Well, I have a few picture books that are just kind of, just sentimental kinds of things. One actually has almost no words because it's meant to serve both, all different audiences, nonverbal, different languages, things like that. That's Pug Bug, which is named after my two kids because I call them Pug and Bug. And then I also have a chapter book series called The Crumbles Chronicles, Tales of a Nervous Dog, which is actually written about my rescue dog from his perspective, because he's just a freaking wreck, man. I've had him for 11 years and he thinks everyone's out to kill him. Everyone and everything, paper bags, backpacks, cabinet doors, the pillow, everything.
Wow.
I'm his therapy human. I should have a vest that says therapy human.
Oh, woman.
And then my husband actually should have a vest for me that says therapy human.
Oh, what does your husband do? Is he in this field or he like?
No, he's not. I don't even know how he deals with me, but he's amazing. He does digital advertising for a company in Connecticut.
Amazing. And you guys are awesome. So, okay, hold on. To search you as an author, how do we find you?
Oh, I'm not sure. I kind of forgot all about that when I opened the bookstore. So I think it's under Laura Scott Schaefer is the author stuff.
Okay.
I'm not very good at promoting my books. Really myself, I really like to talk about the rabbits in the store and like charitable things and other stuff like that. Although I did get my arm stuck and wedged in between two boxes last week, and that was very amusing. So we got a couple shots of that before they helped me out.
Are they on Instagram? Where are we going to find those shots?
Well, not yet.
Okay.
So
Good.
I
We'll
need,
see
you know,
those.
any advice if, you know,
Hit 'em
like,
up.
so in
Hit 'em
addition
up.
to wanting a sitcom, I should probably have a social media person because I have thousands of hours of content.
Oh, I'm
And
sure.
so sometimes my daughter takes pity on me and will make all the cute little captions and stuff like that for me to post on Instagram. So
Oh,
it looks, you know, relevant.
got it. Well, we are out of time. Laura, pleasure talking to you as always. Would you mind sharing best form, all forms of contact, please?
Yes, absolutely. If you Google or look up Scattered Books
Hmm.
or at scatteredbooks.com, on Facebook, we're Scattered Books, on Instagram, we're Scattered Books. In real life, we're Scattered Brains, but no, that's not a real thing. Although now, after the last show, 5 people emailed me and said we need to start a new hashtags called at Scattered Moms
Got it.
because of all the weird things the moms and staff do, or Scattered Staff, maybe, because we all kind of embarrass ourselves in different ways.
I love it.
But
I
the
love it.
bunnies are also at Bookstore Bunnies, so they have their
Perfect.
own
They're
little
on.
side audience.
They're adorable. Thank you. Great to see you today, speak to you again today, and wishing you a happy, healthy, fun weekend. And
Thank
looking
you.
forward to speaking again and to coming out again. Don't forget the wine event, May 12th.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much, Laura. Have a great day. And to all of our listeners and viewers, stay tuned. More of the show is on the way. Check out Scattered Books in Chappaqua, New York. Bye bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Welcome to Let's Talk Miracles. If you're somebody who finds yourself just kind of stuck in life, you know what you want, but as you get closer to maybe attaining that goal, whether it's professionally, personally, you find yourself blocked. You just can't get past a certain point. We're going to help you out with that. We're going to reset you. Actually, reset your mind. Don't worry, this is good stuff here. We've got somebody who is a survivor, a healer. She's a certified hypnotist, dream builder, and she's also a life coach. And she joins us today. It is Mary Beth Stevenson from letstalkmiracles.com. Welcome, Mary Beth. How are you doing?
Hi, thank you. Welcome. Good. I'm doing very well. Thank you.
I find a lot of people saying the same exact thing, that why can't I move forward in life? I can't understand why. I know what I want to be doing or have a pretty good idea in terms of my job, even in relationships, or people keep getting into the same wrong types of relationships. But why are we all stuck, a lot of us?
Because my version, because we finally have come to a point in consciousness or in our reality where people are becoming more aware. It doesn't look pretty when we're experiencing it. It doesn't look pretty at all. It feels hard, and it feels like, are you kidding me? I've been, we all listen to things now that we think are bettering us, which there definitely is a too much information part of that, which I even experience myself. Like, I have to chill myself back. But that's really good. To answer that question, it's good that we're running into ourselves, because we're at least aware that we are. We're aware that there's something better out there. We're aware that these people that talk about these states of bliss and joy and laughter and harmony honest to Pete, they exist. I know because I've lived them for most of my life, and then I didn't for about 8 years. And oh God. So my thing is, let me, and you help me and me help you get back to that, because I know it exists. It doesn't mean you don't experience trauma. It doesn't mean you don't experience being overweight. It doesn't mean any of that. But I don't know the right words to tell you, but somehow it's just, you're almost pushed. It's like you're just pushed through to the right way. And
by practicing the right language, the right direction that you want to go in terms of mentally. But you know what? I guess we should say the whole thing here. This all lies in your subconscious, right?
Yes, powerful, very powerful. The subconscious mind is basically where we get everything from, all of our programming. And that's another thing. What does that mean? It means that every single thing, every person that we talk to, every mother, father, preacher, teacher that we've heard since birth, everything is in there, and it's a program from, of course, the most efficient are to 6 years old, and then it goes to 15 years old. But I've been programmed, not meaning to be, at this point in life where I think, what am I doing giving all that attention and energy to something I absolutely want no part of?
But are you doing that because it was programmed in you from your upbringing? From 0 to 7, and I'll just call it 7 or 8 till 14, 15. And now it's just, the program's just repeating itself, just over and over again. And that's how you react to different situations.
I would like to say yes to that, because I was a byproduct of my mother's journey. So as she was searching, I was living. I was just living in this harmony with the universe, So that would be my programming. However, when I wasn't living in it, and now I'm not in it all the time anymore, where I feel like I was in it all the time then, what's that? That's programming that I've allowed in since I decided to welcome fear. And basically, if you believe in evil, fear is it. Fear is the only thing stopping us in anything. Even becoming nice to someone for some reason is fear. An ego is kind of fear, And ego isn't a bad thing, like
these words that we have these different perceptions of, like ego. Everybody has an ego.
Yeah.
Some have bigger egos than others, and maybe that can be challenging or problematic if you don't keep it in check. But, words like karma, right away. Negative comes up. Karma's coming back. Karma's a bitch, those types of things. But that's not really the reality.
It's really not. I heard this morning that in Sanskrit, karma is what you're coming back at you, basically. And I'm sure that I didn't say that exactly right, but like namaste means from the good in me to the good in you, that kind of thing. And that's all that karma is. So think if we can hold ourselves, not try, because try is a word that we have to throw away. We have to do it. Whether we do it and it's not good or it's not right, and we do it and it's right, do it. Do it. Don't try, or you'll half do everything in your life. But yes, karma, that's a very good. Words are programmed. Words are programmed. Spelling, spells. Voodoo, ugly. Put a pin in it. Witchcraft, bad.
Let's talk about some of that language. So, for example, and just what you're saying, the word try. Lose the word try. Will.
Yeah.
Or we're so used to when we send an email to say, and it's like autopilot, hi, Mary Beth, I hope you're doing well. You hope? Yeah, you do, honestly. You hope the person's doing well.
Right.
But, how about I trust you're doing well?
Yes.
Because now you're trusting in the universe.
That's amazing, Steve. Yes.
But you just automatically write it because you don't know how to start an email.
Right.
I don't mean you don't know, but that's, what else am I going to say?
What's appropriate?
What's appropriate? And then you get to the meat of the email. Oh, are we going to meet tomorrow at 4 p.m. or whatever it might be?
Yeah.
What are some of the other language that we can tweak in terms of what we say? Because to your point before, we're reprogramming or running the program over and over again by saying those things like I hope or all the other stuff.
I'll try or So
I wish.
There's
another one.
Right.
It's an easy one, but all we're doing is putting a minor mental block up from attaining what you want to happen.
And that comes in fear. If I say I trust or I know, we immediately think, well, what if they're not? Was
Right.
that too bold?
We're committed.
We
We
committed.
committed
We
to that with that
committed.
statement.
Yeah. So that's a big program in our heads. And you know, the way thoughts work is we don't have a choice to think or not. So if we do positive thinking and if we do what's good for us and what we're listening to, that already states that we're doing what we should do because we're listening. If you're watching this, then you're supposed to be watching this, even if it's a sentence, even if it's one thing that you get out of it, get it. However, the rest of the time, we're just living in it. And, you know, to be thinking all day long, I want to come from love. I want to see the good. I want to, you know, it's got to become instinctive. It's got to become the program. You know?
Well, like we said at the very beginning, you need to reset your mind.
Yes.
With a certain language. Are there other things that we can say to get that done? You know,
Absolutely.
Phrases, statements.
So, okay, affirmations. Everybody
Sure.
knows affirmations are a big thing. They seem to come out again years ago. I just want to say this. The information that we're, you know, inundated with now on YouTube, a lot of it, great information. I mean, good stuff. I don't even want to talk about what else is out there, but I know good stuff. The thing is, the wild thing is that this stuff or information has been there since I was born. So I was brought up on it. The authors are different. However, the people now, I guess they're influencers that are out there, they're talking about those people. They're talking about Neville Goddard, who believed in the law of assumption, who believed in the imagination was God, you know, and he's all over the place right now. He was way advanced for his time, way, way, way advanced. However, if you live the way he says to live, or we say to live, or we're talking about right now, I know because I lived it, it works. I know it. So what else can you do? Keep saturating your subconscious mind. Saturate it. When you're sitting there in the joy of being angry at somebody because they wronged you after all, it's useless. It's so useless because, you know, eventually you're going to get over it if it's a basic day-to-day thing.
100%.
Right.
Why are you wasting the time?
And your energy and your power.
Because you allowed them to make you feel that way and continue to. If they did you wrong. But on the flip side, they don't care.
No. And here's I don't want to say the worst part about that, but guess what? You needed to experience something out of that. And that's why you think like, I can sign up for this. Yeah, somewhere along the line you did. Somewhere along the line, you have programmed in your brain something that's allowing this experience to happen. Now, I don't want to get into illness or accidents or anything like that because that's a whole other level of what we're talking about today.
Sure.
And I'm not playing God here by any means. However, like I said, I know that and here's another big thing. You're saying, what else can we do? Come from love and take power in yourself. As we know, the I am is everything. So instead of throwing it out there in your future, I hope, I am rich, successful. And by the way, the universe, God, the all, whatever makes the grass grow between cement, that's all they wanted for us. This is two things, creation and experiences. That's all the all or God or the universe cares about. That's why we're here.
Okay.
That's why we're here, to expand consciousness for God or the all or the universe. I don't even know. What do we want to call
whatever
it
you believe
today?
in, whatever you...
Whatever
I go
floats
with
your
universe.
boat.
I love that one. I think
Yeah.
the universe supports you. What is the universe? Well, you decide.
Yeah,
It's up to you.
You decide, exactly.
Is it a God? Is it whatever?
Right. Is it this powerful force? And that's what I mean. There is something else out there because I know the wonderful things that have happened to me in my life were magic. I did not get there with just me trudging along. There was a push, a gentle push, you know? And it's almost like you wake up out of it. Can I give you a quick example?
Please.
Okay. So When I was younger, my husband passed away at 35 years old. I was a young mom, 3 children, 7 and under. We had no life insurance because we didn't think he was going to die. Just living life. Okay. We went through some stuff in our marriage. We had come to a beautiful point.
Mm-hmm.
I had finally just said, something happened to me. I was praying, but I wasn't praying, oh, please, it wasn't those kind of prayers anymore. It was almost, I was done with them. They were just like, look, this is what I want. This is how I want it to be. I never thought about another man or anything like that. I was like, this is how I want to feel. This is how I want my children to be raised. And frankly, I wasn't a very good example of that in my everyday life, even though I was programmed right. Had a great life all my life. And up until then, I lived a magical life. So I had left my career. I was doing this. It got to that point, and all of a sudden, everything became peaceful. I went down the shore for the summer. Out of nowhere, after 7 years, I called my company, and I said, I'm ready to come back to work. Now, why did I say that? Why didn't I say, do you think that maybe I could come back? I mean, I look at that now and think, wow, yeah, right? Or,
Okay.
do you think that, maybe on a part-time basis, because now I have 3 children, I have a husband. I mean, the ball game is different now. We're on a different field. And I called very matter of fact, and all they said is, are you sure you're ready? Because, do you know what it takes to be successful here? And I said, yep, I'm ready. He sends me out. I get an apartment in a townhouse. This is 2 hours away from my home. Wildest thing. And I thought, I don't know what I thought. I just kept going. And my husband's like, what are we doing? Are we moving there? Are we separating? And I said, no, I don't think so. I mean, no, right? We're good. Like, everything's great and all. He died.
Out of nowhere.
Swear to God. Friday the 13th, out of nowhere. 3 days before his birthday, the kids and I were at the shore for the summer. We were on the boardwalk waiting for him to come down that night. And I get a call, and it's like, you have to come identify. There's no easy way to say this. Cell phones were just starting. So it was like, so you're thinking, did I hear it right? And
Right,
yeah. And I have 6 little kids in a van, and I'm just driving around Wildwood, New Jersey, which was very hectic in the summertime.
Oh, yeah.
And I had to get to a hospital to identify his body. I'm not saying it was a good thing that he died. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it almost looked like I knew he was going to die, because suddenly I had a job to go to.
It's like you started another life,
Yes.
or the second phase of your life, not knowing that the first phase was going to end.
Right.
But why? Or you don't know, just because.
I don't know. And I've looked at that so many, and I could give you, honestly, 20 of those examples in my life. I won't, but I could. And they're all that, like, you got to be kidding me. Like, seriously.
But I don't think it's just you.
No.
It's if you're aware and tuned into present, you'll pick up on these signs, because I never did until in my journey I started looking and started, what? First thing you're going to say, what a coincidence.
Yeah.
What a coincidence. I think we both believe there are no coincidences.
Right.
I was at a restaurant last night. My friend was playing guitar and singing, and I was with somebody, and I said, I know it's a great song, and I gave the lyrics, and he's way over there. He starts playing that song.
Wow.
And the lyrics had meaning with the person I was with at that moment. There was a connection there. And he starts singing. I'm like, do you realize that he's doing that song right now? Like, what are the chances of that?
Right.
There's no way he read my lips. He couldn't see me from that distance.
No.
It was supposed to happen.
It was.
At that
and make no mistake, you were the power that pushed it along. So
I have to believe that. There's no other way for it to happen.
Good or bad. And
right.
so,
well, you could be pushing negativity out there.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And that's where we got the negative about karma.
Karma, right.
Because I never bothered to say to you, oh my gosh, Steve, that was such great karma that you did, But I will say to you, karma if you would have said something bad. And that's ridiculous. But you will get it. You will get it back.
Good or bad.
Good or bad.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Good or bad, right? Yeah. It's like the boomerang. You know what? We should change the name from karma. You're going to get the boomerang, because everybody's got that association of karma being really bad.
Right.
So
boomerang seems kind of fun. Oh, boomerang.
I'm going to throw it out and it's going to come back my way.
You.
Yeah. Right.
I'm boomeranging you with good. But back to the power of your words. Like, there's been instances. I heard a story the other day. It's from the Book of Life and How to Play It. Florence Shinn, by the way, written in the 30s. You know, up with Neville Goddard, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich.
Power of
Subconscious.
The Power of Positive Thinking. Norman Vincent Peale came out in the 40s. And if you read that book, he's talking about all the stuff that we're all talking about now.
Isn't that wild?
He talks about energy.
Yeah.
And when you see somebody walk by, think in your mind, I wish them well. I hope they're doing okay.
Steve, that is such an important part. Wish them well. And I don't know about you. I mean, I was brought up to do that in a very on the borders kind of a way. Like, you don't think that, or, you know, but not imagine to be taught as a child, you know, you think them well. It will come back to you 1,000-fold.
Right.
But the beauty is you have no idea what you're doing for them. I mean, we're powerful. It's like you said, you were sitting across the room, you thought of a song, you spoke it into the lyrics, and it came on.
It wasn't more than 30 seconds later because he changed songs. He like, wait a minute, that's the song.
Right. It's like,
and it was an obscure song. That's the major point. Like, and I didn't even know he was into that artist.
Right.
He sings and plays everybody. He goes from, you know, Prince to Elvis to, you know, Bieber, like all over the place.
Right.
I don't know if he's going to play that song.
Right.
And the song doesn't matter. Just the point that
he
it
played
happened
the
that way.
song.
But yeah, the energy of putting it out there. So many of us will judge. You know, we'll look at somebody and we'll think, look what they're wearing.
Yeah.
And a negative thought. Well, why not flip that around and say, yeah, I wish them well. Hope they have a good day. Or they look
I hope
like
they feel beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without the hope they feel beautiful. It's got to come
Right.
from, you know, I really hope that they feel beautiful.
Well, we're using the word hope, so now let's change it
Oh,
around.
jeez. Yeah, right.
We
See?
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish them well. I
wish
trust
them
they're
well.
going to have a good day.
Yes, 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 yes. And there was something I was just going to go back to. Oh, I was listening to a story this morning, and this just about how powerful we are with our thoughts. And I'm emphasizing a negative one, but I'm trying to say the power of the positive ones. Long story short, there was a woman. She loved this house. It was like her dream home. Her neighbor lived in it, blah, blah, blah. That's all she kept putting effort, that house, that house, that house, that house. He died. A couple of years later, she went to what they called then, I'm sorry, I forget the name of it. It's in the book by Florence Schivel. What she used to do for people was hold energy. You would go to her, and I think now we call that like a fortune teller or a witch. But basically, you would go to her and you would say, look, I have something coming up and it's $3,000 and I don't have it and I really need it. And she would hold that space for you. And it would come like, well, I mean, there's a million stories of it coming. I'm sure there's a million where it didn't, but that would be their own person's problem. Anyway, the guy dies. Years later, she's like, do you think I had anything to do with his death? And she said, yes, I absolutely do. But you've paid your karmic return because her husband, whom she loved very, very much, died as weird as my husband did. But yes, we matter. And, you know, because we don't have people telling us that every day, like, you matter. Your thoughts, Steve, they matter. Your feelings, they matter in a great, big, beautiful, wonderful way. How many times? I've never been told that myself.
We don't do it.
We don't do it.
And now more than ever, just with our society, if I walked up to you and said, you know, Mary Beth, you matter. You're a great person. You'd look at me like, typically, like, creeper.
Yeah, and that's the exact word.
And same thing when you're in a convenience store, you're walking in, walking out, to just smile to somebody. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
A lot of times we feel uncomfortable doing that just because of the way our society is.
Yeah.
But, you know, back in the 30s,
what do they want from me?
Right. But back in the day, you know, when these books we're talking about were written, 30s, 40s, whatever, that was kind of the norm. You were just nice to people.
Yeah.
That's just the way it was.
Right. And being nice to people, and then back then, think about saying, I want more than this. It was pretty much, I would imagine, I don't know this for a fact, that, you know, you have a roof over your head, you have shoes on your feet, you be grateful. You know, you don't ask God for riches or gold or anything like that. Yes, you can, because we're here for the experience. You have to, by now, I think we all know when we're asking for wealth and opulence and, it's beyond paying our bills. The just enough world, I'm sick of it. Like, no, I'm ready. I'm worthy. I want so much more than enough. And I know I'm worthy of it. Financially, every single day, every single thing. I like more. And there's no guilt. And raised Catholic, you were raised Catholic? Yeah.
I was.
So there's guilt. There's guilt. Nothing against Catholicism at all. Best foundation I could have ever had. However, I don't know if they speak of it like that now. I don't know if the Catholic Church still puts guilt. I don't know, because anything we get now we allow. So, that's that.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. We would feel guilty thinking that we should get abundance.
Yes.
And for good, though. You don't want, I want all this money, I want this all coming my way, if you're not going to use it for something in a positive way. Just got a disclaimer there. 'Cause
Correct.
it's not going to come your way.
Right.
But we feel funny
Or it
doing
will,
that.
and then you'll have...
Right. Well, as it goes, more money, more problems.
Yes.
You create those problems. But I have many friends who should be doing better. And I really think it comes from the block. If you grew up and your parents said just what you said, watch. We don't have money for that. We don't. You got to be careful. You got shoes on your feet. So in our minds, subconsciously, we're saying, no, that's it. I'm not gonna get past this point. I'm not gonna make more money. I'm not gonna get the things that I really, really would like to have in life.
Wish I dare even speak sometimes. You dare even speak.
Right. Why can't I have a red sports car?
Right.
What's wrong? Really, honestly, what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Why not?
People would say midlife crisis.
Right.
They immediately go, but actually you usually can't afford a red sports car till you're in your midlife, which is really what that boils down to, I think, anyway. Yeah, we can. We really can. We can have it all. And for me, climbing back up the ladder to living in the flow in that, because, oh my God, it's, you wake up in the morning, feet on the ground, it's excitement. You can't wait to go to sleep because you want to wake up to start the next day. And, my son recently said to me, I am not buying into all that stuff you taught us growing
woo-woo
up.
stuff, okay.
Yeah, like love your job, love what you do, and you never work a day in your life and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, everything is work, Mom, everything. Face it, brushing your teeth. He said, I go to the gym every day. I've made myself accept it, but it's work. And I said, but you're saying the exact same thing. You're just choosing to look at it differently. You do it every day. You love the person that you are. Switch it a little. It's not a crock of stuff, because for 25 years, I worked with a company. I love what I did. I didn't work a day in my life. I loved it. And they kept promoting me, giving me different titles. They just let Mary Beth play. Basically, they paid me to be me. I never held an executive title like a vice president or anything. They'd be like, no way. I didn't use the computer. I had an assistant. That wasn't my strengths. And sometimes if we know that, go with what feels good to you. Don't feel guilty. If you know what you like to do it and do more of it. Enjoy. It doesn't mean you have to be a painter. It doesn't mean, what do you like to do every day? What do you like to do?
What's your purpose? What do you feel?
What are you feeling?
There's a reason talents were put in us, to share them as gifts. Yes, get compensated for your gift.
Yeah.
Sometimes you give it away, but you're also getting paid for it. But we all have that in us, but we need to figure out and find out what it is. And if you go to work every day just, miserable, right, maybe you haven't found it yet.
Maybe. And, how about the people that, I used to work by Harrisburg, Pennsylvania government. And so these people, they would be at jobs for, if I stay 30 years, the pension I get. Well, now here it is 30 years later, and I think, well, were they so wrong? Because I don't have a pension. But my words to them back then was, you've got to be kidding me. You're going to, oh my God, you hate it. You hate it.
Okay, so for those 30 years, were you happy?
Right.
That's the question. You spent all those years, you got your pension. All right, maybe, you get the golden parachutes, the rainbow in the sky. Are you happy now?
Right. Are you happy now? And
Yeah.
maybe you took a trip to Hawaii on your big anniversary year, or I don't know. You can have those little chunkets every single day. Every single day. You just have to know it. And okay, do you know you're worthy? Do you know, Steve, that you are worthy of a life of, seriously, everything that you desire. Do you know that?
I am the most humble person I know. And yes.
So you know that.
I do. And I firmly believe, like we said before, those things that you go through in life and you take a look at it and say, why is this happening? There's a reason it's happening. But until you get to the other side of it or move past it, you're looking at what you have now thinking, well, this is the way it is and the way it should be. No. Maybe when you get over here, it's going to be way better than it was over there. But you don't know it until you get there.
And you don't know better yet because you didn't feel it.
Right.
So, and that's the thing too. To ask for, let's go back to the beginnings of how to reset yourself. To say you want abundance, to say you want joy, you have had to see it, or I don't know about lifetimes or dimensions or realms, whatever they say we jump to here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But you have had to know it or you would not be desiring it. You only seek out that you know, or you wouldn't know to seek it out, you know? So to say affirmations every day, I am abundant, I am healthy, I am wealthy, I am strong, you know, blah, 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 blah. That's exactly what the universe hears. But to say affirmations every day where it's like, you know, I am wealthy. I'm wealthy. I'm actually wealthy. I'm a multimillionaire. Me, Mary Beth Stevenson. I'm not, but yeah, you know. But
you never know. That's the thing.
I know. I do know in this lifetime. I don't know why I know. I've known it since I was a kid. So every time I get
what?
That I'm going to be, you know, I'm going to be in a situation where I'll never have to think about money. Here's why I know it, because I've always thought about money. So until I lose that thought, even though I've
thought about money in which way though?
Like grandeur way, you know, like I've lived in very different paths of lives. Even when I'm living up here, I always look for somebody else to give it to me. So that means basically I had this magical job where they bought me a home. And this is nothing else going on there but me working.
Are we saying this happened or
this happened?
Okay.
In my youth, they bought me a home. Interior decorated it. All my stuff came in from Italy, raspberry toilet. And anyway, a new car, took me out clothes shopping. And this was just my boss, okay? It was, and a friend at that point. I lost my train of thought. Oh my God.
But how this happened? You said you knew this was going to happen?
So my thing was, I depended on him for my success. So I walk into his office one day, after 5 years of grandeur. I mean, I was like, it looked like I owned all the hotels, you know, had different titles on my car. I mean, it's whatever Mary Beth wanted because I was giving back sales, you know, because of the way I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I did very, very good for them. Make no mistake about that.
But were you happy?
Yeah, but I was happy. So who the heck cares? We were all happy. So I walk into his office and I said, I got to go. And he's like, what are you talking about? You got to go. And this leads into when I called him back after 7 years. I said, you are my everything. And I said, I would hate to be a man because how you feel depends on how I feel. And I don't know what gave me that insight in my late 20s
so
or early 30s.
So you walked in and left the job?
In the bliss, in the middle of it all.
Why?
That reason.
What's the reason?
There was something inside of me that said, this could go away just like that if he says you're fired. You know, I didn't have... Yeah, and basically, I could have all the things I had because him and I were such, you know, because I did so well for his company. I was like, you know, it wasn't anything bad because he's like, you are insane. This is the biggest mistake of your life. I said, I know, but I have to make it. And I don't know why. Still to this day, I don't know why. Sometimes I think, what if I hadn't? But for the most part, I've lived life and I went back to it. You know, it wasn't as grand and all, but...
Pretty huge, pretty wild to just say that.
Yeah.
I got it all going on. You were in your 20s?
I was in my late 20s.
Late 20s.
I just turned 30, actually.
I mean, you hit pay dirt.
I did.
Like, this is... And I asked you before because I wanted to know if you were happy in doing what you were doing. You were. And then just... Yeah. Was it a premonition? Was it a feeling? Was it...
It was an empty feeling. It was... Even though I was everything every day was so great. And, you know, he would bring me in and say, where do you see yourself in 3 years? I'd say, I see myself training from the dishwasher up. You know, every role is important in the hotel, even though I was sales, you know, bartenders matter, you know. Anyway, I would create as I went along. He got more hotels. I got more to create. Okay, so now I go out and I train people how to sell. Better than that, now we go to conferences in Florida at our premier property, and I get picked up in a limo with my name, and I get to teach the general managers. So I started to take that role. I was like zipping all around, East Coast. Meantime, my kids were allowed to come with me on the weekends. My husband, I'd sign for meals. I mean, it was fun. But that was second time around. The first time around when I did all that without my kids and my husband, my second husband, I felt this empty inside of me, like this feeling that it couldn't be quenched. And I don't know if that was depression, because I had not experienced depressed at that point. I didn't even know what worry was, or shame, or guilt. I didn't know. Because
but you knew that something wasn't right. But it's also, let's take that job and turn that into a relationship with somebody. How many people have said, I got it all. People look at us, it's fantastic. We're the power couple. Great house, kids, dog, white picket fence. I feel empty. It's kind of the same equation.
Yes, it is exactly the same equation. Yes.
You just feel empty.
Let me add to that. I was just turning 30, and there was no one special in my life.
Well, that's not to say that would have changed anything.
No.
You could have, job-wise, you go every day and you've got it, and they're,
You're meeting new people. Absolutely.
But you feel empty. Because probably that wasn't your purpose. It wasn't aligned with what's in here. You weren't doing what you should have been doing.
Right.
And something was miscued. I give you credit for realizing that.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, at the time I would think, that's not true. I didn't even take the time to think, what the heck are you doing? I was just too into being Mary Beth,
Well,
and it all turned out great. I mean, don't misunderstand me, but yeah.
But so many of us would not make that change.
Yeah.
In our 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever, to make a bold change like that. I did it too. I was at a big job for 2.5 decades. It was what I wanted to do. I nailed it in the very beginning, and just didn't feel right anymore. Just wasn't aligned. And after thinking about it and even looking at other offers in the company, I just woke up on a Monday, and out of nowhere, I was like, Wednesday's going to be my last day after all those years. And this is exactly what I wanted. But after a while, it didn't feel like what I wanted.
Right.
Not because of me totally, but things changed. The universe changed.
Yes.
And you just make that change.
Yes.
And it's scary.
And
and back to fear. Back to the word fear again.
It's the worst thing that we could ever have.
It holds all of us back. Yeah.
It really does. And sometimes we don't recognize it. So, that's where taking the time, people say, take the time to go within, take the time to go within. I never quite I get it. Take the time to go within, but I've never had that. I went within and I had this magical, mystical. I never had that. Excuse me. And
like a download. Like, oh, wait a minute, I got it now. I'm waiting for that.
Yeah. But I've had it on an everyday basis in little bits. So I think I was born almost with it. It's like sometimes I think, oh, how much I'm going to explode if I go any higher, any faster, any more excited. I'm literally going to blow. Some people never experience that. They never experience that. And this isn't a look what's good in Mary Beth thing. It's for everybody. Now, I'm not saying people want to be like me. Everybody doesn't want to walk around all passionate, all excited, and all the time. And that's fine. But there is a way that, you can be this way about it and, just do it in a peaceful way. And because you mirror who you're with, right? You're not going to go into a client like me and sit there and talk to them like this. However, if I was the salesperson, I'm not going to go in there like this when I need to sit behind and be very calm and cool, So
you got to read the situation.
You have to read it.
I want to talk about.
What do you want to talk about, Steve? Let's talk.
Manifesting.
Okay.
But also journaling and writing it down and how important that is. Yeah. Now we've got to the point where we're going to reset. We're thinking about those things, those positive affirmations. We're changing our language, get rid of try and hope and all of those, and replace them with, trust and words like that.
I know.
Right. But writing it down, scientifically proven, is so beneficial, right?
Yes. And we already knew back in all those books that are redone now, we already knew that writing crystallizes thought. And we were told that energetically. Energy is where it all begins. It's where I began, by the way, energy from the book, Power of Your Subconscious. That's Robert Schuller, The Power of Positive Thinking.
Yeah.
And I go back to that because it brings God in with all this craziness. Sometimes I need to be reset.
Yeah.
But what was I saying?
In terms of manifesting and writing it down. It crystallizes your thought.
Yes, it crystallizes thought. Now, with the Joe Dispenzas and Bruce Liptons out there, it's proven. It's proven.
It really is, and over again. And one would think, today's technology, you know what? I am going to positive affirmations. I'm going to write it down on my phone. It's not the same as taking an old school pen and a piece of paper and the mind-hand connection. You retain it. It's what you should be doing.
It really is. It does make a difference. It truly does make a difference. Try it. If journal. What does it mean to you if I were to say to you as a coach, okay, Steve, let's start journaling. What do you think that means? What do you think most people think it means if you happen to be aware?
Okay. I know where you're going, but if I just heard that, I would think, well, I'm going to write a journal about my life. Today I was hanging out with Mary Beth Stevenson from Let's Talk Miracles, and we had a great conversation. I go on to the next one. What did I do today? I stopped, at Wendy's for lunch or whatever it might be. But that's not what we're talking about in terms of journaling.
That's exactly it. It's you can do that if you want to.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but I think what you'll find if you do that is, when you journal about that, you tend to journal about what isn't right, what they did to you, what happened at work, unfortunately, that's what most people take journaling. I mean, if you find someone's journal stuffed in your house from, somebody that lived there 50 years ago or whatever, it's always hard. It's always something traumatic.
Right, emotional or whatever it might be. Well, scientifically proven again, and you can Google it and do the research, but gratitude, practicing gratitude on a regular basis, journal the gratitude. So the two things I just mentioned, I might flip that around and say, I had a great conversation with Mary Beth Stevenson. She made me think about things and potentially changed my life. Next item. I went to Wendy's today, and I never realized how good that, and I'm not endorsing anybody here in fast food, but picking anything. And I never realized how good their French fries taste. But a positive, if I was writing today and I had this thought before we even came here, I was hanging out on the couch, and my cat came up, and I adopted this cat recently. It was a rescue, like maybe 4 months old.
Oh.
And I realized what joy he brings me.
Wow. See, that's big.
But in another life, prior to my journey, yeah, his cat, great, okay. Well, he got water, yeah, we're good. Yeah, all right, see you later. Now he's like hugging me, and I tell him, come here, give me a kiss. He comes right and gives me a kiss.
Oh my gosh.
And it's like I'm giving to him, he's giving back in terms of, love. I care.
Love.
But I would I'm grateful, and I would write that in my journal for him.
What's your cat's name?
Rocco.
Okay, so you're grateful for
and
Rocco.
I'm adopting another one in 2 weeks.
Are you? See?
Yeah.
The love, you want more of it.
Well, yeah, and I want to give it back too.
Yeah.
And I found one, and you have a feeling. When I saw him, he's the one, and he's a dog. The same thing.
Right.
I found another one, but I'm grateful for them, and that's what we should be journaling.
Yes.
On a regular basis.
Yes. It's basic, and I didn't finish my thought, which is so me, on the affirmation part. When we say
Don't worry, I'll keep up.
It's okay. When we say the affirmation, when we're writing down the thoughts, they have to mean something. It wouldn't behoove you to, like I said, say it in a robotic. Like my husband's very left brain. He'll go through our affirmations. I am blah, blah, blah. I am blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, well, that was a lot of blah, blah, blah. Like, go in. What do you want? What do you feel? Still, 22 years. He puts his hand on my coattails and says, you run. I like the way it feels to live it. But it's almost like he needs to be uncapped or something, like this little plug in his head, or maybe not.
Well,
maybe,
I think a lot of people are like that.
Yeah, like,
and maybe how about this? If you're going to put that in your journal, gratitude, right?
Yes.
Get detailed about what you're seeing, feeling, tasting, sensing,
yes,
touching, whatever it is, a little more descriptive, and then eventually it'll start to flow out of you.
And it does. How do you go back when you journal? Do you go back and read your journals?
Yeah.
Okay, is that insightful for you?
It is. Because
In
it's
what
almost
way?
like a timeline.
Okay.
And my thoughts from here to there, and as we move forward, it's kind of interesting when you look back. And
Yeah.
I journaled a little bit like back in the day, like 15 years ago, and to look back what I was thinking, leaving a certain job or doing whatever. I want to tell people with a couple of minutes we have left, when you work with them on a level of a healer, life coach, hypnotherapy, how does it all begin for you?
It's honestly, it's beyond me. Because when you use the word healer, I almost get like timid, which I know is hard to believe, but I do. It's like, oh, I'm a healer, but I am.
But you are.
And what's happened, and this has been since I was young, just the very energy that I am can heal a situation, or can lift a situation, or can create chaos, and people will leave their jobs that they've been in. I'm that person. There was a book, Bringer of the Dawn, 100 years ago, which explained me, and I was like, that's me. It always seems when I first go, and Ashley, you can attest to this, chaos and lots of things going back and forth, but it's just because you need to swish it. I don't do that on purpose. Trust me. I don't. So, my husband, right before he died, he had hurt his knee. He needed surgery. He could hardly walk on the knee for a year. And it was a sports injury, so it was his whole life. And literally the night or 2 nights before he died, he said, will you work on my knee? Now, what's that mean? I didn't do work at that time in that category. And I did, because of my belief system. He was like,
was he aware of your energy and
he was
at
aware,
that time?
He was aware of my belief system.
Okay.
He was aware of my magic, of things that I wanted would happen. He resented me for that for quite a while. He had to come around again. He fell in love with me for it. Then he resented me for it. And then he came around again and thought, this is great. Wow. What am I, crazy?
Yeah, fix my knee.
Yeah, fix my knee.
Wow.
So anyway, I was doing the weirdest stuff, truthfully. I was like pressing on his toes, pushing in here like, yeah, remember when, but I was guided to do it. But in my head, like, I didn't know I was healing. I didn't know that I swear to you, the next day, he was completely healed. And at his funeral, several people that he worked with that I never met said, they're like, oh my gosh, he said you were a witch, a good witch, but he said you healed his knee. A knee that he suffered from since a kid. And I was like, at the time, I was a little preoccupied. But honestly, when I thought about that, I thought, I did. Like, I didn't know I did because he died. And so that has what's kept me in the healing category all that time. I think, no, there is something to this. So it pretty much, I don't do anything. I really don't. If Mary Beth gets in the way, in coaching, if I get in the way of helping someone reset their lives, if I get in the way of healing, and I wouldn't take someone that said, I have a tumor, can you heal my tumor? That's not who I am. I'm not that person. But if you say to me, I've been getting bumps on my face, it's who's the matter with you? More than what's the matter with you? Let's, do your doctor stuff. Let's go in and see who's the matter with you. And there's so many different ways to go in and see that. You could do it through talk therapy. You could do it through, I'm a clinical hypnotherapist, so the therapy works a little different than just hypnotizing someone. You could do it meditation if you're not comfortable with the word hypnosis. But just the energy alone is very powerful. Like, people can come into, and I'm saying this because we all can master this energy. When you've mastered the energy, to a point when didn't you ever how many times a day that you hear, oh my gosh, I always feel so much better when I talk to you. Or,
oh yeah,
even you and I, we've done shows in the past. How many times we've said to each other,
like positive vibe.
Yeah.
Well, same thing. You walk into a party and this feels weird. I don't know. I think I'm going to leave early. Or you walk into another one. It's like, there's a nice vibe going here.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to hang out.
Yeah.
Because collectively,
yes,
it's the energy of everybody.
Right.
Whether it's down, whether it's up. In the seconds we have left, to work with you, free consult.
Yes.
It starts on your website.
It
Somebody
starts
goes
on
there.
yes.
Yeah.
Let'sStartMiracles.com. And, you don't have to do, because at the end of this, Steve, at the very end of this, what we really need to do collectively is we need to bring us up. Enough of this playing down. if we all collectively were to take one night a week and go to a meeting where you just hold energy for people, you know, and that's a proven thing. And I would love to do that with my group of people. And I will on my site eventually, where we just go, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And we hold energy for that person. And then we hold energy for the world, because we need to know who we are in order to get out of the mess that we're in.
And reset.
And reset.
There it is. Yeah, go to the website and reset. Start the conversation. letstalkmiracles.com. Mary Beth, great having you with us today.
Great to be here.
Yeah, learned so much. And these principles were put in place years ago, as we said. Thankfully, there's a new awareness now.
They're biblical. That's the thing.
And then there's that.
They're actually, I mean, I know that turns a lot of people off, but these aren't words of wisdom that people just grabbed hold of. I mean, these are things that were said, but we didn't understand back then. That's what my thing is. It's repetitive year after year.
Or we're afraid of it.
Yeah.
Well, don't be afraid.
Yeah.
And there we go back to the fear thing. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Start the reset. Thank you again for being
You're
here.
welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And welcome back to the show. We are now with the Millionaire Mindset, and it's her podcast. Yeah, she's here. Millionaire Williams, how are you today?
I've been missing you. Where have you been all my life, girl?
No, it's been a while. Pleasure to have you back here again. The Millionaire Mindset. We are back. Excited to have you. For those who may not know of you yet, please tell us a little bit about yourself. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Millionaire Williams. So I've been on a journey as a certified life and mental health coach, and I have always been concerned about how people see life, how people respond to things, how people react to things, how people perceive life. And oftentimes when adversity comes, Jill, people don't get it, and they allow those external forces to just kind of overtake their mindset. So I have come up with the millionaire mindset. And, with that mindset, you just have to understand adversity is part of life. Accept it. I tell people it's called in my book, life.com. Keep living. It is bound to happen. But, how you get up from that, how you resolve to deal with that, how you navigate through that makes all the difference in the world. And I just refuse to accept that I'm a victim. I'm not. I'm an overcomer. And, I'm also inspired to help others, help my clients, help develop that type of mindset. And I tell people, and, a lot of people don't like to tell this, but, I'm 67 years young and very proud of it, Jill, okay? So, I really had somewhat of a head start. I had a mom who did not allow the word can't to be used in the household. So, developing as a young girl and being in a household where that kind of stamina, it builds tenacity, it builds fortitude. And even, when people haven't grown up with that, I still can help my clients help change some of that mindset, that narrative that, you can overcome things in life. You can.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. And you're here helping and inspiring so many millions of people. Tell us the website. I want to know about this workbook too. Come on.
We're going to do that, girl. Yes. My website, as you're watching, as the audience is out there, and I call it the global network of the world, love to connect with you. My website you can go to is www.effectuallifecoaching.com. And that's EFFECTUALIFECOACHING. So effectuallifecoaching.com. And you can look me up. You can see some of the past clients that I've had, some of the companies that I've worked with. And it's been an amazing journey, should I say, journal as well, because I do journal.
Let me see the journal. Let me see it.
So there is, and I'm an author as well of several books now, but this one I want to talk about today, Jill. It's called the Mental Wealth Toolkit. And these are tools to achieve mental wellness, which is very important, which is also part of that millionaire mindset that is so important. And I even dedicated the book, Jill, to my mom, who has not been with us for a number of years. And I dedicated the book to my mother, Emma Grace McGowan, who was such an inspiration in my life for the short 49 years she lived and operated in her purpose with such excellence and grace. So even though I didn't have her, as long as I would have loved to have had my mom here, the celebration of what she poured into me is poured into my children, and will be poured into my grandchildren, to leave that legacy footprint, And the introduction of this book, I'm going to read a couple of things, if that's okay with you and our audience today. But in the introduction, I say, this book provides the reader a multifaceted approach to tools, techniques, and a plethora of engaging exercises to assist with your mental wellness. Because you got to take care of the insides as much as you take care of the outsides. And additionally, there is a self-care litmus test that I develop, and I'll take the audience through that as well. A test that you can take to help assess where you are in the world of self-care. Because we don't think about that, to kind of, let me do this litmus test and see where I'm at today with self-care. And also, I provide websites, YouTube links, and additional books to add to the journey of mental wealth. And there's some love quotes that are in the book for you. So love up on you. That's real important. You got to love the skin that you're in. You got to love who you are. We didn't come out here designing who we wanted to be. So guess what? You got to learn how to love this. This is all you got here. So, make the best of this journey of who you are, what you have, and then have that smile from the heart. Because I tell you, Jill, and we've spoken, a couple of times before, and I tell you, I just love waking up to life. When I get up, it's like, I get to do this again. And it just puts a smile inside of my heart, And believe me, when your heart is smiling, you feel better, you look better, and people around you enjoy you having that smile that comes and eludes from the heart there. And then to know you are important. You have to own that. You are important. You matter in life. You really do. And you've got to be in that mental mindset. Allow love to permeate and flow through your soul. I want to feel the love, Jill. We all do.
We all want to feel the love.
We do. We certainly want to do that. And when you walk in a room and you feel that energy, you feel that positive love from people, and you give that back out, there's just such a symbiotic flow, that just
I love it.
operates in the room, because I love coming on here talking to you, because you are just like, girl, yes,
like
I love
You're
it.
on fire. You're on fire. I just follow you.
I love it. And then you got to take quality time out for you. Sometimes I can get so deep in, and a girlfriend of mine, she called yesterday. I'm here in Texas. She lives in an area called Rockwall, Texas. It's beautiful out there in the water. And oh my God, as soon as I pulled up in her house, I could see the water below. And I'm like, oh yes, I want to take some of this. You know, we had lunch, we walked around the shoreline. I mean, you know, you just have to take that time out. And Jill, we actually spent 5 hours together, laughing, joking, having fun, walking, oh, just talking to people, enjoying life, enjoying people. And we met so many people out there, you know? So take that quality time out. You know, life is the hustle, the bustle, it's real, but you've got to take out those quality moments because all of that helps with your mindset. Keeping it strong, keeping it healthy, and just knowing that you are important, you matter, and you've got to take care of this. You do. We really do. I look in the mirror and I say, Million, I love you. Jill, when have you ever told Jill you love her?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I can't even remember.
I'm putting you on the spot today, okay?
I haven't in a long time.
So I want you to start just telling you, I love you, Jill. Yeah. Because you are an amazing, incredible soul, young lady. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
And I'm not just saying that because we're here, because I sense your humanness and your soul. You are really a force to be reckoned with. And I've kind of peeped your card in some of all of what you've done in life. And
thank you. Try my best.
Nah, you didn't try.
Just a nice person who works hard. That's it.
You didn't try. You accomplished. You achieved, and you did the thing. Okay, so give yourself credit. And also, you know what? There was another word that I kind of developed that one. You kind of piqued my senses right there for a minute when you said try. Let me tell you, the word try. I don't even use that one in my vocabulary. So X out the word can't. And X out the word try. Let me tell you why, though. I went to a seminar years ago because I used to go to all kind of self-help seminars. I would spend so much money on all of that. And the person that was up on the stage said, can I get some volunteers? And of course, you know, my hand went up and I went up. Yeah. Whatever you're going to do to me, let's just make it happen. There were 3 of us on stage. So the gentleman says, try. So there were 3 chairs there and we were standing in front of the chairs. And he says, try and move the chairs. So, you know, the first thing we do, each of us take the chair and we're moving it. And he's like, no, try and move the chair. So, okay, again, we try to go move the chair.
Yeah.
And so the third time we kind of got it because you can't try to move the chair. You're either moving the chair or you're not. So the moral to that little story was the word try is another one. X off the list because you're either doing it or you're not. You know,
it's like that. I think I can. No, you can't. The book. Oh, the children's book. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I gotta read that.
And it's also giving kudos to Nike. You know, just do it.
Yep.
You know, so and I tell people, I think the word try, it just kind of it keeps you in suspended animation because you're either doing it or you're not, and you have done it. So kudos to you, girl. Okay.
And you too, Mama. Proud mama.
Yeah.
All you accomplished. And I know you told me about your troubles, right? We've all had troubles and struggles with your son, but what you've done to make things better, not just for him, for everyone. You know?
Yes. Yeah. You know, and we have to do that. We've got to, you know, this world that we're all living in, you know, there's a lot of stuff that people are dealing with. And, you know, we've all got to kind of do our part to get some human balance back in life because, you know, there's still a lot of people out here that are really pushing forward to see a better way that we do live. And I earnestly still believe that, yes, we can, and yes, we will. And yes, we've gone through, and COVID has, you know, changed the narrative for everyone's lifestyle. But guess what? You know, you get an opportunity to wake up another day and to be a contributor to life and be a part of this beautiful life that's here, and let's change what's going on, and we can do that.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, we can.
I love it. Keep positive, girl.
Yes,
Absolutely.
darling. And another thing that I like, you know, you got to hug yourself sometimes. Just hug you, you know? When I was out there in Rockwell yesterday, I had my girlfriend to take a picture of me in front of this beautiful fountain. Oh my God. And I just stood in front of the fountain, Jill, and I was just like, you know, taking it all in, just, you know, experiencing life in those moments where, you know, you just take in and just absorb the great energy that the universe brings us all, and just be with that moment and stay there and re-energize, rejuvenate yourself, and, you know, get back in there and get out the game again. And I posted something, a picture of myself. I was at a museum and I was talking with them about getting my artwork in the as an exhibit. And there was actually a room, this huge room. And I told the guy, I said, well, I asked him, but I said, would you mind taking a picture of me? So I stood in the middle of the room and I just hugged myself. And I posted on Facebook, sometimes you have to stand alone and love yourself. And it's okay.
God bless.
Give yourself permission to love you, hug you, and be okay with it. Because you matter. And we do. And then also, sometimes sit in silence with yourself and just see what comes up. You know, because we live in this hectic world, you know, where we get up in the morning and we're going. And we're going all day until you lay down and go to sleep. And sometimes I tell people, you know, you tell yourself you're going to sleep and you lay down and you think you're going to sleep. But often what happens, the mind is still racing. So your body really, because that REM sleep is the one that we really need to aspire to get to, where that's where your cells get rejuvenated, and that's that deep sleep that restores our cells and gets the body, you know, back to that homeostasis, where the balance, and so you wake up and you can feel rejuvenated. All these things matter. All of these things matter. And sometimes I go to sleep, Jill, with headphones on, with my mindfulness or meditation music. And oftentimes when I'm in my office, I will have the meditation music going on. So I'm just like, you know, enjoying sitting there, you know, on my computer doing some admin work, but the sound of that music, the flow of that, it just keeps things just, you know, moving like that.
I get
You
it,
know,
sweetheart. I get it.
and I am one of those quote unquote A-type personalities. So I have to be mindful of these things and really institute these things, because I know I put out so much energy during the course of a day, and we all do. So you've got to have the time to refurbish, rejuvenate, reclaim your strength and your energy so you can be ready for that next day and ready for that next situation, so you can, you know, conquer that thing and move on and take off and be ready for the next, because it is coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Millionaire Williams, remind us how we can reach out to you, please. We still got time together, but I just want to make sure we're reminding everyone.
Yes, because I definitely want to hear from those out there that are, you know, dealing with some challenges, and, you know, they're really not in that millionaire mindset yet. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about strengthening the human mindset, how you see life, how you do life. When adversity comes, can you handle it? How do you deal with that? Are you one of those people that you just kind of not deal with it, or hope it will go away, or put it on the shelf somewhere? I mean, it showed up. Therefore, you got to get some strategy how to deal with that, how to handle that. Put a plan together, you know. But for those of you that would love to engage with me and take me on as your life coach, I would love to do that. You can reach me on my website at effectuallifecoaching.com. My phone number as well is 661-341-0730. I'm also on Instagram at Millionaire Mindset as well. So you can catch me there as well as on Facebook. So I am available. I am here to help you get to the millionaire mindset, because it is a way, it's a lifestyle.
God bless
It's
it.
how I do life. It's how I see life. And also, like I shared with you, my Millionism series books that I've written. And, you know, my favorite quote there is, my glass is always overflowing. That's how I see life.
So beautiful.
You know, so it's a matter of changing the thought process, helping to engage in a different way than what you've used to doing. And, you know, there's an old cliche, teaching the old dog new tricks. Now, you can teach new tricks. And then I tell my children, I've got 3 children, and I tell them, I said, look, if your mom at 67 years young can change her mindset at any time, don't ever tell me, oh, Mom, I'm stuck in my ways. And no, it doesn't work. Age is not a factor. It's having a mindset that is open to new thoughts, new ideas. So yes, it is accomplished. You can accomplish, and it is achievable. Mindset, thought process. Yes.
It's so true. Mindset, the biggest thing, right?
Yes.
It really is. And if we could all learn how to have better mindset and to be positive like you know?
And you know, Jill, and I tell you, it's not like life does not come unto me, okay? It does. But I just refuse to allow it to take me over and under. Not today. We're not doing that. We're not having that. No. I know you showed up, but let me tell you how we're going to deal with this, okay? And most people don't take charge of it. They accept it, and it's like it's a death threat for them. They just, you know, collide over, and it's like, no. Step up. No. I had a client a couple of weeks back, and she was going through nursing school, and she just really had some challenges. And I told her, I said, no, we're not doing that. Not an option. Let's figure out a plan, how we need to go institute the plan. A, B, C, D, and E. And she called me back, and she was like, Million, oh my God, that's why I just need you as a life coach. I said, oh, I understand. I'm here. That's what I do. I get you out of that pattern of thinking that this is something that's here to just kind of put you under and take you out. No, we're not doing that. No, your life is too vital. There's a solution to everything. We just need to figure it out. Let's figure it out. Let's get the plan in place and execute. Okay. And then say next. She's like, oh, you always make it sound so simple. I said, let me tell you, it is simple. Keep it simple. Stop making it bigger than what it is.
Interesting.
Yeah. And when that 6 shows up, Jill, I tell people, switch that number around, turn that 6 and make it a 9 and keep it moving. Okay.
Oh, I love that. So positive. And we unfortunately are out of time. 2 minutes left on the clock. So
I know.
Millionaire Williams, how are we going to sum up today?
Darling, life in summation today, this great day that you and I get to connect.
Yay.
I want my audience, your audience, our audience to recognize that you don't have to stay stuck. You have options. There are options. Call me. Let's figure it out and let's execute the options.
Mm-hmm.
Do not allow life to drag you out and under. There's a way out. Call me. I'm standing by. 661-341-0730 or my website, effectuallifecoaching.com. I'm here. Let's do this.
Sounds good. Millionaire, you're awesome. Have a fantastic day and looking forward to the next time we speak, okay?
I can't wait, girl.
Such a blessing.
You take care. Have
Awesome.
a great day.
Thank you. I love speaking with you. You make me feel this much better. And I hope that everyone's getting the same, that energy. I'm overflowing now, thanks to you.
There you go, girl.
Have
I love
a
it.
great day, sweetheart. Thank you.
You too, darling. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are joined once again by Dr. Phoebe Wood, and excited to have her here and going to have a great conversation, obviously, as always. As a licensed clinical psychologist and life coach and owner of her own company called True North Psychological Services and, of course, Redeeming Valor, go to the website, True North Psychological Services, inc.com, and let's welcome Dr. Phoebe back. Hi, how are you?
Thank you so much. I'm doing very well, Jill. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. For those that may not know of you yet, of course, we always got to establish a little bit about you, your company, before we get to today's awesome topics.
Thank you very much. My name is Phoebe Wooden, and I'm a licensed clinical psychologist out in the San Diego area. I actually have 2 different companies. One is the True North Psychological Services, Inc., and the off branch is Redeeming Valor. We do a lot of in-person psychotherapy, but also because of COVID, we've adapted to working virtually and utilizing all of the different capabilities we have. Also, just recently, I've added coaching as a part of what I do, and had a really great outcomes with those. The Redeeming Valor is the company that came because of the limitations that came up during COVID with spaces and office spaces. So we kind of became inventive, and we went and got certified to do equine assisted psychotherapy. And we have 2 beautiful horses that help us with that. One of them is a baby.
What about the baby? Was there a baby
so
too?
Dang cute. Yes, so dang cute. Just really adorable. And just keep giving us a run for our money right now. And so we have about 4 horses altogether that are a part of the program, and just this new baby Valor that just joined us has really been a thrill. He is so cute.
Amazing, amazing. Well, congratulations. And
Thank you so much.
I know today we want to talk about how to hold someone accountable but with compassion and respect. So, how do we define accountability? Let's start, there as one of the first topics, if that works for you.
Mm-hmm. I think over the time that we've been working with a lot of like couples, there's always a very general cycle of, hey, I want to let my husband know how he can support me or he can help me, but I also don't want to be the nagging wife, and I don't want to have to repeat myself over and over again. You hear, couples say, oh, I don't want to be his mom, or I don't want to be, her dad. And so there has been a general use of the word accountability. And in some ways it has been weaponized in a way that means, hey, how can I trust you to do what you said you were going to do if you're not showing up? And so it kind of, I've been thinking about the word trust, because traditionally we think, well, it's around like infidelity or, someone lying to you about something, but really also it's about whether or not they're going to show up for what they promised or they committed to do.
True.
So that's kind of how, I've been redefining it in a lot of like my work with clients right now. It's like, all right, what do you mean when you're talking about like not trusting? Is it about accountability, responsibility, or reliability? And so I've been able to break it down to clients for our work together.
Well, do you want to address the other factors first, or do you want to just talk more about accountability before we go to the next? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're doing everything that's right.
No, absolutely. So when we talk about accountability, the core from the word accountability, it comes from calculated ability. It comes from the word, a computare, which is a calculation. So in order to hold someone accountable, there is a calculation that happens about whether or not that person has the resources to meet the task that they said that they were going to do. So that means time, energy, and money. And we're hoping that they do it in a way that meets successful outcomes. The other part about that is figuring out, well, if we didn't get successful outcomes, did the data change? And when the data changed, is it about time, energy, and money? And are they taking responsibility? Are they saying, you know what, like the data changed and I didn't create a successful outcome and I'm taking accountability for that? That I said yes to something that the calculations changed over time. And then the second part is the responsibility part. And the responsibility part is whether it's a skill set. It's whether the person has the ability to respond in the manner that they said that they were going to do. So do they have the skill set to respond that way, and in a accurate, effective manner to what they said they were going to do? And that the third part is reliability, and that's a measure of trust. It's a measure of, over time, has that person shown up to what they have said they committed to do? And it's really an evaluation of like, can my heart trust what you're saying? Can my heart trust that when you signed up for this job, you were really capable of doing it? And so when you break it that way, people can understand that where they're having the hardest time trusting their partner.
Do they follow through with those specific tasks? Do they tell, I'm that person, I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, and I will. May I be late? Maybe a little, but I'm true to word. But I know so many people that make promises they don't keep, and it's just a sad thing. And I just needed to digress that. It's not good to be that way. I love accountability, and that means so much. I mean, I just expect it because that's what I give, right? But not everybody knows
that's
how
the
to
expectation you put out of yourself. Right. Like when I say to someone I commit to that, it is not actually just a word. It's I'm taking yeah, it's an action. I'm taking that you can rely on me to be a part of your tribe. You can rely on me for you to create that outcome that you have a vision for. And this sounds like on a bigger perspective, it sounds like, well, like a corporate thing, but like think about this on a daily basis. So, wife husband says, hey, honey, I told you I was going to get to clearing this part of the garage. And, 2 days go by, a week goes by, and wife is like, hello, what's going on?
Yeah.
And so then she's like, hey, hon, are you going to take care of the stuff that you said you were going to take care of in the garage? And that doesn't happen. And so then it becomes very personal. It becomes like, all right, I feel like I have to nag you in order for you to deliver your part of the equation. I do not want to nag you because then it doesn't feel right.
No.
So then we start personalizing it. So we're like, oh, I'm not your mother, or what, do you think your time is more valuable than my time? Why are you like that about promises you don't keep? And so people start taking it very personally. And I think really importantly is just being able to sit down and go, okay, I let these obstacles get in the way, and being honest that I said I was going to do this, and when I stood there, I started having memories about like, oh, when I was doing this, or I got distracted. Just being very honest and communicated what happened versus just walking away from it and just thinking, oh, the other person is not going to notice it. And if they notice it, then you have those negative emotions about it.
Wow. This sounds like me with my son's father. The whole like doctor example, you promised to call the doctor, I can't make the appointment. Then it gets into personally like you're so lazy, and then the person feels shamed, and it's like and I'm like, but how many times I have to tell you? And to hear my voice, and I'm getting worked up now. Just it's not I don't want to be that way, but there's no other choice. How can we resolve this? Because I feel it.
And what usually happens is that the person kind of has their balls against the wall, and then it's kind of, all right, if I don't do that, what really pushes them is fear of a negative outcome. And when that becomes that, then it becomes like, okay, if I don't do that, then you're a reliably scary person that's going to remind them to get their stuff done, which that's not the place I want to be. Reliable. That's of being like a scary nagging person. That is not the place that I want them to count on me to be. So how would conversations like that go in general? So, hey, you have a doctor's appointment to make for our son or our daughter. Okay, I'll do it. What does that mean? Okay, I'll do it.
That means you're going to do it, right?
Right.
I would think so.
So from A is I have committed that I'm going to make the time. I know all the I have the resources. I have the telephone number of the doctor. I know which doctor to call. Know what appointment I'm going to make. I know what time my kid's school is, when he's here, when he's not. It's a lot of information. And if that person has said yes to something and they do not have access to all the other information, then it is very likely that they will not have the correct response in order to be responsible for this task. So being able to ask, okay, do you have all this information? Do you have what is the important part about you showing up and being accountable to this task? What is this? Why does this matter? Who benefits from you showing up and having a positive outcome to this task? Because if you're going to tell me I'm going to do it, but you do not have all of the resources, then I do not want to be able to trust that you're going to respond and be reliable in this outcome.
Yeah.
Like, it would be just foolish for me to trust someone that doesn't have all the resources to make it happen. So I'm going to have to pivot whether or not you're the right person to be accountable and responsible for this task.
Yeah. Accountability. My goodness. This is just relating so much to home for me. Thank you. Thank you. Well, what happens when you've given them all the tools and information and the same situation keeps occurring? I feel like you lose hope. Like, for example, yeah, you're picking up from school. Okay, you should know the time. You should know that you have to also call the school ahead of time. You have to email the teacher on the Remind app. And then when those things don't get done, you show up at the school and you can't get the kid. And that's happened numerous times. It's like I say there's a genetic block. I think he's missing a chromosome. I'm sorry. No, I don't know how to describe it because I've done this and I've given the list and I've given the reminders and I've given everything. And then they just
you've given all the tools.
Feel so alone, but okay.
But yeah. So then it goes back to the willingness. So what drives that person to be willing to respond appropriately and to be a reliable person? What creates that willingness? Is it, hey, I would love it for our kid to be able to like say, hey, my dad, when he says that he's going to be doing something or he shows up, like, I know he is willing to do it. I know that he's done the work for it. Because what happens when you take willingness out of it is you're capable, but you're not willing.
Yeah.
It becomes an obligation and not an opportunity. Sure. So people respond differently to obligations. People respond differently to, like, some drag their feet till the last minute and some are like, I want to get that done so I do not have to think about it anymore. So that whole response of like, what does it look like? How have you handled obligations in the past? Yeah. I think it's important for us to be able to say, all right, am I putting in an expectation on someone that is reliable? Does he show up in a way that makes you feel like he's a team member? If you were to show 100, days of attending and he's shown up, 5 times, that's not a good, reliable outcome.
No.
That's a 5% reliability.
Yeah.
So what could shift? Does that person wish to be more reliable? And so having these conversations of like, all right, what does it mean for him to do a task? Is it just an obligation and needs to be done and it's kind of a burden? Or is this an opportunity for him to spend some time with his kiddo and to show that he can show up and be more reliable?
Yeah.
And if the data shows that this is not someone who's accountable, responsible, and reliable, then you have to pivot your expectations to not create that you and him were going to show up in the same way. Because those are important to you. But if this is not important to him, there's no amount of shaming that's going to create that shift in willingness.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's a continuation. Yeah.
Remind us who we're talking to. I know. And the website and forms of contact, don't mind if you share it again, please.
Yes. Hi, this is Phoebe Wooden. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist out in the Oceanside area in the San Diego County. I'm also a life coach, and I'll be getting certified in hypnosis next month. I'm super excited.
Awesome.
We also integrate equine assisted psychotherapy through the Golem method. Best way to reach me is at 760-492-5656. Again, it's Phoebe Wooden at 760-492-5656.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let's continue. And I dropped, I'm sorry, I dropped, the camera just fell. I dropped my phone and my mouse. I have a carpal tunnel casting on, and I'm a little, so I apologize. I'm a little off balance, off centered in a sense. Give me a second. Continue. I'm here.
So we're talking about like accountability and being like looking look at your mouse. You're holding it like a mouse.
I know, that's why my arm hurts so bad, but I have the armrest and the arm pad thing
Oh
here,
my
which fell.
goodness.
But thank you. So sorry.
No, did you have to do surgery on that?
No, I haven't even gone to the doctor yet. I'm going Tuesday morning. Because I've had it in the past. It's been a while, but it's brewing. So I have the doctor and the MRI and the X-ray just to make sure it's Tuesday, and then I'm sure it's physical therapy. My mom though had 3 surgeries, so I know it runs in the family. So I'm scared, but we'll see.
You hardworking, huh?
Yeah, of course, aren't we all, right?
Yes. So part of being in community is, and we talked about this, like I think in the past, Jill, is recognizing what are different strengths and what are different challenges in the people that are in your tribe. Because when we have that heart of like a chief and we want to be able to just delegate and have like that piece, we want to be able to delegate it to the right people. And not everybody has the same capabilities, and in no shaming space. When we were tribes, each person had a very unique job, but they'd spend their whole life mastering that job, and then they would pass it on to the next generation. So the best version of myself would go off to my offspring, and they would spend their whole life perfecting it, and then, serving people with that skill set. And so, here in our modern times, we've kind of created expectations that are unrealistic, because we told everybody, you're going to have to be, great hunters, great time managers, great healers, great communicators. Think about the jobs that men used to have. I mean, blacksmith, hunters. It didn't really have that aspect of, this whole communication and being in unity and being transparent is something that's a lot newer for a lot of men, because again, traditionally it was more about like very, very, focal, I'm just doing one little weapon at a time, blacksmithing or hunting or, whatever. The watchmen, my insomniacs are my watchmen. They're watching you at night and with the what if strategies. And here we are, we've kind of recreated what do we expect out of ourselves. And for some, unfortunately, we've risen up to those challenges, some out of anxiety and some out of opportunity. Because there's times when I'm just sitting here and I'm like going, I really don't need to be doing this, but I'm doing it because I want to test myself or I want to challenge myself.
Yeah.
And that is a personal thing that I do. That's a personal thing that I choose to do. However, that's not everybody looks at it as that way. Not everybody is open to being challenged and growing. And so one of the things is being able to see that person of like, all right, are they showing up to the best version of themselves, to a higher version of themselves? Are they taking opportunities to explore different parts of their brains? Are they willing to go and watch a YouTube on how to, fix a faucet? Or is this something that they're just going to get stuck in the problem and not in the solution? So being able to see people where they're at is really important in order for us to adjust like our understanding of their accountability, responsibility, and reliability. The other part of it is that people think that in order for you to be happy with them, they have to have 100% accountability, or do it with like such flawlessness and grace. That is rarely happens. Like I just show up to my kids, show yesterday. My phone is going off. My hair is stuck. It's raining. Like I still showed up, but
Yeah.
it wasn't pretty. I didn't show up as like the mommy that looked all, like had all her shit together. It was like, this is the most I can do with what I have today.
Oh
And
my
so,
goodness.
yeah, being able to like show, like see them that they're doing the attempts, that they're taking accountability for their mistakes, and they're showing some growth towards wanting to have a positive outcome.
Oh, we all want positive outcomes, right?
Yes.
We all want to live our best life. I do. Yes, why not? But there's so many things that we struggle with. I mean, it's part of life, and but you could help us.
Yeah. I can help me, and in learning to help me, I've apparently helped other people. So I'm glad that I was very selfish in my choice to help me first, and that it kind of fruited out to helping other people.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's great though. It is.
And I think also the other part, and I think that a lot of people don't talk about, is we are scared human beings. It's part of our biology to be scared, and to have some healthy anxiety is important. It is important. It tells us where we have a natural response to things that are scary, that are overwhelming, or that we haven't felt strong to address. So the fear response is something to really pay attention to. The amount, the statement, the intensity. Because, hey, I'm afraid of snakes. Sure. A lot of people are afraid of snakes. Now, I'm afraid of snakes, so I never go outside in the summer because I might get bit by a rattlesnake. It's a very different level of intensity. It has really huge ramifications. So figuring out, like, if I'm holding someone accountable, if part of their fears is, they want to do it and they want to just do it in a way that doesn't piss me off or doesn't piss their boss off, then the fears overwhelm the trial or the chances to try at it, because they're just like, the expectation is it has to be perfect and I can't deliver perfect, therefore I'm not going to show up. And so a lot of times we'll see people get stuck in not doing something because they're so scared of failing or disappointing the other person in an imperfect outcome.
So true.
Being able to just say, like, all right, what is that person hearing me say is the meaning of this task? Is that I'm a good father, I'm not a lazy person, or is it, hey, like, this is a list of 100 things and I'm a good team member? Like, what happens if I do that task? What are positives that come to me? Am I all of a sudden like, yay? And when you're a highly accountable person, it's really hard because you're just like, all right, I got shit done. Like, I don't need a medal for that. But there are other people that have love languages that are about affirmation. So, if it's easier for them to like fail, and they get more attention that way, and then they're going to want to, they tend to do things that are going to fail more, so they get more attention. So, kind of like creating that space of like, all right, what are they scared of? What outcome are they thinking I expect out of them, or, the organization expects out of them? So we kind of talk about that too.
I apologize. We're out of time. Would you mind
Oh, no.
sharing one more time your
apologies.
contact information? Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Again, this is Phoebe Whitten, and best way to reach me is at 760-492-5656.
Perfect. Thank you so much for being here, for joining us, and looking forward to the next time we connect. Thank you again.
All right, Jill. Have a
Bye-bye.
great one.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we are joined here now by Jackie Young. So excited to have her here. Open Minds Hypnosis. Yes, that's what we're doing today. We're talking to our hypnotherapist, Jackie Young, here joining us, and her website, just to make sure we have it right, openmindshypnosis.ca. Welcome to the show today. How are you?
I'm terrific, Jill. Thanks so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here.
Well, thanks for being here. For those that may not know of you yet, being it's your first show, would love to find out more about you. And I know you've had a very long career in education. There's a lot to your background. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure, be happy to. You're absolutely right. So my first career was in education, and I kind of climbed that ladder. I went from being a teacher to a special ed teacher, spent a lot of time in special education, then went into the administrative side of things so I could have a bit wider scope of responsibility and leadership. And I loved that. And so I went up to the point where I was in charge of a school district.
Wow.
So just retired from that. And because of all of my work in special education, I really kept my finger into what was happening with brain research, neuropsychology, and neurology. And of course, every time I dug deep into that, I'd go down these rabbit holes, and they all ended up with hypnosis.
Wow. Okay. My sister works as an aide for a special ed class. My nephew has special needs, so near and dear to the heart. And I mean, all the work you do, I commend you on that. I know it's not easy, but that's so kind that you dedicate your life to helping so many people with this. And now I'm even more special curious. I know things about hypnosis. First of all, we're going to talk about today what hypnosis is, what it does, some of the benefits. And I'm learning right now, I think, that you're telling me hypnosis can potentially help someone with special needs.
I'm telling you that hypnosis can pretty much help anyone with a need. And so if there are behavior needs, if there are people have LDs, or if they've been involved with trauma in their past, if they've got childhood trauma, if they've got post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, stress, and of course, we all know about phobias and fears, smoking, weight loss. But my focus right now is actually the mind-body connection. And I have an online course that's entitled Mind-Body Coherence Blueprint. So that's really where I'm putting a lot of my focus right now, is so people can really understand when their body is in distress or their mind is in distress, that we can actually learn a number of things to help alleviate that stress. But what I will say is that if you're challenged by anything, either a challenging thought process, or there's some kind of a discomfort or distress, as I said, in your body, that could be irritable bowel syndrome, it could be pain in your joints, it could be psoriasis, it could be fertility issues, then what I would suggest is, alongside the doctors that you're seeing, because I would never say don't see your doctors, but do try to reach out to a hypnotist because there's not a lot that hypnotherapy can't help with.
Well, for those who may not even know, let's start with the basics. What is hypnotherapy? Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'd love to. A hypnotherapy is simply a way that the hypnotist gets you into a beautiful trance, and we all go into trance lots of times during the day. So if you're daydreaming, you catch yourself daydreaming. If you are driving the car and you forget how you got home, that's called highway hypnosis, and that's the one we always use as an example. But we go in and out of trance all the time, and so your body recognizes it as a very comfortable, very tranquil, very serene state. So there's nothing about going into that beautiful state of relaxation that the body doesn't actually already love. And when we go there, working alongside a hypnotist who has spent an awful lot of time, I hope, with you, doing a pre-interview, going over what it is that you're looking for, how you'd like to feel at the end of the session, what you think the issues are, all of those kinds of questions, the intake questions, then we work together to really alleviate what it is that's causing you that distress. The way that we do that is we talk to the unconscious mind. And we talk to the unconscious mind because you're in such a relaxed state. What we do is we bypass what's called the critical factor. And that is that analysis, that logical mind, that's your conscious mind, who really likes to kind of thwart everything that feels a little bit spiritual or a little bit out there. And so what we like to do is simply calm the conscious mind, just let it say, you can rest a little bit. We're going to go down and talk to the unconscious mind, because in the unconscious mind, that's where all of your beliefs, your attitudes, all of the information that you learned in childhood, everything that your mother and father ever talked to you about, that's where it all resides. And sometimes it stays there in ways to protect us, but we don't understand how it's protecting us. Let me give you an easy example. You're in a phone, you're not in a phone, you're in a home and around the dinner table all the time, your parents say, elbows off the table, elbows off the table. So that's just something, that sing-song thing that some of us learned as a child. You start dating 14, 15, and you go out for your first date. You're all excited. This guy is just so cute. And he puts his elbows on the table. And there's something about that just turns you off. You don't even know it.
God, I'm finished. I'm going to tell you my story. Yeah.
You don't even know why. There's just something you think, oh, I don't think this is going to work out. So it's not consciously that this thought comes to you and you say, oh my goodness, this heathen has put his elbows on the table. It's just something that is a belief and an attitude in your unconscious mind. And it just kind of flows up and you just have this state of discomfort. You can't even figure out why. Now that's an easy example. We've got lots of people who have trauma in their background, and those feelings are gut-wrenching in terms of how they play out in the mind-body cohesion. Go ahead with your story.
No, I have this thing with men. It's usually men, because if you're on a date, right? I mean, I have a boyfriend now, but still, I've never been married. I'm 45. I have 2 little boys. But there's a thing that always bothered me. If I went out with someone and if they eat their salad with the fork like this, let me get a pen. Ready? Look.
I know what you're going to do. Yes.
They pound and they go like this. And that, and if they drive a car slow in the right lane, I'm done. But is that really fair of me to judge someone? But I know it bothers me that greatly. But why does that bother me? It's happened before, but what's deep rooted in me but the chop, 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 and then slow in the right lane. I'm like, you drive in the right lane if you want to do 55, the speed limit here in New York. But I would like to do at least 60 in the middle lane, 65. So those are my 2 pet peeves.
Absolutely. Yeah. Those are deep seated. We got some work to do with you, Jill.
I think so. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's amazing. You said that though. So
But it's really interesting because it does play itself out in so many ways. And we know, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of people out there now that don't understand that there's a real connection between the body and the mind. And if something is amiss, it's going to find a way out. It's absolutely going to find a way to demonstrate that something is wrong. And the body always wants to keep itself in a state of homeostasis. It wants to keep itself healthy. So if something is making it not be healthy, it's well worth trying to figure out what's going on. And if it's in the body, then usually it's going to be in the mind, or vice versa sometimes. And I say that with the deepest of respect to Western medicine, because I'm not suggesting for an instant that that isn't worthy. In fact, I work alongside doctors and nutritionists and dietitians, et cetera. That's our best work together.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Thank you so much for clarifying that. Now, and how can we fix that? How can I fix my disgust in someone who does that? Do I need fixing? I mean,
well, you know what? It's only worth fixing if you think it needs fixing.
no, I don't think it's
if it's not a
major
problem
thing.
for you,
Okay.
if it's one of those boxes that you just want to check and say, nope, this one's not going to work, and you're comfortable with it, then it's not a problem. We want to see people that know that something is really driving them in a way that they know isn't serving them.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and affecting them more on a daily basis. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. We always talk about, or I always talk about, the work that's for your highest and greatest good. And so if you've got these challenging thoughts that are moving in your head all the time, or, we always talk about fear of flying or smoking, et cetera, those are easy ones. But what I would like for people to know is, try to make hypnotherapy your first call, not your last call, because we always get people saying, well, I've tried everything else and now I'm trying you because what have I got to lose? And what I would like for people to know is, and if I get known for this, then that's great. Make us your first call. You've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And you may gain years and years of alleviated challenges. So, I mean, seriously, find a good one, do your homework, make sure that you take the time to have a consult call. I actually guarantee all of my services. That's not something that a lot of people do. All of my work is online. So I have clients actually all across Canada, all across the States, and some in Europe. As long as I can keep the time zones clear, then I'm good to serve wherever people want to call in from. But it's like every kind of therapy, every kind of counseling. You want to spend your time getting to know the counselor, and you have to build that rapport. It's really, really incredibly important that you have a strong rapport, that you feel comfortable, and that you can trust the person.
Got it. Well, there's some great testimonials on the website, which again, I want to remind everyone, it's openmindshypnosis.ca. I was reading them earlier. One person in particular participated in your 5-week weight loss management program. Let me just read it. Jackie provided me with the guidance to enjoy relaxation, calmness, and overall sense of well-being. The hypnotherapy sessions brought forth a heightened state of awareness around all the strategies that I already knew. Jackie has an uncanny ability to create images and have supported my journey of self-awareness, self-fulfillment as well. And I've been able to incorporate numerous small changes into my daily routine in an easy and effortless way. I now feel that I have the skills to continue the journey for the foreseeable future and feel empowered to make great decisions each day. And there's also, that's from someone from WS, Thornhill, Ontario, Canada. There's so many other great testimonials on here. I mean, too many to read, but I urge everyone to go to the website. And you've helped some of the people, this person in particular, saying the methods are easy to adapt to in any situation. Repetition during the sessions made it effortless to create a new living, and correcting habits, leading this person down negative paths. So that's it. How long does it normally take someone to change, to either make a new habit or to change an existing habit? Just curious.
It's really interesting, and that's a really good question. It depends on the person. It depends on the habit. It depends how ingrained the habit is. It also depends on how badly the person wants to change the habit. So, for instance, on my Google reports, I have someone who was smoking for 47 years and had tried to quit a couple of times and would go for maybe a week or 2 weeks. And one 2-hour session, guaranteed results. And she stopped smoking after that one session. And I checked in with her after 2 weeks. I checked in with her after 4 weeks. And, still like 6 months later, she's not smoking.
Wow, that is impressive. But you also have to want it, right? It's not like when my mom used to smoke, we wanted her to quit. Unfortunately, she passed away from lung cancer, most likely from that. But for years, I remember as a child always wanting her, but it's something within that, we couldn't force her to go see someone, but the person does have to be willing to make that change and commitment, correct?
You're absolutely correct. Yeah. If we have someone that comes to us and says, well, my doctor or my wife made me come, it's not going to work. Or we'll have also mothers who will say, well, my son needs help with this. That's not going to work. It has to be the person who wants the change. And then here, I've got another story for you, because I had someone whose father died of lung cancer, and she called me because she wanted to stop smoking. One of the things that I do is spend a lot of time talking to different parts of the subconscious. Now, a lot of people do that, but I have found that I seem to do that a lot more than other people, and it works very well for me. That's one of the reasons why I can give that guarantee that I do. But she smoked because in her unconscious, it was her way of being able to keep her relationship with her father alive. So all we had to do was flip another way, find another way to keep that relationship with her father alive, which was, he loved reading the business section of the paper every morning, as did she. So then that now became her new ritualistic way of connecting with her dad. But she didn't know why she was. In fact, when she phoned me and we had our intake, she would say, this makes no sense to me. And that's also a key for people to know, that hypnosis is really going to help. When people say, I don't know why I do this, this doesn't make any sense to me, I've been trying to get rid of this forever. Hypnosis should be your first call if any of those thoughts go through your mind, because for sure it will help you. It will pretty much probably eradicate the issue for you.
And let me also point out, just to confirm with you, Jackie, you do offer a free 20-minute consultation to your clients, correct?
Absolutely. Yes. As I said, it's really important that the client and myself both feel really comfortable with each other, that we have that rapport that's being able to be developed over that 20 minutes, so that when we start the work, we can really just kind of dig in and get going. And the other thing that I do is I spend probably an inordinate amount of time talking about how the conscious and the unconscious mind work, how one can thwart the other, why we have all these childhood issues if we do, and all of that information, because I like for my clients to be very, very informed. I want them to understand, like when they're in that beautiful state, when they hear me ask a question, there's part of them that are going to go, oh, now I know why she's doing that. Yeah, this makes sense. As opposed to it being even slightly jarring. I want for them to be, and I take a long time to make sure that they are at their heightened comfort zone. And it's one of the other reasons that I do all of my work online, so that they can stay in their home. They can be very comfortable either in their bed or their favorite chair. They don't have to come in. It's hard to go for counseling and go for therapy. To make that phone call, to make that first introductory kind of reach out is terribly, terribly difficult. And so what I've tried to do is alleviate all of those things that make it more difficult.
Got it. Well, thank you so much for sharing all this. Wow, we still have 8 minutes left in the show here. I want to talk more about the work
Well,
you're
now
doing.
what are we going to
else?
say?
Well, there's so much to the benefits of hypnotherapy. I'll ask you, what in particular did you want to share with us next?
I think the one thing that I wanted for people to know is, as I said, the guarantee. And the reason I feel I can offer a guarantee is this works. I want for people to understand that they have literally nothing to lose. So if we have the consult call and we move forward, I absolutely know, not because I'm this good, but because I believe in the power of your unconscious mind. I know how the unconscious and the conscious mind work together. All I'm trained to do is kind of to work as your GPS to get you, by asking the right questions, to that state where you can really start to explore the resources that you already have, but that have been covered up, or they haven't been tapped properly. And so because we work together, I work very much with my clients in a full-on partnership. And we're having conversations just like you and I are now. So they're not asleep by any means. They're not in a blackout state. They are fully functioning, and we're having a conversation where they can even correct me if I hear something wrong. So they're in this lovely state, but we're able to have this conversation and really explore all the different parts that might be holding them back and why. If you think, I'll give you this example. If you think of a 5-year-old, a 5-year-old is a tremendously skilled problem solver.
Mine just turned 6. I'm particularly last week. I'm thinking,
so
God.
you can see it. You know, it's amazing to watch what our kids can do when they're so young, and they're just full of wonderment and curiosity, and they're just learning. They're sponges. That's what the unconscious mind is like. And so when it takes in a fact, it takes it in like a 5-year-old does. It takes it in the entirety of what it is what it has just learned. It doesn't question anything, just like a 5-year-old wouldn't say, do I need to Google to get more information about this? Do I have all the information to make a really fully rounded decision on this? So it's exactly the same way that the unconscious mind works. It tries to always keep us safe. It always wants to work on our behalf. But sometimes the thinking, like the 5-year-old, can be thwarted. It can be immature in its ability to kind of see everything. And that's because the memory or the belief system was usually formed at a very young age.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah. Is it true that everything you learn everything up until the age of 7? Or what do they say? Not that you learn everything, but what do they say about the mind? It stops.
What I'll say is that children are in a pure theta brainwave state.
Okay.
Up until the age of about 7 or 8. You'll hear different ages on the outside of that. The reason that's important is because when we're doing hypnosis, we take you into that theta brainwave state. So it's a very similar mind state whereby you are curious, innovative, loves to hear fairy tales and metaphors, really, it enjoys that kind of learning and problem solving. And so I work with the unconscious mind as a pure ally. I don't have the answers, but I know absolutely that your unconscious does. All I need to do is help us uncover what's being hidden or untapped at that particular moment.
Wow. All right. Thank you so much. And let's just remind everyone again, Jackie, how can we contact you?
The easiest way is to go onto my website, Open Minds with an S, plural, openmindshypnosis.ca, because I am in Canada. Or you can email me at Jackie@openmindshypnosis.ca, keeping it nice and simple.
Got it. Now, I know you mentioned anyone could be hypnotized, right? Some people, I think, still have this notion of stage hypnotism, and they might be a little leery of that. Could you share the difference of that and what that is? If someone goes up on the stage, act like a dog, and the guy barks.
Yeah.
I mean,
cluck like a chicken is usually the one everyone uses. Yeah. Are you going to make me cluck like a chicken?
Yes, that's it.
When you go to see a stage hypnotist, and we all know how purely entertaining those are. So I would say kudos to anybody, because that's not an easy gig. When you put your hand up to say, yes, I'm going to go on stage, you've automatically entered into a transaction, which basically says to the hypnotist, yeah, I'm game. And I don't mind that I'm going to do all these things. And your unconscious mind is also game because you've entered that transaction. What you'll notice also is the stage hypnotist will kind of go through people really quickly. And those who are not kind of reacting quickly to what they want to do, they'll be sent back. So they end up with about 10 people who are going to be really beautiful subjects. The difference for the work that I do as a clinical hypnotist is I work with my background in counseling, my master's in counseling, and it's a very therapeutic approach. It's one of the reasons why it works so well if you're seeing a psychologist or a psychiatrist also, because then everything gets aligned. So the work that I do is really to uncover in the unconscious mind what the conscious mind would like to be able to achieve, but simply is having a hard time doing so.
Got it. All right. Thank you so much. And also, as a hypnotist, could you share some other benefits that people can get from it? Do you give us some examples? Yes, we've talked about the weight loss. We talked about, I know more in particular, those with behavioral needs. You mentioned with children you're working for. Could you share some other examples of, the work that can be done to help people?
Oh, absolutely. If you have any phobias or fears, get in contact with a hypnotist. To stop smoking, see a hypnotist. It's the easiest way for sure to stop smoking. Weight loss is always tricky, as everybody who has a weight loss issue knows, but it's a really fantastic way to start with all of those new habits and new ways of understanding how to work with your body. As I said, I'm doing an online course now with mind-body coherence, to really understand all of those things like IBS, psoriasis, fertility issues, anything where it feels like your body is out of whack with what you want for it to be, pain and joints, etc. Of course, there's fear of flying, anxiety and stress. I have a few people that have come to me for depression. So that also works. We always like to work with doctors when you're also doing that too, but it can absolutely work for depression. As I said at the beginning, if you've got an issue, please contact a therapist or a hypnotherapist and say, will this help me? The other thing that I want for people to say is ask whether or not the hypnotist that you are calling is only working from scripts or actually is going to take the information that you are working with in the intake process to utilize that and to make sure that you are getting a really beautifully personalized experience. I'm not taking anything away from scripts because I can use scripts also, but there's scripts that I write for my clients. There's other hypnotists that may have a book that have all the scripts in them. And if you come to them for, gambling, they'll open that script. As I said, there's nothing wrong with that. But if that's what you're looking for, ask the question of the hypnotist. Ask them about the work that they do. Ask them about if they have a guarantee. Ask them about how long they've been in practice, if they have testimonials, the same kinds of questions that you would ask going to any therapist. I would like to think that we're elevating the profession. I want to take away from the woo-woo and the devil stuff and just really understand the reason I got into this is because of all the science behind it. It is profound. And I am humbled every time I have a client. My clients really inspire me in terms of how much I learn from working with them.
Beautifully said. And by the way, just to let everybody know, just a little of your credentials as well. Would you mind sharing?
Oh, sure. So I belong to the International Association for Counselors and Therapists. I was trained at the Grace Smith hypnotherapy school. I have plenty of hours. As I said, all of my work is online, my master's in counseling, my background in special education. The other thing that I would say is working with students is really exciting to me because of my background in education. So study skills, anxiety, depression, stress management for students, it's never too young. As I said, as long as the client is the child and the child wants to come in, or the young person wants to come in.
Wonderful. Well, Jackie, pleasure getting to know you today. And once again, want to point out you do offer a free 20-minute consultation and you work with people all over the world, correct?
I do, yes.
Awesome.
Yep.
So as a hypnotist, ladies and gentlemen, reach out to Jackie. She'll offer you that free consultation. And one thing about her, I can tell you right now, that's unique. I just love talking to her, and she's clearly credentialed and she does an amazing job. Read the testimonials on the website, but she's also guaranteeing this. I never talked to any other hypnotist, to be honest, that guarantees their work like that. That says something. And if that helps you in any way, reach out to Jackie because that's pretty impressive. That's how good she is. All right. She may be a little modest.
I appreciate that, Jill. Thank you.
But it's true. And so, what do you, we're out of time. To leave us today, Jackie, what else do you want to say before we part ways?
I'm going to go back to my sing song, which is, you know what? Don't make it your last call. Make it one of your first calls.
Love it. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Pleasure getting to know you today and looking forward. Thank you to the next time we get to connect. Have a fantastic day. And to all of our listeners and of course, viewers here, please stay tuned. More of the shows coming right up after the break.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back here with Malachite Yoga. Excited to have our next guest joining us, Blair Douglas, once again, hailing from beautiful Denver, Colorado. She's a certified yoga therapist and founder of Malachite Yoga. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks, Jill. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for being here. Beautiful setup today. We're on the podcast and the Zoomcast. Love her background and bringing some greenery into the shot, and it's beautiful. You work with people all over the world doing Zoom. Would you mind just telling us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. So, like I had mentioned last week too, most of my clients are over Zoom. And so typically I work from either here in Denver or sometimes we're in Tucson. So I work from there as well. And just for anybody that maybe didn't catch last week, I work as a yoga therapist. And so the difference of being a yoga therapist in comparison to seeing like just going to normal yoga classes, we're seeing individuals in their home spaces or some other space that they're comfortable in, instead of it being a group dynamic.
Beautiful. Well, let's also remind everyone how we can reach out to you.
Yeah, so you can just contact me at any point through either my website, which is malachiteyoga.com, which you'll find on our pages. If you go to the instructors page, you'll see my email there too, which is just blair@malachiteyoga.com. And Malachite is spelled Malachite.
Perfect. Thank you. So let's recap a little about what yoga therapy actually is if someone is new to the show today. And then we'll move on over to the yoga therapy session and to discuss kind of what happens there.
Yeah. So kind of just like the breakdown of it is, and the difference is that sometimes people get confused on is the word therapy is thrown around a lot in yoga because it can be quite therapeutic. And I will never dispute going to a yoga class can be really therapeutic for a large amount of the population. The difference with yoga therapy is we have a highly educated group who spent a lot of years studying to become therapists specializing in the field of yoga therapy. So how we see our clients is as a whole person. So no matter if you've been diagnosed with something, have a severe injury, or anything else going on, we first see you from the whole spectrum of you. So that means all the personality, all the stuff that maybe we consider as quote unquote baggage, other things, that's just part of your being. So we just show up to meet that person where they are.
Got it. And let me just also ask, when you are working with these people, people come to you again from all over the world as an experienced yoga therapist, and they, obviously using your services. But someone here on the beginning side of things says, well, what yoga therapy? How could that help me physically, mentally, emotionally? I mean, there's so many benefits to it, which I would love to go over as well.
Yeah. So the plus side is it's a complementary practice, wellness. So that means we still have you keep all of your other integrated practices. So if you're seeing a PT, you're seeing a psychotherapist, your normal doc, we want you to keep all those. But the benefits of adding sometimes a yoga therapist in, mattering on whatever you're working towards, a goal specifically is kind of how we work. Most yoga therapists work goal-oriented spaces. Is we're trying to see you, like I was mentioning, as the whole person. And what that means is when we show up to a session, I have a plan. That plan could immediately go out the window, though, if I see you need something else that day. And so we can work together as a team to really build and build something that helps you then further in whatever goals you have set for yourself. But it truly can. Just because I'm working with somebody for chronic pain, that does not mean they do not have mental, emotional, and other stuff going on. That corresponds quite well usually. Typically, people who are suffering in a lot of pain aren't in the best mental space a lot of the time. Case in point, anytime you've probably been in pain, Jill, I'm sure at some point you're like, this is not awesome. I do not feel great. And it is hard to keep functioning. So we're still seeing that person. Yes, we're going to work on your chronic pain, but we're also going to work on just the mental emotional part and getting some peace there as well.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. I have my test tomorrow for carpal tunnel. I have arthritis, tendonitis, did a cortisone shot. I've been doing physical therapy 3 times a week. Ran myself down cleaning too much and moving things around the house. I also now went to the other surgeon in August. I need to have a double hernia surgery from all the lifting. I'm 45 and really just did myself, and it was May 7th, and overworked my body. And then you also got to think about what else is going on in my life. Why am I doing so much? And there's a lot of mental anguish, stress, and emotional issues behind it all. So you really just totally related to me. And I'm sure plenty of other people can empathize with this, but you're right. Now it's this, but then it's also what's behind it all. So wow. And for someone suffering with chronic pain right now, feels like this is chronic pain to me. Could you go into more detail, how you work with them? And then I know you want to talk more about who's the expert in the session, but I don't want to rush you. Go ahead.
No. That's just, it's just case in point, right, Jill? Like what you just brought up, it's very personal for you, but also it's not like we just have something pop up and it just happened and there's no background to it. We're doing things for a reason. So there is this mind-body aspect that sometimes gets missed in some other professions. So really my goal too is to see all of that, but also still to understand and be able to give information to my clients that they can then use, like continually use. That's the other thing, is you are not with your doctors, your PT, your yoga therapist, whoever else every day of the week. You need to have, our goal, and my goal specifically, is always to give them a skill set to go home with that they can turn to and say, okay, I have a toolbox. I'm experiencing this. I know I have outlets outside of just, there is a panic that can sometimes set in for a lot of my clients where they're like, I've hit this precipice and I just don't know what to do with this information because no one can help me. So giving somebody a hand and saying, I'm here to support you. I can still be there if you need me, but I'm going to give you something that you can use on your own because I trust you and you are a whole person. You're still all there. So still giving them a voice to themselves, because sometimes that gets lost in the mix of everything.
Got it. All right. What's next for us today, Blair?
Yeah, so I have been thinking about this all week, and I was really excited because I had like a million ideas, and then I was like, okay, this is what I want to talk about today. And it's who is the expert in the room, which this can go across the board for not just like yoga therapy, right? Who's the expert in the room when you see your doctor? Who's the expert in the room when you see other people? And that can be a tricky question. So from my training and my lineage and background, the expert in the room truly is my client.
I apologize. Are you noticing something on my screen flashing?
I am.
Oh, is it your energy? I don't know what it is. That was bizarre, but I caught some of it. Okay. Please
Okay.
continue.
Yeah.
I hope that glitch stops, but okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Like I was saying, so really at the end of the day, the expert in the room is you, because I don't live inside of your body. I do see you're still glitching out a little. But I don't experience pain the same way you do. And the same way, like maybe one of your parents did, or your sister or a friend. We all have our own experience of pain and or how we move through the world, how we process things as well. It's important to give lineage and like acknowledge that people are living different experiences. It's easy to try to empathize and relate immediately. And so it's harder to relearn to take a step back, hear that person out for what they're experiencing. And sometimes that's non-relatable to me, let's say, because maybe it's something that I don't experience. Maybe I don't have Parkinson's disease or something else going on, but I can still show up and show compassion. So from coming from a standpoint of the expert in the room is you, my client is always the expert in the room first. That does not mean I'm going to show up and be like, I don't know, what do you want to work on today? You're the expert. That's not what I mean when I say that. What I really mean is you're an expert in your own body, and I trust you to tell me and us to have an open line of communication. And sometimes that's just me physically viewing something. Sometimes it's verbal. Sometimes it's watching somebody move for me to find out information. So I have to use all my knowledge and understanding of people and background of that to help formulate a plan so we can work together.
Yeah.
So I will always show up with something, but that does not mean I'm an expert in your body, nor is like your doctor an expert of the interior of what's happening in your body and your
Yeah.
sensations and feelings.
Wow. Okay, you're teaching me stuff again still. Wow, this is fascinating. You're right. Mind, body, and soul, though, everything is affected, every part of our body. And okay, the reasoning behind it. You got me on a tangent. I'm here.
Yeah, no, and it's one of those things too, what we say to our clients, what you hear from your doctors and other healthcare providers is important. So besides that, I will always validate from my client is the expert in the room. I try to help them then remember that they are allowed to advocate for themselves in their own sessions of other stuff. So doctor's appointments and other things, because it's a good reminder sometimes. And it's not to say that your doctor or provider does not have the best intention for you by any means, is what I'm saying. I'm just saying they're also human and they forget sometimes what you say is important.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a really funny example of this that I'd love to share with you guys.
Sure.
About a year ago, I went to an eye doctor. Eye doctor checks me out. She tells me all this stuff. And I tell her, I'm really sensitive to light. And she goes, that makes sense. You have abnormally large pupils. And I say, okay, interesting. I had no idea. So for the next year, I walk around telling people I have abnormally large pupils, and that's why I am so sensitive to light. A year goes by, I have to get a new prescription for my glasses. I see a new eye doctor because I didn't really connect with the last new one. And I was like, well, I'll just see somebody else. I go in and talk to him, same clinic. I tell him, go through the whole spiel. And I say, last year when I saw this other eye doctor, she had told me I have abnormally large pupils and that's why I'm so sensitive to light. And he looked at me and was like, are you sure that's what she said to you? And I said, yeah, I'm positive that's what she said to me. And he says, you have normal sized pupils. I'm not sure why she told you that. She's a doctor that I know very well. And it's very odd she said that to you because that's not true. The way your eye works is as you age, your pupils do, they don't let in as much light. So it's just because you're slightly younger that maybe you're more sensitive to things. So case in point, I walked around for a year telling people I had abnormally large pupils and that's why I need to have sunglasses on all the time. Case in point, to find out that was not actually true, but it was my lived experience then. And this is not as an extreme situation as some of the other things being said to people who are then taking that with them all over the place. But it's just a good example of even me myself, who has an understanding to take things not just with a grain of salt, but an understanding of is that actually validated for me, and thinking it's true.
Yeah. Wow. I have plenty of experiences myself. The same thing someone always has something different to say, including those in the medical field. And then it leaves you to, and then you have your own, in our 21st century, we have our Google. And I love when doctors say, well, don't Google, it's this. And well, it's funny because another doctor said that. So that's why I'm Googling now the two different, it's just, I have severe IBS. So, and I see different doctors and everyone has a different opinion. And some correct, some not correct, some different theories, but it's just baffling, right? Because we trust individuals in their craft and their field. And again, no one's perfect, but that is crazy. I would have done the same thing. I have large pupils. I would,
Yeah, it's just one of those things too. And I'm not a unique story to that, right? Like you were just saying, there's times where you've gone in, probably seen people. And so the other thing is, one of the specific things I ask my clients when we meet, one of the things on my intake form is who are your other providers? And one of the discussions we have during an intake session is, do you trust your providers? Because I want to know, are these people you actually trust with your health? And sometimes I have clients that'll tell me, I actually don't trust these two people. And it's really telling to me that they're willing to open up about that. But also, I will always suggest, if they want suggestion of we might seek out another provider who specializes in this to get a second opinion. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to tell them stuff. But if you think your surgeon is performing or going to perform a surgery on you that you don't think is correct for you, let's get another opinion. And sometimes people do not realize that that's an option just because they've been told by this person that who's not necessarily strong arm them, but definitely said to them, I'm the expert in the room. This is what you should do.
Wow. Interesting. Interesting. We got to remind everyone, holding here, Blair, we're halfway through, but I've been on a roll with you. Remind us how we can reach out to you, please.
Yeah, of course. You can always reach out to me through malachiteyoga.com. That's MALACHITE yoga.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue the discussion here. This is good today. Who's the expert in the room?
Yeah. So it's really one of those things. I think sometimes it maybe doesn't surprise people, but on occasion, especially people who maybe have been told a lot of things throughout their life in more controlled situations where they were never the expert in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And so then to give somebody validation who has not had it for so many years, at first can feel very uncomfortable for that person. So I try to recognize and validate that. Like, they've never been asked, how do you actually feel though?
Yeah.
Like, how is this actually going? And we can sit and be quiet for a while. Like, we don't even have to talk. You can just process what you need to process, and I will sit here with you while you do that. Or it could be something as easy as like, I'm not ready to talk about that. And I say, okay, and we can bring it up another time, or we just move forward. So giving them an opportunity to truly have the experience that like whatever I'm teaching to them, we sit with that usually afterwards for a few moments and I check in. And sometimes they're like, that went great. That's all they want to give me. And I'm like, that's perfectly fine. And we move forward from there. And there's other ones that are going to have a full-blown discussion with me about an experience because they've never been able to talk to anybody about what they're actually experiencing, sensation they're happening in their bodies and other stuff like that. You know, as much as I love being on the virtual space, which I think has created this whole open door to people to actually access healthcare that they maybe never could, not just yoga therapy. I mean, a lot of different mediums of therapies and things along that line and telehealth. It can be challenging because I also know some of these people live by themselves. They're not being seen by anybody throughout the week too, which also then the case in point too comes in, no one's physically ever touching them, which could seem odd, but sometimes that's another thing is like, is physical touch something missing from your life? Because you don't realize it until you don't have physical touch. Just like a lot of us went through COVID with no physical touch. We've all been through some kind of, you know, I hate to call it a traumatic experience, but it kind of truly was, right? So that year was that experience. So that's where, you know, having that validation, even though it's via the screen, and even though I'm not there, like placing a hand on a knee or holding a hand or having my hand on their back, I still have to show up and be present and recognize they're in their own space and what's going on. And that whole energetic experience too can be a lot for people, just to even have somebody on the virtual screen showing up and saying, I see you. How can I be here for you?
Yeah. So true.
Yeah.
Could you share some of your client experience stories with us? I think are helpful to kind of relate. Did my glitching stop? It did. That's just bizarre.
It did.
Are you an empath as well, or do you find that
a little bit? Yeah.
This happened to me a few times before with someone that was, and so I was just I'm like, maybe I see now I have the goosebumps. So
yeah.
Someone, I think a higher power is coming into us. Thank you. See, now it's bringing tears to my eyes. I'm like, oh my, but yeah, that's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, it's definitely even via screen. Like, people will ask too about that. Like, I don't openly tell people I'm an empath. I definitely feel a lot more stuff and have projected stuff. And that is something that I think comes across. So one of the other things that happens is when people find their therapist or yoga therapist, whoever it is, you want to find somebody you trust as well, right? You want to find somebody that you're like, I enjoy either listening to this person and I trust them. So those are two big things. You should always audit stuff. But so for me, case in point, I've had a lot of clients, even through school, like we're required to have, we do 7 mentorships, and each one of those mentorships, you have to have 3 clients for mentorship. And majority of those I've all met online, and then kept a lot of them throughout my, even after I graduated. But there was a lot of stuff where you just don't know what's going to happen. Like you give somebody a practice and you're just kind of like, I don't know how this is going to land with this person, because like I said, probably like 95% of my clients, they're not yoga practitioners. They've never even stepped on a yoga mat. And so it's a completely open space. So sometimes I tell people to make them slightly more comfortable. It's like, think of me as yoga and I'm just entering the room, and we don't have to worry about everything you've learned about or heard about yoga. Well, let's just treat me as the entity as of yoga. But a lot of what I see, and I will say this is one that's happened actually while I was in person with somebody. I have this wonderful older client who has some neurological stuff happening. And we went through, she was dealing with a lot of chronic pain. She's still one of my clients. Went through a session together, did a meditation. At the end of the meditation, she opens her eyes and is staring at me and said, "How did that go for you?" I'm like, "There's no rush. You don't have to tell me." And she just looked at me and she goes, "I'm really mad." And I said, "Oh, okay. Could you tell me what you're mad about?" And she said, "Why did no one ever say to me that I could change this sensation in my body? Like, how is this the first time I'm hearing about this at the age of, and she's in her mid 70s. And it wasn't, she was mad at me.
No.
She was mad that she had never been given the opportunity to acknowledge sensation in her own body and notate that it could change via her own like mental path.
Wow.
And it was, I left and I was very eye-opening for myself, because I know what I'm doing. I'm like, but I felt that sensation because I've been given the opportunity for years to practice. So to have somebody have such a big, it takes such a hold. And after having her, I know her background, I know her story, and it just being rough, you just kind of takes your breath away and you don't say anything for a moment. And I just told her, I was like, "I understand your frustration.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that experience wasn't given to you sooner. And we're just going to keep going and keep practicing and giving you all these tools to keep working with." And I know I've said on here before, like a lot of my clients, my goal is to kind of graduate you out, right? Like I want you to get the toolboxes so then you have it for life to use. And it's not that I'm not there later down the road if you're like something else came up or you just wanted to find a more regular practice, but that is somewhat unique to you. But I do have clients that I will see for the rest of their lives. And usually it's an older population who's dealing with more like, neurological base, so Parkinson's, dementia, things like that, where I'm going to be with them probably until the end. And so there's no graduating out. So we just work together. And so like my sessions with her, we go on walks. Like the first thing we do is we go walk, and sometimes that's all we get done because, the walk takes longer, but she never gets to leave the facility unless somebody's with her to go on a walk. So that's what's important. She wants to get in movement and she likes to be outside. And so I'm like, then that's what we're going to do.
That's beautifully sad, but overall beautiful, right?
Yeah. And it there's a lot of stuff I could talk about in the industry of like aging, the aging community and what I've seen. But what I will say is, once again, like for me as a yoga therapist and what I see other yoga therapists doing, especially like the certified yoga therapists, we're overseen by a governing body. We're working in our scope of practice, but one of our like guidelines as a profession is to show up for our client and meet them where they are and know they're the expert in the room and that we're there to support them as they process and as they need stuff.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Thank you for sharing that and all the services that you do. By the way, I know you say you mostly do virtual, but you also do in person as well, correct? Through the Denver area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially if we're in town. So like I said, we do like a little more than half a year in Denver. The other part is in Tucson, Arizona, because my partner is a cyclist. And then because I started working virtually, I was like, oh, we could be in places where it's not snowing and freezing. And I like hiking and stuff. So that's part of my own personal things. I enjoy being outside as well. But I will say, even in the wintertime, a lot of times we fly back and forth. And one of those reasons is I fly back for my in-person clients here in Denver to see them, because it's important for mental stability in an aging community to have some kind of grounding, and to have different conversations, stuff like that. You see the mental space for them, and it changes when they're not getting that interaction. They need it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. We have 2 minutes left in the show.
Yeah.
How do you want to leave off? And of course, we need to know how to contact you, but how did you want to kind of sum up for today?
I think my sum up is, you're the expert in the room with anybody you're seeing in your own body. You might not be an expert in doing knee surgery, but you are an expert in you. Remember, you can always advocate for yourselves. Everything you're feeling is validated. So continue that path forward, no matter who you're seeing. And I love meeting with new people and interacting. And if you ever want a free 15-minute consultation with me to talk about any wants or needs, please contact me at malachiteyoga.com. That's MALACHITE.
Thank you so much. Great conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing all that you do. And thank you for sharing some of those experiences. And I think it just helps us kind of relate to the work you do and the benefits of it all. So thank you for that. And you got me thinking about about my own chronic pain. And maybe there's other things behind it that, could be using some help as well. Well, thank you so much. And normally, just curious, if someone is interested, do you offer like an initial consultation? If they're curious, if they could be beneficial, how does that part work?
Yeah, basically, if you just email me, I'm always happy to set up 15-minute calls with people and just kind of talk them through answering questions for them, giving them a little bit of my background so that they feel comfortable, because you are investing when you do stuff like that, just like when you see a therapist. So I like to give people an opportunity to actually know what they're getting into before spending a lot of money on it.
Got it. All right. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic day. And to all of our listeners,
Thank you.
stay tuned. More of the show's coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back with our friend Christina Bell, who's also a licensed massage therapist, and also owner and operator of her own company called Spirit Hands Massage and Artistry, based out of Clear Lake, Iowa. She's back with us today to talk more about body posture, and of course, always such a pleasure to have you here. Always so kind, so helpful, and we had a great show last time. We opened up. We had just a normal gal to gal conversation. I loved it. So thank you for that. It was good getting to know you a little more personally. And by the way, welcome back. How are you doing this week?
Hi, Jill. Thanks to all the audience listeners and watchers for tuning in. I hope to share as much as I can with my 16 years of experience as a body worker, and I just like to spread the information, and hopefully you'll get something from today.
I think we always do. Come on. Tell us how we reach you, by the way, the website.
Yes, my website is spirit-hands.com. You'll find my phone number, my email, it's a plethora of information. So if there's anything the website doesn't answer, don't be shy to hit me up. I love answering questions, concerns. Sometimes people just want to tell their story or see if massage is right for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for being here, for joining us. And I know body posture is super important to you. So you want to kind of recap that a little bit before we continue?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So number one area of problems and concerns that clients come for massage is they want their back worked on, and most often their shoulders and neck. And more, I'm trying to educate the public that what is happening, what we are experiencing in our neck and shoulders is actually a domino effect coming up the spine. A lot of our postural problems they originate in our lack of core and foundational structure. So I want a lot of people to be aware of what your abdominals, your pelvic floor are or are not doing, as well as your legs and feet. So let's focus a bit on the legs and feet today.
Where should they be? Mine are crossed today. Sorry, like I mentioned, I had a double groin hernia surgery. So they actually feel good up today on the chair, but normally I wouldn't sit Indian style in a chair. What is the best way for us to sit when we're sitting in a chair like this?
Well, I like to remind people that a moving body is a happy body. So if you are seated for prolonged periods, the best way to start is, with your pelvis, your ischial tuberosity, your sit bones perfectly level on the seat. You want your legs relaxed. We house so much tension in our thighs just naturally. It's like we have a get up and go culture or something. Feet level on the floor. I don't know why we just hold so much tension all the time, but the longer we sit, we get fidgety. We tend to hook one foot behind a heel, and that's going to cock your leg off to the side, which is going to affect your pelvis and your lumbar. Sitting Indian style, it just depends on which foot is inward, which foot is outward. Switch it up because, those tiny micro adjustments, which foot is inward, which foot is outward, has, like I said, it supports the femur and the pelvis and the dominoes at the back, these little tiny things that we can be aware of. So on a side note, Miss Jill, can I voluntold you for a demonstration? Can you stand up from your desk?
Anytime.
Okay. So if you can, I want you to go ahead and stand up from your chair on your feet.
Yep. Just
stand
reminder, I just had the surgery, so I'm a little.
It's going to be different and it's going to take time. All right. Oh, she's so brave, ladies and gentlemen. She needs a round of applause.
I'm standing up. My stomach is so swollen. Okay, I'm standing up now. Go ahead.
Okay. Granted, you're a little compromised right now.
Oh, extremely.
No,
like really bad. Like, see all the
holy guacamole.
They put like 4 robotic arms in there. So I'm a little sore, but go ahead. I'm standing. Go ahead.
And plus, when they do abdominal surgery, they gotta puff you full of air.
Exactly.
To get
hence the bloatedness and hence, yeah. Yep. Okay. Oh. I'm standing.
All right. Now. So go ahead and turn your attention. Tell me, what color is your ceiling?
White.
Does it have popcorn texture or is it tile?
It's smooth, except there's it looks like a bump in some of the paint, but it's smooth.
All right. Do you think I actually care about your ceiling, or is this a distraction?
No, it's a distraction, but I didn't realize that. I'm actually now really dissecting the ceiling.
Oh, so don't move. I want you to look down if you can see your toes. What are your toes doing?
They're just hanging out. They're just laying
That's
flat
a good start.
They're just there. Yeah, they're there. The teal nail polish from like 2 months ago still there. They're just
so
I'm putting the pressure on my heels and not on my toes. The toes are kind of just light like this.
Oh, so you're very back on your heels. All right, so yeah. If you want to go ahead, have a seat, take a load off, bless your heart. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
What should we be
So,
doing though? Uh-oh, yeah, I didn't never thought about that. You said my toes, but they felt so free. They were just hanging. I think well, maybe because I'm standing more pressure on my heels.
all
What's
right.
normal?
So, creeper alert. A very devoted massage therapist is going to be spying on you from the beginning to the end of the session. No reason to be self-conscious, though. It's for your self-betterment. So I always watch whether you're sitting or just standing casually and talking. Sometimes, like how our toes are pointed, if they're outward or inward, if one is off to the side and the other one's doing something else. Again, the direction of our toes determines like which angle all of our leg bones are pointed and how the ball and socket joint of our hips is kind of tilted.
Okay.
If we stand with one weight on one leg and the other's just chilling, like with our hips cocked, for a long period of time or habitually over time, that's going to wreak havoc on your spine. And it's so when we stand, when we sit, it's we call it either you're duck-footed or you're pigeon-toed. So that's something to look for, and you can Google and see. There's so many body workers who flooded to YouTube who can give you pointers and fabulous videos about being duck-footed or pigeon-toed. But so when you come to me and you're on the table, another way for me to investigate this is when you're laying on your back or sometimes even on your stomach, how your feet fall when they're relaxed. Some people, they have this really extreme turn so that they're actually laying on their ankle bones.
Okay.
And that is a very extreme torquing of the legs. And that makes me very curious on what I'm going to find in their hips and their low back. And you can replicate this at home if you want to lay on the floor. And kind of the way that I had you distracted by looking up at the ceiling, when you lay on the floor, last episode we talked about belly breaths with one hand on the breastbone and the other on the belly. And try to get those breaths to come to the diaphragm and relax your neck and shoulders. Let all the tension just go out of your legs. And when you feel that you have relaxed as much as you can relax, I use my hands to lift my head and look down at what my feet are doing to see what angle they have fully relaxed into. If I have a very extreme stretch, or what we really want is our toes to be as straight up, even when we're laying on our back, as straight up towards the ceiling as possible.
Yeah.
And that all you have to do is adjust your glute, your hip bone, and that's going to correct your foot just while you're laying. If you're laying in bed, be aware, because you've got all the padding of the mattress to assist you in correcting that leg posture.
I gotta Google these. Yeah, I don't know these terms. I've heard them.
Oh, but yeah, while I also have you client on the table, not just looking at what position your foot is in, I'm also investigating the texture of the soles of your feet, if there are particularly hard spots, tightness, because I want to start to theorize and talk with the client about how you're walking when you're in motion. If, like you kind of said, just standing, you had a lot of weight bearing on your heels. Some people, when they walk, they have a very hard heel strike. And when they roll forward on the step, are we really out on the blade of the foot, or are we kind of turned inward so that we're on the arch or the instep of the foot? Because really, an ideal step is gentle on the heel. It rolls down the center of the foot, and then there's a slight roll, like this pronation motion, as we take the next step. And I like to watch people because, and I want my clients to be aware too, that when you walk, how is your gait? Is one leg taking a short step and the other is a very wide swing, so that we have an unlevel gait? Or some people they've got one foot coming in forward, and then they're like a really wide sweep on the instep, like almost like they're dragging the other leg behind. Just depends on age and the wear and tear on the body, occupations, if you have a tool belt, or if you've had like a compromising surgery or an accident. People really underestimate. I like to know about surgeries, accidents, broken bones. Oh, people will poo-poo and say, oh, I broke a toe, but that was so long ago. I only had to tape it and I was fine. Okay, but for that period of healing, your step was compromised. It was just a wee little toe. Or worse yet, if you break your foot and your ankle and you're in a boot, well, that's going to throw everything off.
Yeah.
You look like you're thinking, are you okay over there?
I had a boot on in February. I broke my fifth metacarpal, the right foot bone. So I'm thinking that moment when I heard the crack and the feeling of being in that boot for a while. So that's why I had a crunchy face. Yes.
Yes. Boots, we need them, but they're terrible. A lot of people experience right in the sacral area of the pelvis and that L5 down below, the quadratus lumborum muscles are really compromised. So there are stretches we can do. You can lay on the floor and do some nice twists. I'm a big fan of laying on the tennis ball or the back balls that you can get on Amazon.
Okay.
BAK, back balls. Great product, but schedule with your massage therapist while you're in the boot, while you're healing, and afterwards to get you back on track. But walking is something that we can't take for granted. It's a very complicated movement. There's a lot of tiny moving parts. I like to analyze. The human body is a big puzzle that I get to dissect. It's like this bioorganic machine. And I want to make sure all the parts are working correctly in correlation. So how are you standing on your feet? Are you level? How are we walking? Are we symmetrical? Are we asymmetrical? Because that's going to affect the sides of the back.
Yeah.
Like I said, it dominoes up the spine. Let me see. Do you have any questions or concerns? I've been rambling a lot.
No, I'm just curious. You mentioned like massage therapy. So say someone's coming out of a boot, right? You had a break. When are you allowed to start massaging an area that had the trauma? Like when is it best to wait, for example? Like,
yeah, I always defer to the doctor who's treating.
Okay.
And yeah, always ask them if you've got massage on the mind, ask specifically, and they'll tell you whether you should just start with a gentle massage or when you are good and ready for more in-depth poking and prodding and palpation. So depending on the severity of the break, sometimes we have rods and pins, hardware if it's a very invasive surgery to correct. Sometimes people need tendons and muscles reattached. And so definitely check with your treating physician.
Okay, interesting. And then, it's funny because I also was dealing with physical therapy on my arm pain. Now, all of a sudden, I have the stomach pain. Arm pain went away. Is that normal? Or I'm not using that muscle now because, yeah.
Okay, so there's this phenomenon called the pain gateway. The brain can only process so much stimuli at any given time.
Oh, I feel like $1,000,000. My arm is great.
And that might very well be the case. Yeah, but the best way to forget your problems is to listen to somebody else's, and the body does that too. To forget one minor or lesser secondary pain is to focus on a new primary one. So I get that on the table. People will say, well, gosh, now that my shoulders feel great, my hips are screaming. Yeah, because now that we've alleviated the pain, your brain is now processing another area that needs help. It's that pain gateway.
Yeah, interesting. I like that.
Or the inflammation's gone down and you've done such a great job.
Well, I like to think that I'm not, because I'm mobile, but I'm not super mobile. I'm not doing everything. I'm not doing heavy lifting. I'm not using my arm as much. I'm not, I took the boys to sports and everything yesterday too, but I'm not holding their bags. I'm not extra cautious because I'm in pain in my stomach. I'm not allowed to. So It's interesting. I guess I really could limit the usage, but you just overwork sometimes and you don't realize that. So I feel like $1,000,000, my arm. Yes.
Yeah, you've given it a lot of rest and recovery time. That's awesome on your part, noticing your limitations. Kudos to you. No, I've been encouraging people to go easy on ourselves. We push ourselves so hard, and we shouldn't have to, especially once we've sustained an injury. The body's going to remember that the structural integrity has been compromised, and that area is prone to re-injury down the road, or even arthritis and degenerative conditions. So it's not that or anyone in particular, hypothetically, it's not that we're being a baby, it's that we're honoring the one and only body that we have as a gift from God and taking care of ourselves so that we can continue to take care of other people.
Yeah, it's so true. And now, someone like you, what about you overusing your hands? Your craft is your hands. Do you need massage therapy to how do your hands stay healthy? Because you're using certain muscles time and time again. Are you ever in pain? Are you ever suffering from?
That's awesome. The only time I actually feel pain is when I'm misusing my body or trying to produce an artificial strength, when I'm trying to force a client to relax or to submit the muscles, which is contrary, it's counterproductive. So when my hands specifically, you ask about, my number one priority is limberness, mobility, flexibility. And as I'm working now in other sessions, I have alluded to the entire body. Every system in the body has a rhythmic pulse, and I want to be able to tap into that. And I'm actually using my hands. I'm like flexing and relaxing my hands as I'm working with the client, because I want to cue into that rhythm and work with it, not against it. So I'm taking my time doing like tiny contractions and relaxations. So I don't so much need strong, grippy hands, which rock climbing, by the way, or martial arts is a great way to facilitate, build up that strength. But mostly it's about having soft, loose hands that are resilient in transferring my body weight. That's actually my core strength, is where my pressure and massage strength comes from, my body, not my hands.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, I guess you got to learn how to use someone like me overuses my hands, not thinking, the way to lift, the way to hold things. I really should be pulling from like bending down my arms. I should be using more my leg muscles, right? My back muscles. But okay, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, bending down. Not such a fan of bending down as much as squatting, squatting and lifting, because that straight spine, if we can keep that. Yeah, bending is good if you're stretching and testing your flexibility.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just depends on what one's lot is in life. Their habitual, particularly job movements, scare me. Mechanics, FedEx workers, factory workers, when you're on the line, there's a lot of like one-way repetitive motion, and the factory doesn't allow you to switch up to the other side because production line only goes one way. No bueno.
Interesting. No bueno. I love it. It's true. And didn't you also want to touch upon seasonal PSAs? It's that time. Look, I just took my son to football last night. He's 8, right? But you sit in the bleachers, you sit on the field. It's uncomfortable. I can't lug the chair right now. So, give us some advice on that, because how is our posture? We're out there watching our kids play sports and not really sitting properly, I would say. And then also you got allergies too.
Yes. Yep. Public service announcement. You said when you go to your son's games, you can't lug the chair. What chair, can I ask?
Oh yeah. Well, it's because of my surgery this week, but I usually do. It's one from BJ's. It's nothing fancy. It's just like fabric. You put the strap on, you put it together, and it's like, honestly, it's not, it's like a mesh. You sit, it's kind of like bent down. It has a little top that goes up and has a little cup holder, but it's nothing sturdy. But I got it from like BJ's a long time ago. But is it good on posture? No, it's just a fabric like meshy type thing. But
well, it's also sparing your derriere from those hard aluminum stadium seats.
Yeah, I hate them.
Yeah,
I prefer to sit on the turf or the grass, but if it's wet, you can't. And then at the same time, then my posture goes like this.
you start, hunching forward,
Yeah.
definitely. So yeah, while like right now, your lifting capacity is very limited, put your boys to work before they go out on the game,
Yeah.
or get a nice friendly passerby. Hey, can you bring this with me?
No, definitely.
Because those padded stadium seats, or sometimes like you see gardeners, they put down these little foamy mats for their knees.
Yeah.
Anything you can do, a padding or a buffer between your derriere and those benches, because those are the worst. And people are sitting for hours and cheering, and then they start to stoop, or they lean, or they put their feet up on the bench in front of them. So I really want people to have padding and stadium seats,
Of course.
cushions. But get up and move around, make an excuse to hit the bathrooms or the concession stand, do some stretches. Let me think here. There's in Kung Fu, it's called the poke stance, where you put your heel out and then you kind of squat to stretch out your hamstrings. Okay. Informally, I call it, ooh, look at my nail polish.
How's your nail polish look? Is it good? Is it good? Mine's
yeah.
horrible.
You just put your heel up. Oh, well, it's an expression because I got shoes on.
I thought you were looking, because I was really looking at my toes before, and I'm like, look, my nails have not been done in like 2.5 months. See? Yeah, so they're just growing out. I can't. Yeah.
I'm not allowed to have nails, so quit bragging.
Tell me. You got to keep them short. I never thought about that.
Got to keep them short. Yeah, they're dangerous. They can snag. And I can't do trigger point therapy if there's a thumbnail in the way.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So stretches, stretch out your hamstrings, do a side lunge, get that ball and socket joint of your hip to open up. Bring your foot up from behind to do a nice quad stretch, even though we're sitting and not really engaging the quads. It's nice to get all of your leg muscles loosey-goosey if we can. Allergies. Okay, let's cover allergies real fast. Because people can't breathe. Breathing's kind of important. I've been saying that for every episode. We need to be able to breathe. So when allergy season comes around and our sinuses, it's not so much that there's anything to purge. It's just all the tissue and mucus just swells up and plugs up. I'd like for people to consider getting a facial massage specifically for sinuses. And it's even better if you have a massage therapist who's familiar or hopefully trained in lymphatic drainage, so we can hit certain points and get that lymph to flow away and alleviate some of that pressure. Tricky business about getting massage. And I'm curious because Miss Jill, you just had a couple of hot stones recently. So if I can ask, do you remember when you're face down, do you ever plug up and have a hard time breathing on the massage?
It's funny you said that. I do. And then actually just this morning, I did a nasal rinse because after the surgery, I'm just congested and it hurts to cough or to try to push mucus out or blow my nose. I just did a nasal rinse this morning, and I was in the with the saline on like this, trying to get it out because to blow my nose right now hurts so bad. It hurts the stomach. So it does clog up.
Heaven forbid you should have to sneeze.
No one told me. The worst part about any type of surgery where they're cutting your stomach, it's coughing and sneezing. The pain
and
is
laughing.
there, but yes, that's not on the paperwork. That's not. I my friend's doctor talked to. She's like, yeah, that should be the first thing the doctor tells you. Just letting you know, you're going to have pain. Pain medicine can help you, but coughing's going to really hurt you. And it's like, or sneezing.
Or, specifically abdominal surgeries is passing bowel movements when we have to, because you got to be able to engage the pelvic floor and the core muscles. So prune juice better be your friend.
In 8 days, let alone I'm taking stool softeners, but I'm not even eating much because I'm in pain. So it might be like 2 weeks, but whatever. I'm not looking forward to that either. I'm just
prune juice. What is it? Metamucil, Miralax.
They gave me Miralax and then prescription stool softeners, but nothing's happened yet. But whatever, we'll see.
High fiber oatmeal. Just kind of brand foods, nuts. you can't not pass. And right now it's kind of scary. But for those times, if allergies coming in for a massage or just massage in general and you're face down and we plug up, it's kind of hard to avoid. So I try to get the shoulders and neck first. So by the time people start to plug up, I'm already down on the low back. And me personally, when I'm getting massage, in the face cradle, I turn my face off to the side just so I can get some air.
Good.
Yeah. But I also want people to consider investing in a little box of what are they called? Breathe right strips for snoring. It goes across your nose. Some people report that actually does help while they're face down. And when you roll over, you take it off and you're good to go. You can breathe.
Thanks for the reminder. All right, Christina, we have to wrap up for today. Remind us, Miss Christina Bell, how we contact you.
Yes. Spirit-hands.com.
Perfect. And pleasure speaking with you again and looking forward to our next conversation. Always a pleasure. Did you say next week is our last show?
Afraid so, madam.
Today, the way you wrote it. Okay. Well, it's been a pleasure getting to know you. We will reconnect again, obviously, but thank you for all the information and insight, and we'll talk next week.
Yes, always more. I've
Feel good?
not even done with today, but thanks.
All right. Good luck with your day. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, when it comes to your life, your career, this guy can definitely help you soar to new heights. And I really do mean that in many different ways. He's got an amazing...
Thank you.
Well, I don't want to use a pun, but it really is true.
Yeah.
He's got an amazing aviation background, but even above that, bless you, by the way.
Thank you.
And I don't mean to pun again, but above that, he's also a Marshall Goldsmith certified executive coach and founder of Coaching for Relevance. He works with all different types of people, teams, executives, individuals, to help them attain the height of their career and their life. And he's back with us. Good to have him back too. Randy Swaim is on the program. Hi, Randy. How you doing?
Good to be here with you, Steve. Honored to be here as always.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. You bring such insight and fresh perspective. And today we're going to center on the space program and a look at that, but how it pertains to also reaching your goals at the same time. And you had a stat before about those that I think it was went into space and their age within their families, I believe.
Yeah, what it was, and it's just sort of interesting. And as you said, I think it's sort of a good picture of that can get leaders sort of thinking about something. And the basic picture is just simply this, and I don't remember the exact percentage or whatever, but what I will say is that what my understanding is that when you look at the space program and the growth that it's taken is probably not so much there now as it is. But when it first came out, I think it was early on. I think the first 21 or 23 people that actually qualified and went through all the work and the effort and commitment to gain that. The first 21 or I think 23 people that went into space, if I remember correctly from what I've heard, is that they were all the oldest child in their family. They were the firstborn in their family. And it's sort of an interesting insight that I just sort of throw out in general. And this is sort of relating to a Rising Stars aspect. And I think, Rising Stars is one of the programs that I can use that if you can envision an executive leadership development process that parried down to where a 12 to 16-year-old could understand it. And I think on previous shows, I shared one of the most amazing questions I ever got in a coaching engagement was from a 9-year-old girl, and it was priceless, and it was amazing for her when she sorted out the answer and everything. But it's
I have to ask you, what was her question? I can't let that
go. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll do that. But it's really great because it's a good picture for somebody who's really there. And I'll just share this with you. And I think you and everybody else at PBN knows that probably in another, I'm guessing probably 2 months or maybe by the summer, the 78-minute television documentary movie about my journey is going to be published and everything. And one of the things that I include in that is this one aspect, because I'll share this. It was and this is a good entry into kind of what we were talking about. But a client that I had was a defense attorney, and as he said, he got so much value out of how I coached him because I was coaching him on some aspects of leadership and strategic planning in his law practice and things like that. And he asked me if I would come alongside and bring the Rising Stars process and just work with some of the youth in his apartment complex. And I told him, I said, you know what, I'm not going to charge you anything for it. I know you'll talk me up. I said, so yeah, let's do that. And there was only about 5 young people in the class, but it was very well worth it. But one of them was a 9-year-old girl, and another one was a 12-year-old girl. And sometimes kids can be a little bit nervous when it's time to ask a question. And as I tell people, she was sort of sitting like this. And this one particular day, we were focusing on the concept of legacy and impact, kind of thing. And she was sitting there and she was leaning like this, and she goes, I got a question. And I said, what's your question? And listen to the question. She said, do you have to be alive to have impact? And my colleague who was sitting right next to me, the attorney, looked at me with eyes about this big around, kind of thing. And I just smiled at him and I looked back at her. Most people in our world today would say, no, you don't have to be, go with the answer. What I did is, first of all, I said, you know what? I want you to understand, I am proud of you for asking that question. That is an incredible question, young lady. I said, I am proud of you for that. And then I looked at the rest of the kids and I said, what do you guys think? And the 12-year-old girl was over here, and she had lost her younger brother about 1.5 years prior. He had died of some physical, I don't remember what it was or anything. And she shared that. And one of the things that I did is I looked at her and I said, well, listen, don't share anything that you don't want to talk about, but how does he impact your life today? And she talked about how much she loved him, how much she remembers him, and how much she thinks about him. And I just looked back at the 9-year-old girl and I said, so what's the answer to your question? And she just goes like this with a very acknowledging smile on her face. And she said, no, you don't have to be. And I went, there you go, kind of thing. But when you think about that, and you think about the kids like I say, the first, probably, I think it was like 21 or 23 people that were successful in the space program, I think were like the oldest ones, generally speaking, were the oldest ones, I believe, in their brothers and sisters and all. And the point that I want to bring out to the listeners is, and one of the things I'm going to include in a blog that I'm going to be writing, is this aspect that when you look at your rising stars in your family, when you look at your sons and daughters, to what extent are you interacting with the people that are the second or third born in such a way that they think the older one is the only one that matters? Are you insidiously perhaps doing that? And the point that I bring out with leadership set, because that's true of leadership in any area, and particularly in a rapidly changing environment, which I think is the organizational maneuverability concept that I bring. That when things are sort of unpredictable, it brings pilot lessons to leading teams in an unpredictable, conflicting environment kind of thing. And when you think in terms of challenges coming up, take a look at how you're leading and connecting with your team members. Because if you're connecting with your team members in such a way that you're telling them, you just want to be like this person over here, you're not getting the job done. You're causing them to be dysfunctional because they might say, well, that's not me, kind of thing. But if you can connect with them in such a way where everybody on your team truly has a sense of their benefit, of their what they truly bring to the team. Because here's the thing, person A may bring one thing to the team and person B may bring another thing, but it doesn't mean either one's less than the other one.
Mm-hmm.
As a leader, can you bring all of that together so that the team senses that they're one and they're each a critical part of the team, and radical success is happening because each one of them is there? And when you're talking about that, it's very interesting. If you take a look at, if you're constantly doing it in some way where you think that this, Billy Bob over here, whatever, whatever the name you want to give somebody or whatever, is, everybody should be like them, or everybody should just be like me, which unfortunately is some aspects of how, managers sort of do today. Not all, but just, you see that sometimes. And at what point do you need to kind of throw that aside and go connect with your people in such a way that they self-develop what needs to happen, and you're leading that and you're helping, create that within them, and they can make magic happen. And it's just an interesting story, but out of that aspect of the youth and also the space thing, to the point of that, how are you interacting when your people that in such a way that's getting in the way, and how might you need to tweak how you're connecting with each person on your team? Because, guess what? Nobody's exactly the same.
And everybody wants a sense of ownership too.
Bingo.
Feel that they're part of it.
That's exactly right. And you know what? If you interact with them in a way where they feel like they have ownership in here of it, they're going to get there. But if you're constantly saying, well, you just have to do what he's doing or she's doing or this or that, you're missing the boat. And to be honest, that's not leadership.
Do you think, Randy, looking back at those who went into space and the 21, 23 astronauts, if you will, and they were the oldest in their family out of all the kids, do you think that after they were born, their parents, and nothing against their parents, but do you think they kind of just took their foot off the gas and said, because the firstborn always gets a lot of attention because, first time parents, like, let's everything focus on him. I've never done this before. And then the second one comes along. Yeah, it's a little bit easier. Yeah. Okay. Third one comes along. Yeah. I don't worry so much about that.
Just chill out. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that may be what happened in their families and not unlike any other family?
I will tell you this. I honestly don't know, but I will say
I'm asking your feeling. I got you.
My feeling is I tend to think that they probably didn't do that for one simple reason. And that is the aspect that the people that truly launched into space, I think for the most part, had really learned leadership. And yet, if you look at the whole concept of Apollo 13, where everything that happened that they would never have expected, kind of thing. And they went out and they had to work together, even though there was some stress. They needed to work together. They needed to come up with the radical solutions in unexpected environments and go out and figure out how we're really going to do this and
I got
come
to
back.
tell you, you just changed my view of all of this, because
In what way?
In that the oldest born felt that they needed to have some leadership skills because they're the oldest. So they're guiding their younger siblings. So they just invariably just took charge. You know, hey, you know, I got you now.
But the other part of leadership is when it's not so much just doing that, but you're creating that leadership growth in your brothers and sisters or in your team in such a way that they may come up with a solution because they were thinking about it, and their thinking and imagination and vision was not squashed. They may come up with a radical solution that makes you, the leader, go, wow. You'd be surprised at how many times, I mean, not a million or anything, but a reasonable number of times when I'm working with a coaching client, that when I ask a question, you see the client look at me and they go, boy, I never thought of that, and that's what leaders do. And it's way, a lot of times where you're working with your youth, or when you're working with your team in a challenging, stressful environment, are you really connecting in a way where they are truly growing and becoming in your team to make your team better? Or are you doing it in a way which kind of insidiously causes them to kind of shut down a little bit and just close off their mind? And that, unfortunately, you see some of that. You see some of both of that all around our society. And I will tell you that you'd be surprised when I'm working and certifying and evaluating pilots. And by the way, don't take this as across the board thing on pilots. I'm not meaning that. But you'd be surprised at how many times, because of my understanding of neuroscience and how the brain gets involved and doesn't and all that kind of thing, a lot of the debriefing comments that I have, and there's been a number of times where when I have to retrain something on a recurrent check ride, the issue was not so much their stick and rudder skills, it was how their thinking got involved. And it's and that's a key part of it when you talk about the development of the brain and the mind and the vision and the creation. If you're just keeping that on the older sibling, the others are not getting there, and they may not be able to reach their goals. And so there's a lot of that aspect of it that is involved with youth, but also space travel, kind of thing, obviously, because guess what? A lot of things can happen that you did not expect out there. Obviously, Apollo 13 was one of those. And but there's in pilots that can happen. And so one of my big goals is I don't just tell the pilots what to do when I'm training them. I help them develop in their mind the picture of what's real on this and how might I need to really change that thinking just a little bit. And that's how you make really good people.
It seems that it's the difference between those who are just alive and those who thrive.
Bingo.
And, even the younger siblings, they could just, be moving life forward, and that's all good. But their older sibling seemed to thrive because he or she took charge of the situation and became a leader of the family. And same thing within an organization. If those are empowered to thrive, then they're going to kind of step up, as opposed to, I'm here phoning in another day, just moving forward, and it's all good.
And if the key people in your or in your group or in your team are thriving to the extent that they're squashing the thriving part of your team members, that's not what you want. And as a leader, if you see some evidences of that, how are you going to change that? Does it mean that somebody's got to be, hit in the head? No, not at all. But they need to be aware of that part of leadership. And that's what a lot of people miss.
Can we go back to the aviation?
Sure.
When you said on the debrief with pilots, and it's usually not the mechanical skills, but it's more the mindset. What do you hear specifically from them? Can you give some examples of that? I'd love to see it from that viewpoint.
What I will do is people tend to be, in our whole society in general, tend to be taught in a way where I'm just going to teach you the academic things so you can fill the squares and we'll go home kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? In flying and all that, it ain't that. Things are going to happen that you couldn't predict. And I've had one time just this last week or so, my debriefing comment to one client on one maneuver, and I told him, I said, it's not about your stick and rudder skills at all. I said, what happened is your brain was getting distracted because you were thinking about all of this other stuff without really focusing on the priority of the moment. And when you talk about situational awareness, it's that aspect of focusing on the priority at that moment. Now, are you aware of the other things as other factors may come on scene? Yeah. But you know what? Your situational awareness, do you have clarity on what the real important thing is at the moment? And here's the thing, in the next 3 or 4 or 5 seconds, it may be terrible if I go over here and think about this. But you know what? In 12 seconds, all of a sudden, that's a good time to do it. And that's part of situational awareness in people, in pilots, in people, and particularly if you're leading teams in a rapidly changing, challenging environment. You know, do you have clarity on when those little priorities change? And are you doing it at the right moment so that your brain's not getting in the way of what you need to do right now? And so it's just some aspects about that brings aviation, but also this whole picture of the neuroscience aspect really to it. It's not just, filling academic squares. It's getting that real clarity on, what do we need to do? And does your team have clarity on that so that your team can do that when you're not there?
Got a question?
Sure.
Instant feedback, steve@gmail.com is how you can reach us. Jeff is in Camden, New Jersey. He says, I'm a manager at a medium-sized company. How can I better motivate my team?
Interesting enough. And as much as I hate to say it's not just a rote academic answer, because what you would want to do if I was coaching him, the next question I would say is, well, what do you need to find out about your team? Because the real answer to his question is not so much how can I motivate them, but how do you connect in and learn about what motivates those people? And now you know how to motivate them. And so it's very interesting on that from leadership standpoint, because guess what? Particularly if you got relatively new people in your team, you don't know them all yet. And you know what? Do you take the time to go in and just connect with them a little bit and learn what their real motivation, their sense of value is? Once you know that, boom, okay, I know how I can do this. And your people just go, oh yeah, let's do this. And so it's a good question, but unfortunately, it's not just academic. It's getting a sense where you know your people and you know what that value is for them. Then you know what you can do to do that.
To your point, I saw a Facebook post of somebody I used to work with back in the day, and she said that the company she works for put out a spread of lunch, put up, some trays of lasagna and ziti and things like that. And she says, I'm grateful. That's wonderful. But most of us at this company would rather see, $25 in a gift card or something as opposed to just the trays of lasagna.
Yeah.
So the intent was good, but it wasn't really what truly motivated the team.
Yeah. And I'll just give you one picture too, because you're exactly right. Down when I was in a respiratory therapist down at Sarasota Memorial Hospital. This is like 1974, so it's a few years ago kind of thing. But there was a time when a nurse was calling on me because we were in charge of intensive care units and emergency room and all that sort of stuff. And I ran over, and there was a patient that had kind of had a heart, his heart quit. And as soon as I ran in there, I could see the nurse was pulling stuff off the counter. and I saw the EKG that it was a straight line, and I immediately went over and started doing a little bit of mouth to mouth with him and did some cardiac massage, and I actually intubated the patient. We did all that stuff to try to get him going again. But when it was all over, that nurse, that she was the head nurse of ICU, and we were in two different departments. I was a respiratory therapist, she was nurse, but when she came up, and my colleague, who was a fellow therapist, was there, she and I were standing there because we had worked together without even having to verbalize anything, without even talking. We knew what was required and we got it done. But the nurse came up to me after it was over, and she looked at the two of us and she said, "Oh, can I share something with you?" And we said, "Yeah." And she said, "I'll work with you guys any day of the week." And it turned out that she, over the next 2 days, she told three of the highest managing people in the departments in the hospital there that same thing. But you know what? If somebody comes up and they go, "Wow, that's amazing." And so, getting clarity on what it is your people sense that value. And once you get clarity on that, and that's what a lot of people don't know, it's just not academic. If you learn what that value experience is for each of your people, now you know how to connect with them in such a way that they feel that.
So I just learned something. I had no idea you had somewhat of a medical background.
Yeah. I was there for about 4 years before I went back to college and ROTC and into aviation and the military. So yeah, wow. I was down at Sarasota Memorial Hospital for about a year, and I moved up to a hospital in Winston-Salem, North Carolina for about a year. And it was right about then that all those dreams came back, and I went, "Oh yeah." And I applied to go back to college and ROTC, and that whole thing is part of my Rudy story. If you know the movie Rudy. And if you want to, we can share that a little bit, in the future session and all. But yeah, I mean, that's what it is with what he was asking. It's a great question, but it's not just one thing, because every individual is a little bit different. Do you understand what makes each of the team members? And this is one thing a leader has to do, is get a real sense of, okay, that's what this person really senses. How am I going to make that happen for them? And this person over here, and this person. And you know what? That's part of leadership, where you connect with your people in the way where they're sort of experiencing that. And it's a key point.
I'm curious. We have just literally a minute left, but I'm
okay.
Super curious about this. Your medical background, the respiratory end of things, there at the hospital, those skills, those early skills there, how do you feel that enhances your career now? Or your life in general?
I'll just tell you this real quick. It'll take about 40 seconds. But really, it taught me how to perform even when nobody's there to tell you what to do in a rapidly changing, challenging situation. When somebody just had a heart attack, and if you don't get to them right now, they're going to be dead within 2 minutes or whatever. Kind of thing. And to be able to handle those things in whether we took part of the recovery room, we took part of emergency room, we took part of ICU and cardiac intensive care, all of that. And so you had to perform comfortably. And like I said, when that one time, my fellow respiratory therapist, she and I, we knew what was required, and we didn't have to verbally say anything. And when I was getting ready to intubate the patient, she had already got the endo tube out in the laryngoscope and laid it down next to his shoulders. And as soon as I saw that, I went,
yep.
And I was able to do it. So that's the big thing that it brought me into my journey, is being able to perform when things may feel out of control, even when the leader's not there to tell you what to do.
And not everybody can do that. And I'm getting a flash in a memory. My friend John, back in the day, he was a radio engineer, knew him for decades. He was the go-to guy. Go to John. He'll fix anything. He can get it going last minute, back on the air, all of that. Last minute guy. He pivoted and trained to be a 911 operator. And he was in the fire department. He had all that experience. He would show up at catastrophes, all good.
Yeah, he has my compliment.
However, he lasted one day.
Yeah.
because it was that rapid situation, dealing with calls, the responsibility, a lot of it even dealing with calls that involve children.
Mm-hmm.
And he couldn't do it. And I was actually very surprised, and
Yeah,
all good, but not everybody can do what you're describing. And I guess you don't know until you're dropped in and see.
And you know what? Sometimes you drop in and you learn, oh, this, sometimes it's just a challenge and you go, okay, let's overcome the challenge. Sometimes though, this is not what I want to do.
Right.
And, with my whole journey in medicine and military, fighter aviation and all that, guess what? That's been most of my life, is being functional in that sort of environment. And, but yeah, you're right. And that's one of the big things that I offer to the questioner there. And I look forward to entertaining some more questioners for following sessions that you and I are on. But yeah, it's one thing you can't make that as just an academic thing, but how do you know, what is it going to take for you to really get to know your people so that you know what their experience is in such a way that they go, oh, yeah. And then you know what you need to do. And so it's pretty cool.
And the most important thing is you got to know your staff. You got to know
what concept.
yeah. Imagine that.
That's right.
Randy, it's always great talking with you. Love your stories and the insight, and learn so much. Coachingforrelevance.com is the website. You're available to help everybody reach their potential, be it an executive, be it an individual. It doesn't really matter, but free consult call. Do you offer that?
Yep. What I tell people is I don't do cold sales calls. I just get to know people and I make relationships. You know what? If somebody calls me and they have a need for something, will we come up with something? Yeah. But I don't do sales calls. So if somebody just wants to have a chat, then feel free. And if they can go to my website, and at the bottom of the website, you'll see my cell phone number on there, my email.
Sure.
And yeah, so it's pretty cool.
Yep. Coachingforrelevance.com. Randy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And look forward next time we get together, and looking forward to, I guess we call it your life story coming out soon.
I'll tell you what, we'll look forward to it, man. I welcome getting together with you next time.
Yep. Awesome. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I'm Ross Morasso, and my guest today, Tammy Lowell, master herbalist, Native American from the Lakota Nation, residing out of Florissant, Colorado. Now, she has a chain, I think, at this point, of holistic remedies, herbal medicines, CBDs, skin cares, with recipes often going back hundreds and hundreds of years, if not longer. So she is not your general good person that just happens to like organic products. this is actually part of who she is. And we've had her on the show before, and it's always been a fascinating conversation. So I welcome you back, Tammy. How you doing?
Thanks, Ross. I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. How is Oyate Herbals doing these days?
We're doing great. Getting more clients, helping out more people. It's a wondrous life. I can't complain.
So you can, for those of you listening, can find her site, which is oyateherbals.com, and that's OYATE herbals.com. So what are people coming into the store for these days? What are you hearing most about? What's the chatter?
It goes back and forth. Of course, we've, trying to get through the flu season and all of that stuff. So a lot of people are that, a lot of sleep aids, a lot of stress right now. We've always a popular thing is all of my skincare products. They're always really, really, really popular. Everybody wants to be, doing what's right for their body in any way, shape, or form.
Now, we haven't talked about skincare products on any of the previous shows. So when you say skincare products, do you mean something along the lines of like face moisturizers?
Correct. Yeah. When we're looking at skincare products or even just the beauty industry, it covers so many facets, from makeup to moisturizers to even sunscreens. So, this is stuff, shampoos, conditioners, deodorants, that's all made up of a $40 billion industry out there.
Do you have herbal sunscreens?
I do. I have a total chemical-free sunshade that is even safe for babies. The FDA, what's interesting, because the FDA actually regulates our sunscreens.
Right.
Yeah. So, but mine is totally chemical-free. I wonder why they have to regulate it, because, we got chemicals.
Well, you're right. And, something about the skincare industry or the beauty industry as a whole, the FDA doesn't regulate skincare products as a general rule. They'll regulate, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's just certain ingredients and things out there that they'll ban or are regulated. But
Correct.
if you created a new face line, you would not have to submit that to the FDA, right?
No.
But sunscreens do come with just boilerplate like regulation on what can and can't be in them and their effectiveness and stuff, right?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Correct. And they put out these things that says SPF of 50 and totally blocks out the sun, which really, nope, you're not going to get anything stronger than about a 30.
Okay.
And that's it.
And do your herbal line, do they do an SPF equivalent of something like 30?
Yeah. Mine makes up to about a 30. It has organic carrot seed oil and raspberry seed oil, which are a natural SPF alone. But I also add organic zinc oxide. I don't know if you remember back when the lifeguards, you'd see all that white on their nose and everything. Right. Yeah, that's a form of that had zinc oxide in it. The nice part is mine don't turn you white, but it's still effective and totally safe for babies. If you go on the website, it's called Kinua Sihui, which means blocking of the sun in Lakota.
So are there translations for those on your website so we can find that stuff?
There is. Yeah.
Okay. So what about people who have very sensitive skin? Do you have stuff that works for that?
I do.
And not just sunscreen, by the way, like anything. I just want to hear about like sensitive skin stuff.
I have 19 different flavors, as I call them, because I don't like to use fragrances, because I use different herbal lotions. So I use a base of jojoba oil. So jojoba is the closest to our own natural CBM. So you don't get a lot of allergic reactions. Actually, scientists use jojoba in the labs to simulate natural CBM so they can do their testing, especially if they're testing, hopefully not on animals. They're using it, but they can use it on actual humans and see how it works. But yeah, jojoba is your closest thing to your own natural CBM.
What when you say CBM, explain that to us. What is that?
Your CBM is your skin, the oils in your skin.
The oils in your skin.
Correct. Yes.
So when they use jojoba in sort of their testing, Is it what if they mix it together with certain other ingredients, they can see like if the jojoba seems to react to it or something?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. And it is the closest that you can get. Coconut oil is a close second. And those don't have a lot of reactions. Basically, most of the ingredients that are in natural products are going to be safer. I mean, all of the synthetics, I mean, you think about some of the different ones like parabens, lauryl sulfate, the different chemicals that are inside of those. It creates inflammation. Mineral oil, it can clog the pores of your skin. Then you don't get any oxygen, to the skin. Then what do? Then we have issues. So, and I'm, like I said, I could get very technical, but I'm trying to keep it on layman's terms as much as possible.
Sure.
But all of these different chemicals are so harmful. And 60% of what we put on our skin absorbs into the bloodstream. So you're not just taking it onto your skin, you're actually absorbing it. So yeah, that can cause major issues even internally with all of these chemicals, and you figure, okay, so you have chemicals in your shampoo and your conditioners. So there you go. You just put that on your body. It's all over your body. You've just done that. Then you get out, then you put deodorant on, then you put lotion on. So how many of these chemicals on a regular basis are you putting on your body and absorbing on a regular, day-to-day basis?
Hair products, right? That can get under your scalp.
Mm-hmm.
So with the standard, I'll call it, beauty industry, what are some of the ingredients, I'd say, in their products do you find most objectionable? Like what are things that we should be really concerned about? And then what are some things that there's like a lot of questions about that you feel as though they're being pretty cavalier about using, but we don't know yet that they're bad, but it probably, we should take a breath here. So those sorts of two categories. What are a couple of ingredients that you don't like, that you see a lot?
Petroleums. They use a lot of basically the same things that they're putting in antifreeze, they're putting inside of our skincare products. So you've got petroleums, you got parabens, you have sulfates, I think one of probably the most common ones is the parabens and the sulfates. Those are in your shampoos and your like deodorants, lotions. So
with these sorts of chemicals, and as I'll just kind of say it more nicely, ingredients.
Right.
Yeah. What are they labeled as? Are there different sort of iterations of what you might see on the label, but if you see it, you're like, oh, that's actually a petroleum or a sulfate or something? Or do they say it directly?
Oh, yeah. And there's several different ones. I know that there are different, and this might just be great information for different people, but there are different apps out there that you can actually scan, like a barcode, and it'll tell you what's inside of it. So that way you can go, because there's so many out there. And I mean, and I could list these on and on and on, but everybody is just going to be like, okay, I can write a few down, but realistically trying to keep track of every single one of them. I mean, me being an herbalist and being around this all the time and studying all of this as a phytotherapist, it's easy for me to take and look at a label and go, oh yeah, this is junk. Or, for people who don't have the education that I do, get an app and scan it and see, and it'll tell you what different things that might possibly be in there that could be harmful to your skin or to your body.
Right. Now, you hear people always say, listen to your body, right? So if one of us is putting something on our skin and it seems like it's working and it's not making our skin red or puffy, or we don't feel weird after it, doesn't that mean that it's fine?
No, totally disagree. No, it takes time for this stuff to build up into your system. These I call quiet killers, because you don't know, especially if you're a healthy person. You can do a lot of things. You can expose yourself to all of this kind of stuff. I mean, if we look back, hey, they put asbestos inside of buildings for years, and we didn't know anything about it until people started getting asbestos poisoning, many, many years later. this is where people need to wake up. It's time to wake up, get an awakening, think about the things that you're doing. You know, as a Lakota woman, we take a stand on looking at anything we do to ourselves, the environment, you know, the planet, whatever we do is going to affect 7 generations ahead. So if you start thinking that way, what's going to happen 7 generations ahead? You start living a little bit more carefully.
You know, so like I've got something here. This is from Target, right, for your face, and it's 4 ounces big, right? This is designed to be used for the face. It's just some standard line. I think that they would say it competes with or compared to like Neutrogena or something. It's, you know, some oil-free, designed for sensitive skin. You know, and that has its own price, right? If it's not on sale, you're probably looking at somewhere around 10, 12 bucks, you know, without getting, and then certainly you can find facial products that can be less than 4 ounces or even less than 2 ounces. That can be $40 to $80. You know, I mean, it's just things can go way up, right? So with your products, without getting into like the exact specifics, where would you sort of say the tier falls in for people looking to do that? So if I say I want to do natural stuff, okay, so I want to do this herbal line, but is my $12 skin cream now going to start costing me $95 at your store?
No. I try and keep my prices very reasonable. That way people can enjoy this. You know, unfortunately, you know, I have my issues with the herbal industry as well.
Yeah.
When it comes to their pricing, you know, there is no reason why we're doing a 300 to 600% markup on our products. You know, I'm out there for the people. I want people to get good quality products, good quality medicines, so that way they can live a healthier, happier lifestyle. I mean, if it doesn't start with you, where's it going to start?
Would you say that when it comes to the, you know, herbal and the natural ingredients and products, you know, not everything agrees with every person, right?
Correct.
We all different
Yes,
skill sets and everything else. So as we were saying before, when you're using all these chemicals from the traditional industry, you know, you can put them on your face and not notice, you know, for long, long periods of time that they might be bothering you. Do you find that the natural products, if they happen to be disagreeable to your skin, or I often hear it called the skin microbiome or something like that?
Yes, yes. Good job.
Okay, so I'll ask you about that in a second. So that is it easier to tell if things don't agree with you when you're dealing with more natural products to begin with?
It does. It does. I mean, it takes herbs 2 weeks to build up into the system to its maximum potential.
Okay.
But I mean, realistically, I mean, unless you've got like, you know, maybe a peanut allergy, nut allergies, or, you know, some people, you know, react to strawberries, things like that. So those I think come on very quick because somebody has an allergy to that. But in the natural skincare industry, you don't have the allergens because you don't have the synthetics that's in there. Not only that, you're also, by supporting that, you're also helping to keep the footprint on the environment down, because all of these chemicals that we're putting into that's also going back into the environment. You know, I'm also thinking about, you know, how they test and doing all the things with testing on animals and things like that. You know, in the natural industry, in the organic industry, we're not doing that. So you're looking at cruelty free. So you're doing so much more for the environment, for yourself, for the animals, by supporting the holistic, you know, organic and natural small businesses.
Sure. So for those of us who didn't catch me at the top of the show, I'm talking with Tammy Lowell, master herbalist and Native American from Lakota Nation. She's in Florissant, Colorado, with a few stores, and you can find her at oyateherbals.com. That's OYATE herbals.com. So Tammy, I had said this microbiome for our skin, but I was just trying to sound smart. So what does that even mean? So explain that to me.
Yeah, I mean, and I know you used it as just a metaphor, but I really love the way that you put that, because it's true. You've got this surrounding about you that you need to take care of, and it's very important. And everything that we put on us is huge. It makes a huge difference. So yeah, I loved the way you had put that. It was so cool. I'm like, yeah, you get it. I love seeing when the light bulbs go on.
But as you are saying, everything sort of interacts with everything else, and that's where the tough work comes in for you, right? Because people say, "Oh, this didn't work for me. Or this did work for me." Well, how much sleep are you getting? What altitudes are you at? Right? How much sun are you getting? What else are you eating? And what other products are you using? And so on and so forth, right? Like, what's your house like? You have mold growing in there. I mean, do you ever find yourself trying to be like an investigator for people?
All the time. All the time. Yeah. It is, that's why I keep a log of all my clients that, get on, and then we bite off a little bit at a time on all of the hodgepodge of things that they may have going on. And yeah, we look at environment, we look at diet, we look at sleep patterns, we look at exercise, we look at all of that, because if we can find a natural balance for that individual, that's when they strive.
Earlier we were talking about that they have these apps online. One that I like is called Yuka, Yuka. And you can,
yeah, I'm aware of it.
Yeah, it's free, right? And so for anyone listening, you can scan a product, the barcode, and it'll tell you the objectionable ingredients and give it a score from 1 to 100. And stuff that I had been using for quite a while that I thought I liked was scoring like a 14 out of 100.
Yeah.
And I think it kind of goes to points to how we don't really know. It could say gentle, it could say, organic is regulated, but it could say, free and clear and non-comedogenic and all those sorts of things. And, with it being self-regulated, how much of this stuff can we really trust?
Yeah. And, let's touch on that for a minute.
Yeah.
Because you can get products out there that say organic. Well, because it's not regulated, one organic thing, then they can label it organic. Look for certified organic, because certified organic means that all of the products, or all of the herbs and all of the stuff in there has been tested to be proven to have no pesticides, no parabens, no chemicals, no herbicides, all of those non-GMOs. So there's a difference. Even the organic industry, and I think about, there's, out of a $40 billion industry, 9 billion of that is the natural organic part of it. So it's growing.
Right. About 25%. Yeah.
But it is growing. So at least it's getting out there. I think more people are becoming more health conscious, as the diseases rise, cancers rise, things like that. People are thinking about that. Okay. Better late than never. But it is something that we really need to think about. It blows my mind to think 60% of what I am exposed to, that I'm putting on my body, is going directly into my bloodstream. And I probably put lotion on my hands a couple of times a day. Most women do.
So you said earlier that you had stuff that you have, it says safe for babies. Did I hear that right?
Yes. Any of my lotions, my sunscreens are all safe to put on babies. My healing salve makes a great diaper rash, cream, where it helps heal a diaper rash, where you're not using all of the chemicals or powders. Everybody used to put baby powder on babies back in my day. Yeah, well, they found out that it was bothering their lungs. So, we've grown so much. I'm just kind of surprised that everybody isn't totally on the bandwagon of being able to understand why we need this. I know a lot of it is finances, because some people, it's like, okay, well, I need lotion, but I can only have $2. I'm going to pick up a cheap bottle of lotion. But in the long run, is it worth it?
Right. For me, I have had a sensitive face my whole life. Like, I'll blow up red if I don't use good stuff. So I never had the luxury of the $2 stuff. Right. But I've also had plenty of stuff that was $25, and it did the same thing. You just seem to never can tell, with all of these more like designer lines, how much of them or how often is there really any sort of breakthrough versus just a smashing looking label?
I think a lot of it's a smashing looking label, because you can look at that. I mean, I have picked up so many different things in the stores and read on it. And I just, I'm like, yeah, right. No way. I look at it. It's a beautiful bottle. It's a beautiful presentation. And unless you turn it over and you know what you're looking for, that bottle can be so great, but it's got all kinds of stuff. I mean, one of the things that they put in shampoos, so that way, you have to buy more shampoo or buy more lotion, is alcohol. Alcohol dries the skin. Alcohol dries the hair. All these different things. You're not going to make money on things if it actually works. They've got to put something in there to keep you coming back. Yeah, it makes my hair soft, but it's going to dry it out in 6 months. So
that was something I always found wild, that skin lotions and face lotions would have alcohol in it. Is there any sort of benefit to the compound or to the lotion why they would put alcohol in it, or is it strictly just this detriment thing to try to keep you using more of it so that it actually dries out your skin and it's counterproductive?
It can be used. Alcohol is a preservative. So
okay.
they mask it as a preservative, but it's a win-win for them. Well, we'll use this, but in the long run, 6 months, 8 months down the road, we're going to dry the skin out. So they have to come back and buy more. I literally, at different shows that I do, my lotions are made up of jojoba and coconut oils. There's nothing else in them. I will have ladies put the lotion on, go into the bathroom, wash their hands, and come back and they're like, it's still on. I'm like, yeah, because it's an oil based. There's no chemicals in it. So you do that with a regular lotion. You put lotion on your hands, you go wash your hands, you have to put lotion on again, because that's what ideal. That water helps to wash everything off, activate some of the other chemicals, and now it dries your skin out even more. So you need more lotion.
What do you call your face line?
Comfort Mountain.
Okay. Comfort Mountain.
Comfort Mountain.
So, something along the lines of alcohol being used as a preservative, right? Because alcohol kills bacteria. So maybe like that's why it's looked at as a preservative. So along those lines, do you have lotions or remedies that are sort of like the same thing you use for like a Neosporin or something, to like help with cuts or bruises?
I do. I have, it's called my healing salve.
Okay.
And it, of course, it has a jojoba base. It has mullein, calendula, tea tree oil, aloe vera. So it has a mild antiseptic in it. I tell every parent, hold on to this because it's great for those boo-boos. It has comfrey in it. Comfrey helps stimulate new cell growth, so it speeds up the healing process. I actually, if they go on my website, you can look at pictures of people that have had surgery, major ankle surgeries, things like that, and you can see how this scar is pretty much totally diminished, and you won't even see it. It reduces the scarring, reduces inflammation. Yeah, it's a great one, and it's good for pets. You can use it on animals.
And does it work, or can it have some efficacy for like older scars that people have?
It can. Yeah. I actually had a lady who, unfortunately, she had a daughter who was a cutter. So she had very bad scars on her arms. She wanted to get into the military. And unfortunately, that was not a situation if she had all these scars. And she used that healing salve for 8 months, nonstop, 3 times a day. She got into the military because it reduced the scars enough where they were not visible. Yeah.
And what do you call this line?
It's just my healing salve. I have a pain salve and I have a healing salve, which my whole line is called Comfort Mountain. So Oyate Herbals, but all of my product line is Comfort Mountain.
Gotcha. So when you say pain salve, so all right, so I smash my elbow or something. It's like literally you start putting it on there and it stops it from hurting or reduces it?
It does, yes, yeah. With the comfrey in it, it has comfrey, it has arnica, and it has calendula, which are all 3 are anti-inflammatories. They're great pain relievers. Once again, the comfrey speeds up the healing process. I've actually seen this pain salve heal torn rotator cuffs and kept people out of surgery.
Wow.
Now they did exactly as I recommended. Kept it immobilized, kept it iced, and used this pain salve. And within 6 weeks, I've had ladies walk up to me that couldn't lift their arm, totally just swing their arm around. Blew my mind. I mean, I knew it was good, but my clients have actually come around and showed me how good some of these products can be.
How long has your store been open? I forget.
We officially was 2012 is when I first started out.
So it's over 10 years.
The new one, yeah, I opened up my second branch just last May.
And where's that one at?
That one's in Lake City, Colorado.
And so then you have one there and then one in the Florissant. Is that where you are now in Florissant?
Correct. Yeah, I'm in Florissant store today. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can people call you for, we only have a couple minutes left. Can people call you for like these consultations about things, if they're not in front of you? Like, can you do Zooms with people ever or whatever if they need to like
Absolutely.
figure out?
Oh yeah, do it all the time. Yep. Yeah. The process, if they want to get on my client list as a phytotherapy client, yeah, I can email you the form, you fill it out, email it back to me. We set a time, and yeah, it takes about 30 minutes, and then I can ship you out what recommendations that we agree on.
Okay. So before we go, you tell everybody now. I know I've been giving your website, oyateherbals.com, which is probably ground zero for that, but any other places, let everyone know where they can find you and how they can contact you.
Okay. Well, I have a very huge presence on Facebook. Just look me up under Oyate Herbals. I'm also on Instagram. If you're in Colorado, I do a lot of different holistic fairs and powwows, but the best place to find out where I'm at all the time is follow me on Facebook and Instagram, because I'm always posting, we're going to be here or we're going to be there. My next one is February 18th in Fort Morgan, a whole different brand new holistic fair that I was invited to go and attend. So,
and one more time, Oyate Herbals is OYATEHERBALS. Well,
Correct.
Tammy, it's a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for joining us, and I welcome you back to the show anytime you want to come and talk to us again.
Awesome, Ross. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to be here.
And thank you all for tuning in. I am Ross Morasso. You know what I'm going to say. Until next time.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
This is one of those few times where I have no idea what we're going to talk about. Well, let me change that. I have an idea of what we're going to talk about, but I don't know the end result. And it's something related to the eternal source of power, which could be a game changer in your life. Anna Dieter is here, and she's from livestutterfree.com. We're going to find out what this eternal source of power is. We should be knowing this, And we're going to reveal that in just a moment. Anna, welcome back. How are you?
Thank you so much for having me back. I am great, Stephen. And yes, there is eternal source of power that people must know about. It's a big mystery. You know, people go to the store, people buy drugs, people go and do exercises. People think that there are many, many things that can bring them power, which is true, of course. But there is one source of power that we all have it, and it is widely available. And why?
May I take a guess? May I take a guess, or do you want to?
Of course, of course.
And now I'm going to tie this into what you do, and that is help people live stutter free. Those who cannot or have challenges, and there's so many people in that category that can't freely express themselves or lack confidence when they speak. So I'm going to throw this out here. The eternal source of power is your voice. No?
Okay, that's a great wild guess, but the answer is no.
Okay. I had to find out. Plus, I wanted to explain what you do. Okay.
Okay, but of course, I want to mention to our listeners that I'm very much into helping people to overcome any difficulty with their oral self-expression. So any speaking difficulty, doesn't matter what we strange people call all these difficulties. We come up with all kinds of medical terms, but it doesn't matter what you call it. If you make mistakes when you speak, it means you simply haven't learned to say words in the language you're speaking with accuracy and ease. It doesn't matter what language you speak, because you have one speech instrument. No matter what languages we speak, we all use this speech instrument in the same way if you have learned to use this instrument correctly.
So I have a question as we go along here, and we haven't revealed the eternal source of power yet, but you just said make mistakes when speaking. Everybody has a different view of what a mistake is when we're speaking. How would you define that, Anna?
It's so simple. When people speak, we transfer the words, let's say from our mind to our tongue. So we share words with people, words. And what's very important, that every word is standard word. It never changes. So if the word is a pen, then it's not going to sound in any other way in English language. It is going to sound a pen. It's a standard melody. Okay? So if a person speaks and this person says a pen, this is normal speaking, normal speech, easy, accurate. But if you have difficulty saying the simple word, a pen, then there is a problem. You do have a problem, right? So normal speaking means saying words with accuracy, 100% accuracy and ease, and saying only words, no other useless vocalizations. This is normal speaking. However, no one is teaching our children to do so. This is why children don't know how to do it most of the time. I mean, most of the time they do know, because they do it naturally, train their tongue to produce these words. But when there is any difficulty, any mistake saying the word accurately, we people call it medical terms: stuttering, stammering, cluttering, stumbling, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is a mistake. Mistake in speaking is when you don't say the word in a standard way, period. Or you say something else but the word.
Oh, okay, I was just going to go to that. Is it, in your view, a mistake when somebody is speaking and they pause for a moment and they say, and then they get back to it. Would you?
Yes.
That's a mistake.
Of course, it is a mistake, because the moment you go, you don't give people the word that they are expecting to receive from you. We talked about it. Of course, if you kind of use it, the word, the as a word, you express your emotion, and it's meaningful at the moment. Meaningless, meaningful. Okay, then it's the word. Okay, and then it makes sense. It's not a mistake. But if you go like, you don't know what to say, then we talked about it. Instead of making all kinds of weird vocalizations, take time. In silence, select what is the word you want to say. But let's go to the topic I truly wanted to discuss today, if I may.
Absolutely, the eternal source of power that is within us, right?
Yeah. So this is the question I want to ask you. So, in today's world, people are always talking about the rights. So many rights. I am a human being. I have human rights. Don't kind of violate my human rights. And I am here to tell you that there is only one right all living creatures on the planet have, including us, people. And guess what it is? One birthright, no other rights.
Lots of different directions, so I'm not totally sure.
I like the answer, kind of diplomatic. Okay, it's very simple. There is only one human right, birthright. It's called the free will. The right of free choice at each and every moment of our life. We are all born perfect. And Mother Nature, or God, has given us the choice, freedom to choose what we want to do each and every single moment. And this is the eternal source of energy, our desire, our intention, our wish. What is it we want at each present moment? If I want to speak, I will speak. If I want to think about speaking, I will not be able to speak. I will be thinking about speaking. If I want, look at other people, see what they're doing, think what they may think of me, I won't be able to speak again at this moment. This is all tied together, okay, with what we talked previously about. But it is the source of eternal energy for everyone. Every living creature on the planet is our desire at this moment, what we want to do. And we do exactly what we want to do, always, everywhere.
Makes you think for a second, Anna, because, and I agree with you, and those times where you can't do what you want to do, you should analyze it and decide why. Is it somebody else controlling you or putting a boundary on you? And more times than not, you're allowing them to do that. But back to your point of the eternal source of power and your free will, the next word coming out of your mouth, my mouth, that's our choice. What we're having for lunch today, that's our choice. What we're going to do in the next 15 minutes, that's our choice.
Exactly. You got my idea, of course. So everything. And of course, when we people make bad choices, we tend to blame situations, other people, circumstances. It's not my fault. It's because I was here and there. I'm sorry. And who made a choice to be there? Who made that choice? And it's very closely related to the work I do today with people who stutter. And I wanted to also explain, because I've been helping people who started for already 10 years, over 10 years. And I have a lot of course, experience dealing with this category of people. Of course, they are normal people, just like you and me. They are born normal, but they keep making wrong choices. Wrong choices. They're very confused people. They may don't like what they hear when I say that, but this is reality. If you make a bad choice, you are going to follow the choice. It's your desire. And of course, unfortunately, conventional practitioners, they are also not helping. Okay, because when a person comes to a speech therapist, for example, speech therapist teach them to go and use all kinds of artificial techniques for speaking. And people who want to do it, try to do it, and they stumble because it's abnormal. So this is why today I've decided to give you like compare two short stories, if I may. I hope I have time for that, but it's very interesting to make the point that people do exactly what they want to do. And depending on their choices in life, they get totally different results. The starting point is the same, but their choices are different. And that's why they start from really kind of the bottom. They really were in a hard situation. In my case, they both were my students, and they both were severe stutterers. Severe. Very close age, but different life situations. And I want to talk about it because this is a perfect example for those who still believe they are sick and they cannot speak, that this is a life sentence, that they need some cure or someone to treat them, and it's not their fault and stuff like that.
Before you get into your stories, I want to remind everyone, if you want to reach out to us, instantfeedbacksteve@gmail.com, or you can call us 631-319-6275, 631-319-6275. And we're talking with Anna Dieter, who helps so many people not stutter, change their life, give them confidence when they speak at livestutterfree.com. So back to Anna. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Thank you so much, because when I begin talking, I forget about advertisement and marketing. I don't remember.
Well, that's fine. I just want to make sure that people
It's my choice.
Yes.
We just do our choices, right? This is your choice, your job. So back to my story. I want to talk about two students, very close age. One student is the poster boy of my book, One Lonely Climb to Success. His name is Hussein. He was born in Saudi Arabia, refugee camp. And he was 3 years old when the family escaped this horrible situation during the war in Iran or Iraq, whatever. So, and they settled down in Finland. He was placed in a school for mental retarded children because he still, at 3 years old, he still couldn't speak. And they diagnosed him with stuttering. So this is the situation. Hussein came to me. He didn't speak English. He came to me through Facebook Messenger and used Google Translate to just get to me, get in touch with me. Okay? So, and here is another student. I'm going to talk right away. This person lives in Canada in a pretty affluent family. Okay, everything has been given to him on a silver plate. He didn't have to do much in his life. So the first one, Hussein, at 18 years old when he came to me, had nothing. The family of immigrants struggling to make money to just live, to feed their children. No English language. And here is another person, close age, a little older even than Hussein, okay? He was like, let's call him Johnny. He was 24 years old or something else. Yes.
I'm going to press the pause button. I don't mean to cut you off, but we do have a call. So,
oh, cool. This is more important.
Yeah. Let's go to Detroit. Hi, who's this?
Hi, my name is Ann.
Ann. We have Ann.
That's a good name.
It is a good name. Yes, Anna is here. Do you have a question for her?
Yeah, actually I do. When I rehearse what I want to say, I'm fine. But when I don't or have something written out or rehearsed, I pause and say a lot. Is there any way to stop that?
Of course. You need to know what is it that you are rehearsing. I don't know what you are rehearsing. Are you rehearsing 100 words or one word?
It's like a paragraph.
A paragraph, okay. So you have one tongue, right, in your mouth. So how many times can you move your tongue at one time? One time. One time. At one moment. That's what I wanted to ask. You can move your tongue only once. So the most thing you can make with your tongue is the word, if the tongue has already been trained. Okay? So when you rehearse, if you have rehearsed a whole paragraph, it's like a poem. Then it's fine. Again, it depends how many times you have rehearsed, right? So this is good. So if you have rehearsed a poem and you recite the poem in the same way without changing the order of the words, in your memory, it kind of becomes one word. Then it's fine. You will never, ever interject anything. But if you are interjecting your ahs, it means you still don't remember it as one word. Are you understanding me?
Yes, yes.
So my recommendation, if you truly want to rehearse a paragraph, do what all actors do. Actors, you know how they learn the scripts?
How's that?
They sit down and they memorize portion by portion. Johnny went to the forest. Johnny went to the forest. Johnny went to the forest and saw a wolf. Johnny went to the forest and saw a wolf. They kind of use the method of adding little pieces, little portions of information, but they rehearse it, putting it kind of together in a sequence. This is what rehearsal, right rehearsal is. And I actually teach this in my class. I call it the presentation mode.
Wow.
When we truly memorize, we can memorize a whole paragraph. But if you did just, you read something, you close the book, you said it one time, and you decide, okay, I know it. But if you interject, it means you don't know it yet.
Right.
And the simple recommendation, don't even attempt to grab a whole paragraph. What for? Why? Make it so difficult for yourself. Do it word plus word plus word. This is the natural way how we speak. How parrots speak. We say one word, then we select the next word in silence. Then the next one, then the next one. And at the end, we're going to end up saying the whole paragraph.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't wait to try that the next time I have to memorize something where I'm speaking somewhere, to do it in pieces. Or it almost sounds, Anna, like you're talking about taking it in sections. You know, let's say 4 words, memorize it, onto the next 4 words, and then put it all together.
The thing is that I realized that our memory, it's like computer's memory. It's limited. See, paragraph is not for our memory. It's not suitable for our memory. We can remember only a word, then plus word, then plus word. Okay, people do speak in short verbal phrases because, again, they've memorized it with their tongue. They've done it tons of times. They have repeated these phrases a lot of the time, and that's how it sounds like, oh my God, a person speaks in phrases and sentences. This is all incorrect. We don't speak in long sentences. As a matter of fact, when we begin the sentence, we have no idea what we're going to end this sentence with. Okay,
I have to think about that, but I'm on your page, and I'm a big proponent of short. Like even when I'm typing an email, put periods in. Don't run on sentences, or just it gets confusing. Anne, thank you very much for calling us.
Thank you so much. And of course, if you have more questions, just communicate with me directly. It's so simple. LiveStarterFree.com. I am available in all the social media. I answer questions right and left all the time. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to get back to your story about two people coming from different walks of life. One of them from Saudi Arabia, was born in a camp. And then we have somebody from Canada who basically had the silver spoon in their mouth, had everything they needed.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the base, the ground was the same. They didn't learn to speak. Different reasons, of course.
Mm-hmm.
For this child born during the war, of course, nobody cared whether he was speaking or not, and there were bombs around, and he was scared of doing anything, playing basically the speech instrument. In order to play music on your speech instrument, you got to be in the mood for doing this, right? So the same start. But then the way they came to me, contacted me, the poor guy contacted me. He found the way to contact me. He communicated with me through Google Translate. He wrote to me back and forth. We were communicating with him. I didn't even know he didn't know English, because he was receiving my messages, translating these messages in Google Translate, writing back to me through this app. The other guy was finally was able, he was writing to me because English is his first language. And then when we get together, finally, he called his family member, his brother, to explain his problem. He didn't even try to speak. He was sitting in front of me like this. He used his tongue as a gag. Okay. He couldn't speak at all, period. It was zero communication skills, zero speaking skills, really bad. And the other guy was also pretty basic. Okay. Another point I want to mention is how they reacted to the information that they received from me. What is it that you need to do in order to fix your speech? In only 3 days, what is it that you need to do? My recommendation for both, for the guy, the poor guy, for Hussein, was you got to learn English language. I don't speak in Arabic language or in Finnish language because he does live in Finland now. Okay, you got to learn English. The other guy didn't have that problem. And you also need to invest. The investment is pretty high. It's your life. You need to become free. So the reaction, the guy in Finland who didn't even know English language, he started learning English language. He found a free app. He bought and read the first book in his life. It was book in English language, my book.
Wow.
My book. He learned English by reading my book. He followed my instructions just like this. I would tell him what to do, and he would do it. And guess what? It's all in this book. Our conversation is in this book, One Lonely Climb to Success. Now check out the reaction of the other guy. He had the whole family work for him, the whole family. His father paid for the class, invested for his education. And by the way, what Hussein did, he got a job. He earned $6,000 by himself. And it was like 7-8 years ago when no one had internet businesses online. No one yet, and people didn't even trust internet schools, right? So the reaction was totally different right away from start. One person had a burning desire, and he started, this desire gave him amazing power. He went through hell. He got a job. He got fired. He wrote to me, I'm going to kill myself. I can't do it anymore. My person, like employer, is such a bad guy. I'm like, you want to kill yourself because your employer is bad? Oh, you know what? You're right. I got to get another job. Okay. So the bottom line, the reaction was totally different. The desire was not as burning in the affluent guy.
Wow.
He was okay. No, I mean, everyone was doing everything for him. Okay. And here is the result. The results were totally different. That young kid, 18-year-old kid, when he came to me, of course, he was already 21, I believe, or 20. Okay. So, and instant results, 3-day success. And today he is a manager of the factory where I guided him to get a job at and earn money. He's a big boss. He makes a lot of money. The other student, he graduated a year ago and he disappeared from my life. I didn't know what he was doing. He had exactly instructions what to do. He started and he dropped it. He stopped working. Okay, stopped it. And guess what? A few days ago, he contacted me. I'm like, where are you? Why didn't you continue your work? I don't know. Did you do this? I don't know. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
No desire, no power to fix your life.
You got to want it. You got to want it. And we're actually out of time. But we have instant feedback coming from Tara in New Haven, Connecticut. She says, thank you for your talk about free will. Many of us gravitate toward the role of victim and we blame others. Ultimately, most often, it's our choice to be a victim or not. I just wanted to share that with you, she says.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was absolutely, if I had more time, we can continue talking about it next week because it's a very interesting topic, not just for those who stutter, but for everyone. Because
yes.
Can I just quickly mention one thing? I walked on the beach today. I met people standing, church people, you know how they have their brochures everywhere. And I grabbed this brochure. Can you see it?
I do.
I mean, people who are listening, I'm going to just tell, there is a picture of a woman crying with a tear rolling down her cheek. And it says, 5 questions about suffering answered. People suffer and they don't even realize why they suffer because they believe God loves me. No, you got to love yourself first because God doesn't have any other hands but ours. God doesn't have other tongues but our tongue.
Interesting thought. And is suffering real? I had a conversation with somebody recently about that. You know, that's another
It is real.
Yeah, okay.
I have so much to share with the world. Guys, please join me next Friday. What time? 10:30, right? 10:30. Please, I would love to talk about it because what I know is very, very unique. It's coming from, I'll tell you next week where it's coming from.
Talk today. Yeah. And good feedback from everybody. If you want to reach out to Anna,
thank you.
Just to voice your opinion, or if you want to live stutter free or speak clearly and have more confidence and really move your life forward, livestutterfree.com. Anna, great having you on and look forward to next week.
Thank you so much, Stephen. See you next week.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
when I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house, and there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to this show. We are excited to have Linda Roth here joining us today live on the podcast and the Zoomcast as the owner and executive consultant and author at LJR Consulting Services. Welcome to the show today. How are you doing, Linda?
I'm fine, Jill. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here and great to see you in person. For those that may not know, you're from Wildwood, Missouri, and your company, though, is worldwide. Please tell us a little bit about what you do.
Well, primarily what I do is I work with mid-market businesses to help them become more digitally organized and be what I call a company for the 21st century. One of the things that I talk about is that we had a lot of technologies in the beginning of the 20th century that ushered in the Industrial Revolution, and we are in a digital revolution now. And the most important thing for you, for a company, is to, first of all, have the technology set up within their four walls, but then they must become interconnected companies where they're connected with their suppliers and with their customers digitally.
Got it. Well, I think it's good to find out more. Before we begin, it's ljrcs.com. Is that correct? The website?
Correct.
And do you have a phone number you want to direct people to as well?
818-216-7264.
All right. So we're talking about the assessment process, prescription, and implementation process you mentioned, and all these strategies that can really help unleash hidden potential profits in your business. So let me find out a little bit more about you before we talk more about the benefits of your work and the specifics. Linda, I know we've talked about it before, but it's important to establish a lot about you. Tell me about you, your family, and how we got here. We have time.
Actually, I fell into being in technology, I guess you'd call it, quite by accident when I got out of high school many years ago. I didn't know what I wanted to do. My dad wanted me to be an accountant, which I thought was like about the worst thing that could happen to me. So my high school counselor suggested at the time that I take the IT curriculum at the community college, and I could graduate in 2 years and have a good job.
Yeah.
And that came true. I graduated in 2 years. I managed to land very quickly a good position at the time at Ralston Purina here in St. Louis. And then a couple of years later, I had an opportunity to work with Levi Strauss. They were advertising in the Midwest because they were opening up at that time what was an automated warehouse, one of the first of its kind. And so I went to work on that and then transferred out to San Francisco to work at Levi's there, which is how I ended up moving to California. But after a couple of years, I didn't like the Northern California. And I talked to my sister, who was living in Houston at the time, and told her I had picked out some cities, Los Angeles being one of them. And she said, well, move to LA and I'll move with you. And
really?
Yes. So then that started my decades-long career in Southern California. And in 2016, I decided it was time to move back to St. Louis and be with family.
Oh, my goodness. And where specifically in Southern California were you?
Well, most of the time, of course, when I first moved there, like everybody does, I moved to the beach. But what all of us don't know, especially somebody like me that was used to East Coast beaches, the West Coast beaches are rather chilly.
Really?
Oh, yes. That water's cold. That water's very cold. Even when I learned how to scuba dive, you wear thick wetsuits if you're going to dive in the Pacific Ocean because it's very cold.
I assumed it'd be hot over there all the time and the water warm.
No, that water's ice cold.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Yes, you must wear a heavy wetsuit to go scuba diving in Southern California. You can go scuba diving in Florida in a bathing suit.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. See, you're teaching me. I'm East Coast girl. I love California. I'm like, maybe one day I want to move there. I don't know where exactly, but can I ask specifically what beach areas were you living
Well, I
in?
lived in Manhattan and Hermosa Beach when I moved there.
Manhattan Beach. I've been there. Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
But
Oh.
if you've been there and you're walking along the Strand or close to the water, it's kind of chilly.
Well, you know what? I was there in the summer many years ago. So to me, it didn't seem chilly. Remember, compared to New York. But
Well,
again, I
that's
was
true.
only
You
there
live
for
in New
like a
York,
week.
right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, but beautiful. And so now how much of your family is in St. Louis?
Well, I have my youngest brother and sister who are a set of twins that live in St. Louis. I have lifelong girlfriends from high school that live here in St. Louis, and their families do too. And then I have two sisters that live in Arizona. One of them is the sister that said, move to LA and I'll move with you. And she ended up marrying a gentleman that was from Northern California, north of San Francisco, where it's a little bit warmer, and raised her family there. But then she moved to Arizona in Prescott, right by Prescott is kind of in the middle by Sedona. And then I have another sister that lives in Tucson, Arizona.
Wow, amazing. Thanks for sharing all this. So, wherever you are in the world, you could still operate your company because you can work with anyone, anywhere, right?
Correct.
And yeah, and I know you guys, what's the word? You're executives. So you're looking, if anyone here is listening, watching today, like CEOs, CFOs, to learn about technology services, and it's about productivity. So, we talked so many times before. What did you want to say for today? Since it is kind of like a new show, because there's a lot to your work and so many different categories.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Because the area I like to work in is with mid-market businesses. A lot of mid-market businesses are still privately held, and many just don't have the people that know what systems to get. So, for example, my current client, which is the first client I've had in St. Louis, amazingly enough, they're a mid-market manufacturer, and they were all on old systems, and a friend got me involved with them, and I got called in to have a meeting with them. And what was funny was they have operations over in Europe, in Poland too, and they spent an hour complaining about value-added tax in Europe. And I said, that's a simple one. I'll give you a freebie. There's a product called Avalera. You go buy that product and it'll calculate tax in every country in the world. Done. Now, what's your next problem? And so the next problem was that they just didn't have the technology they needed. Almost everything that they were running on their manufacturing line was on spreadsheets. And it was just a mess, right? And they're regulated by the FDA as one of the organizations that regulate them. And so when the FDA comes in and says, you need to do these things better, right? You got to get going and doing that. And so that's where what I call transforming a business comes in. I was brought in and I have been working with them to bring all the technology they need and how they're going to work better with their customers and with their clients and be what I call an interconnected business for the 21st century.
Ooh, can you tell us some examples of the businesses you're working for? Maybe mention their names or not. It's up to you. Give us some examples.
Well, it's been a variety. Like I said, this is the first St. Louis client I've had, because when I first moved here, I had quite a detailed network in Southern California, having lived there for several decades. And I mostly didn't have to sell to get business. I would just get referred. People would hear that I was done with a contract, and then I'd get calls. And so that's what happened when I was moving. I didn't tell anybody I was leaving and moving to St. Louis. I just left. And so within the first week, practically before the moving van even got to my house, I had 3 projects in Southern California again. So all the way through 2020, I spent working with California clients while I was sitting in St. Louis.
Nice.
And then I got a St. Louis client, so that was nice.
Yeah.
But interestingly enough, I still work probably 80% of the time remotely. I was at the client all day yesterday, but most of the time it's still I work remotely.
Wow. So tell me about these hidden profits. How do you do this? Explain the process of what a consultant does specifically for a business and how you internally go in and all the departments. It's got to be a lot of work, how you pull everything together. Could you explain it to?
Yes, it is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And so the first thing I do is evaluate the business itself, right? I want to know what they do, what their products and services are, how they work with their customers. And I'll give you an example of a prospect I talked to in Los Angeles. He decided not to hire me because he thought I was crazy, but really I was telling him gold, right? But his problem was he made the little dishes that go into frozen food dinners. And he complained that he got rush orders from the food manufacturers for his dishes.
Oh.
And I said, well, the reason for that is they don't look at the inventory that they have of your product until the last minute, right? They've got a plan in their ERP system, but they don't really look at everything, especially something like the little dishes, until it gets close to time to run that food product down the assembly line. And so he would get then rush orders about, oh, we need X number of this size dish, right? And so that's what he was complaining about. So I said, well, if you would connect with your clients and get information so that you know ahead of time what jobs they're going to be running when, because it's in their ERP systems.
Yeah.
Then you didn't have to deal with rush orders. You could make the product and get it shipped to them directly.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's what I mean by an interconnected business. If you've got the technology in all of these companies, especially ERP systems, which is probably 80% of what I start with in an organization, is okay, let's get the right ERP system in here. And then in selecting that, the next thing that happens, which also happened with this client, is, oh, well, I've looked at all of the major ERP systems and I can't afford them, because they can't. Those systems are tens of millions of dollars. But there are many, many mid-market ERP systems and all the other systems that go around that satellite of the core ERP system. There are many of them in the mid-market that they won't cost tens of millions. They'll cost hundreds of thousands, but not tens of millions. And so mid-market companies can afford them, but they're not the ones that you can easily find when you try to Google ERP systems. And most of those software products are sold not by the company that created it. You know, like if you're going to buy Oracle, you go to an Oracle office and call, and they send a sales rep out, things like that. But when you're looking at these mid-markets, they're sold by independent reps, for a lack of a better word, but they're people that sell the product and implement it for you. And they have their own small companies, and so they're not easily found. And I have relationships with many of those partners that sell and implement what I call the mid-market ERP systems. And they are very affordable for companies that are, 50 million to $1 billion in revenue.
Wow.
Because you can't really start affording the big Oracle and SAPs and Dynamics systems until you've got to be at least 500 million in revenue, and then you might be stretching it.
Yeah. Wow. All right, Linda, remind everyone how we could reach you. We're about halfway through. Let's just
Sure.
reestablish.
The best way to reach me is by telephone at 818-216-7264. or my email address, which is Linda, LYNDA, @ljrcs.com.
Got it. What would you say some of the challenges that the companies that you're working for are faced with, and how do you bring that upon them to, do your research and let them know that, hey, these are challenges? Could you share a little bit about that?
Sure. The biggest challenges that they have is they don't know what software is available and where to get and how to go about getting it. So just like my current client, they knew that they were in pain. They knew that it was a problem to have all these spreadsheets trying to run this manufacturing of the products that they make, which the products they make go into food, nutraceuticals, etc., things that humans consume. So the FDA is very concerned about their processes.
Yeah.
Right. And so they were on old systems. A lot of their manufacturing processes were on spreadsheets, which the FDA is not overly thrilled with.
Yeah.
And so the FDA was saying, you've got to modernize your technology.
Yeah.
And that's where the owner went to his friends. A lot of these executives, they belong to organizations. And so they've got friends that have got businesses, sometimes businesses that are bigger than theirs. And so, he was being directed to the Dynamics, to the Oracles, and he said, I can't afford those. And I said, well, there are many, many systems in the mid-market that I can introduce you to. And so that's the other side that I do, is I keep a lot of connections with all of these other software companies and the partners that implement the systems for them. And so I brought him 4 major software companies and the partners that work with those companies for them to select from. And so we went through a whole evaluation, and they selected a system, and now we're implementing it.
Awesome. Awesome. Congrats, Linda. Linda with the Y, by the way.
Yeah. Well, and then the next thing that they had is, because they make base chemicals that go into food, they're highly regulated, right? And especially on their manufacturing, and they have to have laboratory systems to test everything that goes on. They have to test raw materials when they come in. They have to test product during the manufacturing process. They have to test it afterwards. There's just a lot that goes on. And there are systems, like there are ERP systems that run your manufacturing. There are systems that run your laboratories. And so they have a complete laboratory that does all their testing for them. And so now I'm working with them on selecting what we call a laboratory information system, so that they can do better with organizing what's going in and out of their laboratory and documenting all the tests that they take.
All right. Thank you. What else did you want to share? We still have 10 minutes left in the show. 9
Okay,
minutes,
well,
sorry.
we can talk about a lot of things.
Gosh, yeah, it goes so quick. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Well, let me get this.
Your book. Yes,
My book.
That's important.
My book is Digital Transformation: An Executive Guide to Survive and Thrive in the New Economy. And so what I talk about in here, this was published in 2020, so it's still pretty relevant, although a lot of companies did a lot of things during 2020, kind of on a rush without really thinking about what they were doing or being strategic about it, I would say. They just, oh my gosh, we got to do something so that all of our employees can work from home, right? We have to do something so that our salespeople are not going into the businesses that they normally would visit, right? So how are we going to do all of this virtually? That was their big thing. But now it's time to step back, look at what they've done, what they've put in, and where they need to fill in the gaps on that, and become even more of what I call an interconnected business. So it's not only time to reevaluate what they've done, fill in any holes, but also look at interconnecting, like I was talking about, interconnecting with your suppliers and your customers digitally.
Awesome. Tell me about, when did you write the book? How long did it take? And where can we find
Well,
it?
it took about a year to write it, because I had never written, and it ended up being, like something, I'm not showing it. It ended up being sort of everything I wanted to say over a long career.
Wow.
But I do feel it's an executive guide, because I talk about it now. A lot of it executives know now, with us being in 2023. So I'm also deciding whether I want to write the next level of this one or just update this. But I think it's time to have a book about being an interconnected business, because this one is more about what's in your four walls and what you have to do to become a digitally oriented company. And the reason I said it was an executive guide is because I wrote it to executives of this is what you have to do to bring your company up to the 21st century. And so what I want to write next is how to become an interconnected company for the 21st century.
Awesome. Exciting. Wow. More work in the books. This is great. This is great. And
well, also, I guess the other thing with me is when you get to a period of time in your life where you've got a lot of work and body of work that you've done behind you, a lot of knowledge that you've accumulated. At least for me, I felt like I needed to share that and have it out so that people who don't engage with me one-on-one can learn a little bit and look at doing things based on the way I write, writing it and explaining how to do it.
Oh, awesome. We still got 5 minutes left.
So the idea was to
keep going.
keep
You're on
going, keep
fire.
going. Well, I really think it's important for mid-market companies to start being more interconnected with each other. And so many of them are still working on, I was going to use the word struggle, but it may be that because a lot of times they're just like the client that I'm working with now. I talked to all my friends. I've looked at the big name systems and I can't afford them. So what is there for me to do?
Yeah.
And it would just be like if in the car vehicle manufacturing, if the only thing that you had heard about was Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces, and those were the ones all over, and you didn't know about Ford and Chevrolet, and Buick and all those other manufacturers, right, that sell to the average American. And I consider a lot of these mid-market businesses the average American business. We've got massive companies today like Ralston Purina and Levi Strauss and some of the ones I've worked for, but in between those massive organizations, you've got numerous mid-market companies. Many are still privately held. Some are being bought up by private equity firms, but many are still privately held. And a lot of them now are just like the one I'm working for. The second generation is taking over.
Yeah.
And so the second generation, and I can relate to that because my father owned an HVAC business, and the question came up, when he was getting ready to retire, my mom wanted to shut down the business. Was anybody in the family going to take it over? And we had 4 girls and 1 boy, and my brother didn't want it, and all us girls were off doing something else. So he ended up turning over to 2 of the men that had worked with him during most of the time that he was in business, turned it over to them, and walked away from it in the early 2000s. But the client I'm working with now, more than likely the owner's son is going to take over. That's what it looks like anyway. And so I've been spending a lot of time with him on some of the information that they need to have and things like that. So the owner has me working with his son more. And also because his son he's called Chief of Technology, but it's not information technology. It's the technology of their products and how they create them and everything, that type of technology. And so he's Chief of Technology of that. So he's responsible for coming up with a whole lot of new products, right? And things like that. So, and managing the laboratory when you have a company like they do, and you're not run by the FDA, but overlooked by the FDA, right? You have to comply with a lot of things, regulations that the FDA wants. And for what they make, they need to have a laboratory that's testing everything. And So that's the next system that we're working on, is getting a new laboratory system for them.
Got it. Awesome.
So, I work with a lot of manufacturers, and I kind of joke with my family and say, I think I know how everything is manufactured in the United States, because I started out at Ralston Purina, which made food. Then I went to Levi Strauss, which made clothes. Then I went to, at the time it's called Hughes Helicopters. They're now part of McDonnell Douglas, but they were designing, creating the Apache helicopter when I worked for them. And you may not know what the Apache helicopter is, but it's a massive attack helicopter that the military
uses.
Yes, that the military uses. It's an awesome bird, a totally awesome bird. And so I ran all of the financial systems for that contract. And of course, spent a lot of time learning how they were putting it together. So, and then I've just worked in a lot of other manufacturing companies. I did transform a marketing company. That was one of my biggest, quote, transformations, because he did marketing for the automotive industry, sending out the little postcards on when your vehicle needed maintenance. But with the new vehicles coming out, I started working with them in 2013. When the new vehicles were coming out, the new vehicles are now telling you on your dashboard, you need an oil change, or your oil life is whatever it is, your tires are low. The vehicle's telling you everything that it needs, right? So you don't need little postcards anymore.
True.
And he was going to go out of business. So he hired me to figure out what he could do to save his business. And excuse me, I found out that he had databases of over 20 years worth of information on vehicle behavior, on customer behavior, etc. And I said, there is the gold in your business. We are going to mine those databases, create business intelligence apps that you can sell to the dealers on a subscription basis. So then you have regular recurring revenue, right? And so that's what we did. I spent 3 years transforming that business from just a marketing business to a business information business.
Well, Linda, I apologize. We're out of time now. Remind us one more time how we can reach you.
Linda at ljrcs.com, Linda with a Y. Or my telephone number, 818-216-7264.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Pleasure having you here. Getting to see you live, and looking forward to the next time we connect. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
All right. Please pay attention. This is really important, vital to your happiness, your success, all of that. Everything that you need to know, we're going to reveal it today. I'm going to tell you, actually, he's going to share with you, backed up with facts and insight, where this all lies. It lies in your subconscious, inside your mind. Anything that's blocking you from attaining success, wealth, money, great relationships, focus, anything, it's in your subconscious. And how do you get it out there? How do you work it? He's going to share that with us. He's also an amazing life coach at David Andrews Associates. David is back with us today. Welcome. How are you, sir?
I'm very good today, Steve. And how are you?
I'm well, and even better. Thanks for asking. Even better, because I realized this whole subconscious thing about a year and a half ago. I was like, that's why I do that. That's why I don't do that. And that's the same for everybody. I could talk forever about it. And
great.
I have limited knowledge. I'm not the expert. But it's all there. And I guess the aha in all of this, David, is the fact that scientifically proven, by the way, I deal on facts, that 95% of what we do every day during our waking hours, even our sleeping hours, is subconscious. Is
great.
5% is the conscious. The rest of it's like autopilot.
Yeah, only 5%. It's pretty amazing, huh?
It really is. It's scary in some regards because I don't want to say that we're on autopilot.
Right.
But we're being piloted, but not always by our own control. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Conscious control.
Conscious control. Yeah.
So let me just just a little background here, a little historical perspective, just to kind of create a bigger context. A long time ago, far away in another city called Toronto, I went to a University of Toronto, and I took a course with a guy who was teaching philosophy of psychoanalysis. Okay, and we were just looking at the psychoanalytic method, developed by good old Papa Sigmund Freud in the 1900s. And it was kind of first introduced in his big book, Freud's Interpretation of Dreams. Okay. And Freud spoke about 6 or 7 different languages. He read everything that had been written on the subject of dreams, and he boiled it all down into this book, The Interpretation of Dreams. It was published in 1900. And in that book, he describes his psychoanalytic therapeutic process, which essentially was free association. Okay. And the free association was the content of a dream. So people would show up in this office, lie down on his sofa, tell him about a dream. He would ask them to free associate to some of the major concepts, or I don't know, say objects in the dream: a house, a boat, a ring, a bear, a wolf, whatever. And but essentially what Freud was doing was trying to figure out how to access the unconscious. Okay. Now, he was a neurologist. There's a whole world of neurology now that goes back to that point. And in neurology, as a doctor, he understood very clearly we have 2 nervous systems in the body. And one of them is connected to consciousness, awakeness, awareness, right? Your nervous system, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, all of that. You're aware of what you're sensing, and that is one nervous system. But the other big nervous system in the body is the one that beats your heart, digests your food, keeps your blood circulating, takes care of your dreams. And that one never sleeps. That one's awake 24 hours a day. That one never takes a break. You're unconscious, okay? So your unconscious is connected to that nervous system. And one of the things that fascinates me is that, in all of the sacred literature of the world, it talks about your consciousness is born in the moment of conception, right? Like when the sperm meets the egg, boom, and life starts to unfold. So somewhere in the seed of that is the blueprint of your whole body. And somewhere in the seed of that is the blueprint for consciousness and unconsciousness. So in a sense, it's the unconsciousness that follows the pattern, growing your limbs and your legs and your head and your spine and all of that. And then you're born into this world, with 2 nervous systems. And it's one mind, but 2 pieces, conscious and unconscious. So it's just kind of fascinating that It's always been there. Maybe before we got here, maybe after we leave. So it is a treasure trove of a resource, and we don't have to go anywhere looking for it. It's with us all the time. We're always connected to it. It's always connected to us. So a little background on Freud and the development of that, just the evolution of this whole awareness of subconscious. And many people have been trying to figure it out for a long time. I mean, if you look at yoga and meditation and the Tibetans and the Buddhists, I mean, they obviously learned how to access some of those powers. And a lot of people talk about the power of your subconscious mind. But the power is in accessing it, right? Like Freud was trying to access it. And I guess historically, the next person who really fascinated me in trying to access it was Eugene Gendlin. You want to say something at this point? Are you okay? How are we doing?
I'm fine. I'm fascinated because okay. I accessed it through hypnotherapy.
Okay.
One way. And all the other things that come into play here. And interesting, I've often thought about the beginning of the subconscious, or maybe, that conception. Maybe before that. I mean, who knows? Who knows the deeper details of it? But what we do know is the things that we were exposed to as kids between roughly 0 and 7 years of age got stuck in our subconscious, good or bad. And it might not have been intentional. Might have been you're passing by the kitchen, mom or dad said something, you internalized it, thought it was for you, stuck in your head. Could have even been, as a parent, you say something like, that came out really nice, that drawing you did, but the grass could have been better. Yeah, I know you could do better than that. Come on.
Exactly.
And then that got dropped into your subconscious. And then from that point, call it 5 years old, until you're 45, you always think that I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. I don't know why. I'm just not good enough, because that was sitting in there all those years.
Yeah.
That sound right?
Sounds absolutely right. It's a pattern maker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something happens and we make it mean something. It's the making of meaning. It's dangerous. And we do it all the time. And one of the great questions from the psychiatrist is, and what did you make it mean? Okay. So it's about something happens and you make it mean something. And that's a fascinating topic. We can explore it some more. Let me tell you a little bit about Eugene Gendlin. He was at the University of Chicago in the 60s. And he was a brilliant guy. He wrote a great big book, I have it over there, big book on focusing. And he was looking at this whole idea of approaching the edge of the subconscious. How do you get there? And what brought him to that was he was training therapists, psychologists, how to conduct their sessions, and he would observe, he would watch. And him and his team recorded hundreds and hundreds of sessions, and then they would listen to the tapes. And they discovered in the tapes, there were two categories. One category was successful therapy, and the other was unsuccessful. And they wanted to figure out why. So the obvious place was to look at the therapists. Were they compassionate? Were they empathic? Were they present? Were they listening? Were they kind? All of that. And they looked at all of that. And in both sets of cases, the failures and the successes, they found the same behavior. So
I want to jump in here just for a moment, because this is pinnacle.
And they know.
We have I think an internet connection on your end, and the Zoom is sputtering a little bit, and I don't want to miss a word. And I know it's not my subconscious. I'm conscious of this at this moment.
Yeah, something just came in. This annoys me so much that this happens with the internet. Anytime a message or anything arrives, boom, it sort of supersedes whatever's happening. But anyway.
Yeah, you're back. Okay, great.
I'll turn everything else off.
Except your subconscious, because there's no way to do that. And you froze up. Oh, now you're back. There we go. Okay.
Oh, this is not good. Okay.
We could take a break and come back. We're live now, but I could take a break if that's okay, and then we can come back and we could, reset everything here. Maybe sign back in.
If you think it'll make a difference.
I think we probably should. Why don't we do that? All right, we're coming right back. We're talking with David Andrews, and this is all about the subconscious, harnessing the power of that, and also improving your learning for you, others, even your children. Yeah. All right. We're coming right back. Hang tight.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative. It opens up power.
Okay. You can hear me? You can hear me? Sign back in.
Yes, I can hear you. Sign back in, leave, and sign back in. Okay.
Sign out.
Oh.
Clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation. Call 800-386-9945. 800-386-9945. 800-386-9945. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Celebrating Bubby's 70th birthday.
I think we got it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Part two.
Talk again.
Okay. I was going to tell you a little bit about Dr. Eugene Gendlin at the University of Chicago in the 1960s.
Getting back to you. We've got a plane for that. Visit jetblue.com for everyday low fares.
We're jumping back in. We're talking with David Andrews, who is a life coach with a huge educational background. And we're talking about the subconscious right now. To reset here, the gentleman that you mentioned, and that's where we had an internet connection issue. What was his name?
Eugene Gendlin.
Okay. Tell us again. Let's start fresh here. What his role on the subconscious?
Okay. So Eugene Gendlin was training therapists, and he would observe them or record them on, used to be these little things called cassette tapes. He would record their sessions. And then he and his team at some point were listening to all of the sessions because they were curious as to why some people had a very successful therapeutic experience and other people did not. Okay. So when they analyzed all of the tapes, those were the two categories: success, not successful. So of course, the first place to look was, let's look at the therapist to see what's in common to what they did or did not do. So they were looking for empathy and compassion and listening and rapport between the therapist and the client. And to their surprise, in both camps, the therapists were doing excellent work. So then they said, well, the only other place to look is we have to look at the clients. And what they noticed about the clients was that when they came in to therapy, some of them would sit up straight and look at the therapist and talk a lot and be in therapy for a long time and not make a lot of progress. Other people would come into therapy and they would naturally do something. In other words, they were not taught how to do this by the therapist. Okay. They just intuitively knew to close their eyes, take a few deep breaths, relax. They would think about whatever the question was. They might put their hand on their chest or their stomach. And after a few moments, they would say, I have a little tickle in my throat, or I can feel this tightness in my chest, or I have this nervousness in my stomach, and they would kind of go to that place in their body, embodied awareness. And after being present to it for a little amount of time, it would kind of speak to them, or they would get what Gendlin described as a felt sense. They would get a sense of what this is about. And people would sort of struggle a bit to describe it or say what it means or where it came from. And quite often, they would have this insight or this connection. So Gendlin was interested in what were they doing and how were they doing it? And could he learn it? And would he be able to teach it to his therapist students, basically? So that became his research and his work and his focus, and he's written a couple of books on it. And so he started teaching focusing to his therapy students. And he moved it out of the realm of being a therapeutic method. And basically what he said was anybody can learn this and anybody can do this. You don't have to go see a psychotherapist to practice this focusing method. So he started to make it available to students and groups of people in the community, and it kind of grew and expanded. And to this day, people are still doing it. So why do I share that with you? Because again, he was approaching the unconscious. It was about exploring the connection between the conscious and the unconscious. And many people say there's great power in the unconscious, but we don't know how to access it. We don't know how to get to it, right? So there are many books, like what's his name? Joseph Murray wrote a book called The Power of the Unconscious. And in it, he describes all kinds of things that become possible when you harmonize the conscious mind and the unconscious mind and the body, the emotion. Prayer really, aspects conscious mind and the unconscious mind. So then it's about focusing on what stops you, what blocks you, what's in the way, what you would like to manifest, staying with the positive energy, because the subconscious will do whatever you request it to do, good or bad, right or wrong, fear.
But isn't it true? Isn't it true that the subconscious just wants to please you? So if you say things like, and this could be a belief that was bestowed upon you by your parents. Your parents could have been that one day where your parents say, "What are you doing? No, money doesn't grow on trees. We got to be careful around here what we spend. Easy there. No, we don't have money for that." You right away think that I'm not going to have money. So now later in life, you walk around saying, "I'm never going to have. I want to buy that car. I don't have enough money. I can't buy that car." And what is your subconscious hearing? Your subconscious, in my learning of it, it's kind of dumb, and it wants to support you. So all it's hearing is, "Can't buy car, can't buy car." So what is it going to do? It's going to do everything to make sure that you can't buy a car. And how is that? It'll just derail your efforts in job interviews. You'll mess them up, or whatever way it is to make sure that you don't succeed financially in this one example, because it doesn't know the difference. It just wants to make you happy. It heard you say to yourself, or even out loud, "Can't buy a car. I'm never going to be able to buy a car. Never buy a car." Is that your understanding too?
That is my understanding, because that's a belief. You had earlier spoken, Steve, about that zone between 2 years old and about 7 years old. And what gets constructed in the programming is those core beliefs. We're poor. We can't afford it. It's not possible. I'm not smart. I'm no good. I can't do it. I'm stupid. Whatever it is. But all that stuff, it gets programmed in. And those dictates, or those things we make up, they become the pattern makers.
Right.
And then we start to spin out and live out and play out into those patterns, so that when something new emerges, that's what kicks in, that set of patterns.
Yep.
And then we make choices and decisions based on that. So wouldn't it be fun to revisit that, rebuild that, reconstruct that, renew that?
Absolutely. It's almost as if The pattern is the blueprint, and your subconscious just continues the blueprint. Oh, this is how it's done. I.e., I'm not supposed to make money. I'm not supposed to buy that car. I'm not supposed to financially succeed. Let me just continue doing that because that's the pattern that was put in, when you're 5 years old or whatever it might have been. So, what are some ways that we can access the subconscious and reset the blueprint or change it up?
Okay, great question. You want to do a little focusing right now?
We don't have a lot of time, but like 5 minutes, maybe 6.
We'll do the abridged version. So I just want to say that at learningscircles.me, that's my website, and all of these courses, I start every session with a little bit of focusing, just brief, just to get people in the room and present, and the subconscious kind of connected to whatever the rest of the conversation is going to be for that period. So let me, we only have 5 minutes, so let me describe it to you. Basically, I do a guided relaxation, okay? So if you want to do this, you're going to get the high-speed version of it. Normally what I do is I slow it down, relax your toes, and relax your feet and your ankles and your shins and your calves and your knees and your thighs. Feel this nice relaxing energy coming up through your limbs and into your pelvic area and your hips and all the way up into your spine. And relax your lower back and your upper back. Relax your shoulders and your upper arms and your lower arms and your hands and fingers. Okay? Now relax your diaphragm. People carry lots of tension in there, so relax your breathing so that you're able to breathe fully and deeply. Relax your neck and your head and your face. Relax your eyes, all the little muscles around your eyes and the space between your eyes. Now, in that third eye, I want you to go someplace. I want you to go to a peaceful place. It could be a place in nature, a place from your childhood, a place outside, a place where you feel safe and secure, grounded and connected to the earth. So just take a minute and find a peaceful place. And when you find it, just put up a finger and let me know you found it.
No, I know that place.
Okay. So in this place, imagine that you can drop down inside yourself and you can just for a moment push all of the concerns and worries, fears and cares that you have, push them back, create some breathing room between you and them. Kind of see them over there on the horizon. In other words, we're creating a clearing, creating a space. And just notice that they're there. Okay? And there may be one of those that we could work on today a little bit. And maybe we don't have time today, and that's okay.
You know what? I want to jump in here, if I
Go
may.
ahead, please.
I think that we, in a future episode, should do this.
Okay,
in full on, because I'm going to tell you, David. This to me is very much like a guided meditation. What did you call it?
Exactly.
What did you call it?
I just called it focusing, but it's the same stuff. It's all the same stuff, bottled slightly different.
Here's the big but, and I hate using that word. Usually I substitute that word for and, but it is a but, because when you use but, it negates the first thing you said. I have been through these. I've done podcasts with people that do these in just 60 something seconds. I've never experienced the clarity that you provided in doing what we just did. I find I'm not a great meditator. I want to get there. I want to go deep. Yes, you take a walk, you're meditating, but I mean, really achieve a goal. And I feel even in those seconds, literally, I feel like I was in the zone. I feel like those things that, bother me and whatever, get in the way. I felt like I was able to really push them aside. So the way you do it is very, very, very clear. And that's why I'm saying, let's not rush this. This is good stuff. Really is.
Let me do one more thing, okay?
Sure.
You and I created what I called a peaceful place, okay? And it took us a few minutes to get there. So what I'd like you to do right now is just close your eyes and go to that peaceful place. And tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
There you go. So that peaceful place becomes a resource. When you're stressed out, when you're upset, annoyed, angry, disturbed, you can just close your eyes and say, peaceful place, and you're there. So that's an anchored inner resource. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. So one of the things I do is I just use that at the start of a course or a class, just so people have that, so they can be here now, as Baba Ramdas used to say.
Yeah. And that was the key word. Be in the present here. I'm going to share with you my peaceful place is a tropical beach. I don't know what it is. I feel grounded there. If I'm on the sand, on a chair, looking at the water, everything is great. And I have a friend who is very intuitive, call it a psychic, whether you believe him or not, but she's very intuitive. She says when she needs to meditate on something, and I'm just sharing this because it works for her. She says, I close my eyes and I feel like I take an elevator down and the elevator opens up, and hers is a beach as well. And she takes some steps out onto the beach, and that's how she gets in that zone. Whatever way you do it, I just close my eyes and I'm sitting right there and I'm good to go. But that works for her. Figured I'd share.
Perfect. That's the peaceful place exercise. It's fabulous.
It is. And all of this, we don't realize how impactful and important it can be.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. It's quite amazing, actually.
Yeah, and it's available to everybody all the time. It's just a matter of choosing to step in.
But once we're in that peaceful place, we need to push the other stuff out and make it a useful, even more useful, peaceful place. So hopefully we can do that next time. But
we can.
The subconscious is so important, and I've learned how to harness it to some extent. But it's a game changer in everything we do, isn't it?
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe something about the powers that be in our society have discouraged us from learning about it or focusing on it. And, a number of geniuses along the way have broken through that and created marvelous and miraculous and wonderful things in their lives. And you probably remember the book Think and Grow Rich. He talks about that in his book, how, and the power of the mastermind, for example. If you get a group of people who are all focused, right, and taking the time to kind of access the subconscious, it's amazing as a team what becomes possible to be created in approaching it that way, rather than a competition.
It's often been said that you have all the answers in you when you're trying to make a decision. I don't know whether I should do this or do that. Should I take this job or stay at the one I'm at? The answer is within you. You already know the answer. The problem is the stuff's around you getting in the way, the logic and all of that stuff. And with that exercise, maybe you can push that stuff out and then get clarity on what the answer is.
Yeah, that's it. You nailed it. That's the idea.
We have a plan for next time. For anybody that's really trying to get that focus, have some coaching, learn a lot of these processes, which really do change your life. Where can we find you, David?
Learningsircles.me, only because .com was $3,000 and .me was $999. But learningsircles.me is a platform. It's being constructed. It's live, but we're kind of working on it today, and hopefully it'll all be finished up in the next few days. But on learningsircles.me, you'll find half a dozen courses. And they're all 8-week courses, and that's about an hour to an hour and a half once a week. So you can go there and read some descriptions and pick a course, and it'll be fun.
Yeah,
you'll have a great time. You'll learn lots of new things.
Yeah, really cool stuff. And I wish, and you can't really look back because everything's a learning lesson, I believe. But I wish I put this stuff out long ago.
Yeah. Everybody gets to that. Yeah. So the sooner, the earlier, the better. That's why I love working with young people. Somehow it's younger people get it faster than older people.
Yeah, well, I think younger, but I wish I heard about all this stuff back in the day because how impactful, life-changing, literally life-changing. David, thank you for today. We have a plan next time, if you're okay with that, getting deeper into the
focusing session. Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah. Yeah.
We can definitely do that and more.
And more. Yeah.
Much, much more.
And I'll meet you at the beach. That's, all right.
Exactly.
Appreciate
All right.
you, David. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. It's been a great conversation, and have a wonderful week.
Yeah, you too.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we are now joined by Sally. We're excited to have her here. She's an author, a speaker, and so much more from, excuse me, Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Please welcome to the show. Let me get a drink.
Thank you for having me. And yes, it always happens at the most inopportune time. I totally get it.
I know. I apologize. And I have my tea too, but thank you. Please introduce yourself to our listeners while I continue my choking.
Okay, please don't. My name is Sally Wurr, and as you mentioned, I'm an international speaker. I've written lots of books, and I feel like I've had enough life skills now to share with people and help them discover who they really are versus who people tell them they should be.
All right. I know you're known as the storm whisperer. We're going to get to that. But first, it's good to find out more just about you. Tell us a little about your background and how did you become this amazing motivational speaker? Would you mind sharing?
Sure. It's because I get bored. Don't let me get bored. And it was something I discovered through my book, writing my book, Power of Awakening, of I never saw myself the way I now see myself as a youngster, right? My parents had their hands full, and I didn't realize that I was such a busy child. And as an adult, clearly I have continued that. But, I was always put in leadership roles ever since back to 4th grade. I can remember being put in charge of a leadership role. And I think that there are tools in our toolbox that we're all born with. But, I spent many years as an advanced hair cutter and makeup artist. Then I spent, and still am, I am president and founder of SW Insurance Corp. It's my own company.
Wow.
And I work with CEOs and CFOs of corporations here in Colorado and help them design and prioritize and simplify their benefit programs so that they're better able to attain and retain excellent employees. And then, I was exposed to some good friends of mine, still good friends of mine, back in 2010, 2011, that were authors. And I'd never thought I would ever write.
Wow.
But I was intrigued, right? I was intrigued.
Clearly enough. And then all of a sudden, here you are writing.
Yeah. Well, in 2019, I wrote my first book, Succeed with Purpose. And my whole goal was, gosh, I could go to Amazon and see my name, right? I type in Sally Wurr.
That's so cool.
Pops, and it was so cool. I did nothing with it, right? I did nothing with it. And It was only a couple years ago, 2020, when late 2019, 2020, I have another good friend that I co-wrote a book with called Hold My Crown, Michelle Moroz, and we and our publisher, Perfect Publishing, got together and decided that it was time for another book for Sally to write. And I had several that I was looking at. Power of Awakening was not the first title of that book, but my publisher said, "Hey, Sally, do you think maybe you could write 3 books?" And I'm going, 3 books?
Wow, you're like,
okay, challenge accepted, right? He had my number, and so I wrote Power of Awakening, which was really my journey. Your listeners don't know this, but my husband was diagnosed with cancer in March of 2020, at the beginning of COVID. And unfortunately, he died 4 months later. It was a very aggressive cancer. And navigating that whole world during a worldwide pandemic, that there was no path, right? There was no path. All you kept hitting were brick walls. And I like to think the universe blessed me and made it as easy as possible to navigate that. And anyway, through all of that, Power of Awakening came out. Second book was Power of Purpose, and third book that'll be out shortly is called Power of Legacy.
wow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And by the way, Sally War, how do we reach you if someone's interested in your work? It's sallywurr.com. That's SALLYWURR.com. And did you want to share a phone number or any social media pages before we continue?
You know what? If you just Google Sally Wurr, you'll find my Facebook, my Instagram. Really, Facebook is where I'm the busiest. Also LinkedIn. But truly, go to my website. My contact information is there. And I don't usually give out my phone number because
no, that's okay.
It's hard enough fielding emails, let alone phone numbers as well. And so for me, it's been a wild journey. In the last 3 years have certainly been eye-opening, right? And that's why they call me the Storm Whisperer, because I've lived long enough to
weather any storm, and
a lot of them.
Great. Well, let's dive into your work as a speaker. I know we're going to talk about speaking, coaching, your Zoom empowerment and strategy courses. So let's start there. So the type of speaking, motivational speaking you do, fill us in.
My whole goal is to help people that are spiraling into this. A lot of people are spiraling into this abyss right now because of the COVID pandemic, right? I like to refer to it as SAD, S-A-D. They're stressed, angry, and depressed. And it's up to those of us that aren't to try to help them that are, right? Because if we all get underneath, be the wind beneath those wings, right? And we help lift. And so I'm in that lift, and I've always been a mentor. And so I talk to people about, what happens when life doesn't go according to plan. And we all know life doesn't always go the way according to plan. And then, and to know that, the human capacity to recover and survive some of the worst days of your life is something that just comes by learning from others, right? So that you can take the shortcut versus the long route.
Yep.
And when life is filled with all those potholes, how do you navigate them? And my favorite saying is the problem is not the problem, it's your reaction to the problem, which is the problem.
You're right.
And so change your reaction. That's one stop. Just change your reaction and panic after.
Yeah, no, I have kids, and it's like always I panic and I scream and they get mad that I yell, and I'm like, I need to step it down, and I got to change my thinking because it's scaring them and it's making them feel uncomfortable. I don't know how else to act, and I'm like, okay, I got to keep it cool instead of being, why is that left on the kitchen table? Why didn't you clean up your mess? I got to be more like, hey, look at that mess. Oh wow, like right? Is that can I do that? Can I do it?
Yes. You know what? You'll always get more with honey than you do with vinegar, right?
Yep, that's true. Yeah.
And adults are no different.
True. Yeah. You're right. You're right. All right. Good. Thank you. All right. I'll work on that one. I'll let you know how it goes.
Yes. And how old are your children?
6 and 8. 6 and 8.
Okay.
So they're young. They're young for sure.
They're still in the negotiation phase, and they're still learning how to negotiate with you. My daughter's an adult, but being an only child, she was really good at
negotiating.
pitting mom and dad against each other. Said, well, mom kind of said, and her dad would look at her and say, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yep. And so what is it? I mean, think about it, right? As a speaker, so you're there to motivate and teach us. Okay, so you're teaching me about changing the reaction. That's a great step. Any other secrets you want to share?
There's actually, if the audience wants to go to www.sallyword.com/work with me, there's actually a free, I have a freebie to give away. So it's the 5 steps to discovering you.
Okay.
And it's just a primer, right, of
Yeah.
what I bring to the table. But my Power Awakening really is a journey, my own journey, but to help other people discover who they really are. Because from the moment that we're born, we're judged, right? I mean, as soon as that baby is born, they give what I think they call it the APGAR test.
Yes.
Tells you what percentage you're in for weight, height. I mean, you are judged from the minute you are born. And then all through life, people tell you who you should be and where you should be. And I had a good friend of mine.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I had a friend that wanted to be an artist in the worst way, and her parents said that you're not going to make any money, be a CPA.
Mm-hmm. And to
Well,
this day, she regrets that, right?
As a later adult, she regretted it. And so she still kept her day job, but she started incorporating her creative side and started doing her artwork and selling it on the side. And so she gets both. And that's what I like to think. You know, my business of SW Insurance Corp is my thinking cap corporate side, right? And my writing and speaking is my give back, my feel good, my creative side.
Got it. Yeah. Interesting. So
I feed both sides, but I just get bored. So I have to. And I love to see change, right? I just got an email from a good friend of mine. She's a fantastic lady. And she'd been following me on Facebook and just got excited about what I was doing and she's excited for me, right? And now she just wrote her first book and she just wrote me an email saying, hey, can you be in my next book? She's got 4 books lined up. And
wow.
I said, what a powerhouse. How fabulous is that to watch people just burst from the seams because something has caught them that they can just really just dig into, right?
Yeah. And you mentioned the best 2 days of your life are the day you are born and the day
you find out why. Mark Twain, I mean, he's a smart man, right?
Really? Yes.
But so many of us don't stop long enough to figure out what's truly going to feed us. And we're given one life on this playing field, right? One life. And so what are we doing with it? And are we being the best human being that we can possibly be?
Yeah.
Because there's an acronym that I share in one of my books. It's called WORK, W-O-R-K. And no, it's not a dirty word. It's W stands for having a willingness to step outside your comfort zone. O is to be organized, whatever that means to you, right? Be organized. R is to build relationships with other people because we never know when we can boost somebody up or they can boost us up. And K is kindness. It costs us nothing to be kind. But people have forgotten how to be kind. We have a world right now that people have forgotten how to be kind, and they see people that are down and they just want to kick them even more because they can, right? They think they can. All I'm telling you is karma. Karma is a really nasty when karma comes back. So be kind.
All right. Thank you so much. And again, if you're just tuning in, Sally Wurr is here joining us. She's a best-selling author. She's a speaker. She's a coach and so much more. Again, it's SallyWurr.com. You can reach out to her there. And she can also offers a life design guide. So there's so much more to talk about. So starting the speaking, tell me what you want to speak about next.
You know, I could ramble on for lots of hours, you know. I've just been blessed in my life, right? And I say I've been blessed, right, Jill? But I've had just as much negative happen as positive happen because that's the life balance, right? You know, my daughter was a NICU baby, and I know it was a long time ago. Just seems like it was yesterday, right? And so in the book Hold My Crown, which is a book I was a co-author in with Michelle Moras and 18 other women, we share our stories of grit and resilience. Well, my daughter was a NICU baby. She's born 3 pounds, 8 ounces. I brought her home at 3 pounds, 8 ounces.
Oh my goodness.
She's a thriving, awesome adult female now, adult woman now, living her own life. But, you know, how do you navigate? And so I share stories from stage, and I share stories one-on-one with people that it does take grit and courage to live this life, and not to put your head in the sand.
Yeah.
Not to put your head in the sand. Hit it head on, or as close to head on as you possibly can. But bottom line is that sometimes you need to hear stories of somebody else's tragedies and triumphs in order to not feel like you're on an island by yourself. And that's really what it's all about, right? Is helping people feel like they're the only one that's ever dealt with this situation. You know, for friends of mine, other friends of mine who have lost their spouses, you know, that are widows or widowers, we don't have the exact same footprint, but we have enough to have the compassion, right? And so when someone's going through that, you have a little bit of an idea of what to do and what not to do. But bottom line is, as I tell people, don't think someone's going to come in and save you. It's nice to think that you know, that knight in shining armor is going to come in and just save the day because that's what you saw on TV.
Nope, doesn't work that way all the time.
Sometimes it works where you get help. I mean, I'm not saying that I didn't get any help. I certainly have, but I try to remind people that the closest hand for help is attached to your own arm. And the sooner you learn that the skills that you can survive on your own if you have to, not that you want to or not that you will have to, but you're less disappointed when it doesn't happen. Or you get a different reaction than what you think you're going to get.
Well, also, I just want to remind everyone, SallyWord.com. Don't forget, she's here talking to us. Also a best-selling author. And if you're on the Zoomcast, is that your books in the background?
I do. Some of them.
Covers. Okay, good.
There's Power of Awakening, Power of Purpose, Hold My Crown, Succeed with Purpose. I have 8 more books I'm co-authors in that'll be coming out in the next 12 months. A book of influence, and it's based off of Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence Others. And then the book of mentors. And it's I'll be co-authoring with those books with people like Brian Tracy and Sharon Lecter, and you know, just a whole pile of really good people that help us navigate, right? Help us navigate through life, because some of these lessons, some of these mentors have been around for a long time, and the stuff that they wrote in the 50s still holds true today.
Yeah. It really does.
So I think it's just really a matter for me. I want to affect change for people that are looking for change, right? If you're happy with your life, bless you. I am so thankful that you do, and that you're engaged in things that give you peace of mind and that get you excited every day. I mean, every day I wake up and I am excited.
I was going to ask, what should we do, right? Some people say wake up early. Some people journal. Some people meditate. What are some ideas?
You know, I think you have to choose to be happy. It's a choice. Now, I totally get that I was born with a happy gene, right? I mean, I am like this at 5 o'clock in the morning and 11 o'clock at night. It's just, I was born with a gene, a tool in my toolbox where I look at things on the bright side and my cup is always overflowing. I understand that there are people, I mean, I used to get that a lot in my younger days. People used to say, can you just stop being happy?
I'm like, no, this is you.
You know, if you don't like me, then there's the door. But understand that we're all different, right? So I am an extrovert, and I am an excited extrovert, and I ooze this joy and this high vibrational frequency. But I'm also cognizant of those people that don't. Right? And there's a lot of people out there that their energy level and their vibrancy level is not fluttering up here like I am in the stratosphere. And people say you should never change who you are for other people. And I said, it's true, you should never change who you truly are, but understand that when you walk into an environment where there's a different level of, there's a calmness, you have to bring yourself a little bit down so that you're not overpowering those people that are in that room. Because there's those quiet people that are more introspective, that our high energy vibration exhausts them, and it exhausts them quickly. And so I think that those of us that are at that higher energy level, we have to understand when we're in a smaller group of people, we have to emulate what's going on. It's like mirroring, right? You know, you see somebody in a conference that's like this. Well, you might want to do much the same thing, or they're sitting in the front of their seat, or they're leaning back in their chair. It's all about listening and watching the body language and listening. And I tell people all the time, although I talk a lot, is truly God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Yeah.
And when we're looking at hanging out with friends, or we're in the workplace, whether we're in charge or we're somebody that isn't in charge, that is in charge, but just at a different level, that we all have opinions.
Yeah.
And we all have knowledge. And if we listen, if we listen to listen versus listen to answer a question, life might go a little bit smoother. But we pigeonhole people and we say, well, you know, they don't have that skill or this skill. That they probably don't need that skill for their job.
Yeah, true.
And not everybody can be the chief. We need more Indians than we need chiefs.
Absolutely. And can we talk about the coaching that you're doing? What types of things could people benefit from a coach? Could you give us some examples of the things that you can work on with somebody?
You bet. You know, I call myself a life design coach, right? Because I want to work with people and help them find out what they're supposed to be doing. Because if you're spiraling into that abyss, you're not doing something right. And so I like to work on them either one-on-one or via group Zoom classes or retreats, so that we can get down to the nitty-gritty. And it's deep conversations that you have internally. You don't have to share them, although a lot of people do share them with me. That's, you know, I think that goes back to my hairdressing days, right? You know, the best psychologist you got is the person that does your hair and makeup.
Talk to everyone, you listen. Yeah. Yeah.
You just do. People tell you things that they wouldn't tell even their own spouse. And I work that, you know, because I have that compassion and that empathy, people are willing to dig a little deeper. And of course, I dig deeper, right? I share with them some of the deepest, darkest secrets that I only recently started releasing, because people always saw me as this happy person. And when you share with them some of the gut-wrenching stuff that you have to go through, they go, "Ooh." But again, when you get at that level with people, they have a better understanding of how you can help them. How I can help them. And sometimes it's pointing it out, because when you're like in the middle of the forest, you can't see the sunshine. And so when you have somebody coming from that's on the outside looking in and listening, truly listening, there are little things that we can pick up that you might not be aware of. I picked up a lot of mine because I was doing some really deep journaling during the whole time when my husband was first diagnosed, all the way through a couple of years after his passing. I journaled every single day. I got up every morning and I wrote. And it didn't matter what I wrote on. Whatever came to mind is what I wrote on. And whenever you have problems or issues or questions about your life, sometimes you just need to get in a quiet place and write it down. Write it down, but don't put it in something where other people have access to it, right?
Sure.
I don't think what I wrote in my journal is anybody's business but my own. Just like people that have actual physical journals that they write in, bless them. I'm always afraid someone's going to read it, you know. Not that there's anybody in the house but the cat that's going to read it, but it's just another way of communicating with yourself and finding out are you in the driver's seat of your life? Really and truly, are you in the driver's seat of your life? Because I talk a lot about life rules and stories and stuff, and one of the life rules that I like to talk about is if you don't go after what you want, you're never going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't go after it, and if you don't ask the question, the answer is always going to be no.
True.
I get phone calls all the time. Sally, I know this is a stupid question, but there are no stupid questions out there. First and foremost, if you have a question and I'm able to give you an answer, I'm going to give you an answer. Perfect. Like your children, Jill. I mean, your children come to you because you're the expert, you're the mom.
Mm-hmm.
And they expect you to give them an answer that they're based on their age group that they can understand. Yeah. And I think that's what we're here for, right? Is to help each other, whether it's be our young children or our adult children or our friends of friends or whatever. If we have the ability to fix something or to give an opinion on something, we should be doing that.
Yeah.
And so many people keep it. So many people keep their knowledge to themselves. They're afraid of being judged. They don't want to share this. I can't believe the number of people I know that don't share knowledge. And I'm going, don't you think that might have helped me step
somehow
quicker?
Down the line? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I share a story. There was a Rue McClanahan, I think it was her Emmy speech.
Golden Girls,
yeah. Golden Girls. Love that lady. But the story that I share with my audiences is that early in her career, she was auditioning, right? And she didn't get the part because they said she wasn't photogenic enough. And what? And her mom told her a story. She said, Rue, she says, there are people in your life that are going to give you boosts, and there are going to be people in your life that are going to give you kicks. Take note of who they are, because somewhere down the line, that person that gave you a boost in whatever it is that you're doing in her career as an actress, she was able to boost them and give them a chance.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, for those people that really give you an ugly kick, you might have the opportunity to kick them right back. Mm-hmm. It's like, see, you told me I couldn't do it, and I did it.
And I did it, exactly.
And so those are fun stories, right? But it's being a human, and we don't always get first place. Mm-hmm. And we have to figure out why we didn't get first place and let it go and move on to the next.
And realize it's okay as long as you tried. It's so true. Try. It's as simple as that. And eventually you'll succeed. And it's words of encouragement, words of inspiration. And it's also about positive mindset, which maybe we can get into more next time, because that's clearly what we're talking about. But yeah, in a nutshell, but we're all out of time. I apologize, Sally. We got to wrap it up. How can we reach out to you?
Best thing to do is go to sallyword.com/work with me. Get my, 5 steps to discovering you. If you go to my website, it'll have all my contact information. Send me an email, sallyword@gmail.com. Sally, SALLYWURR@gmail.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Looking forward to checking it all out. Again, don't forget her books. Go to the website or Amazon. Google her name. You'll find her there. And looking forward to our next conversation. Thank you again. Motivational speaking, coaching, you name it. She does it. We'll talk more hopefully next week. Thanks so much.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
when I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back here with One Tree Yoga and half of the owners today. Yes, Allison. Allison Teague is joining us again, part owner of One Tree Yoga, based out of beautiful Omaha, Nebraska. And we're excited to have Amy Rector joining us as well, who's a longtime student of One Tree Yoga. So welcome both to the show. How are you?
We're great. Thanks for having us.
Good.
Yay.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, Allison, take the reins for a sec for new listeners and viewers today. Just tell us a little bit about you, your company, and we're excited to actually talk to Amy too, to get the whole experience from another side, from the student perspective.
That's right. Yeah. So like you said, Jill, we are based out of Omaha, Nebraska. So we have 2 locations here in town where you can come to class and take class with us. We also, since COVID, have been offering Zoom classes. So we have a whole schedule of Zoom classes where you can either join live or get the recording later. So yeah, our website is onetreeyoga.com. That's the best way to kind of read about all of our teachers and see what kind of classes we offer, look at our schedule. We also have a YouTube channel where you can take, shorter little snippets of different kinds of classes and meditations. And the cool part about that is it's free. So yeah, those are the best places to kind of check us out. Also, Instagram, Facebook, all of that stuff too.
Awesome. Well, Amy, welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about yourself, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jill. So, well, I'll tell you just a little bit in general about myself. So I teach English at Metro Community College, and I have been practicing yoga for, I was just trying to think about it, more than 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And I feel like, as in my role as a teacher, not just, not teaching yoga or anything like that, but I do use a lot of what I've learned and thought about practicing yoga. So I teach at Metro. I've taught English for 20 years. I'm married and have 2 kids. And yeah, from Omaha, been here my whole life. And yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Oh, wonderful. Well, you want to know more about you. So you've been doing yoga, you said, for what, 20 something years, right?
Yeah.
And, how did you originate, to find One Tree Yoga? Where were you going before that, if you don't mind, and tell us, what drew you into, One Tree Yoga in general?
So I actually was trying to remember. So I started practicing yoga in 2000.
Okay.
And that was before I even became a teacher when I was in college. And then I'm pretty sure I came to One Tree in around 2003. I think a friend of mine who still practices at One Tree brought me there for the first time. I think I was just texting with her the other day. And then I've just been there ever since. I started practicing yoga at a gym in the Pinnacle Club in Omaha. And then I made it to One Tree and have been there, like I said, ever since.
Wonderful. And you also did teacher training there too?
Yeah. So I did teacher training about 10 years ago. And I just decided that was like another part of my journey in yoga. I wanted to get more information about like the philosophy behind yoga. I wanted to do more reading and just be able to teach yoga if I wanted to. So yeah, and that was a really great experience as well.
Wonderful. Well, we're excited to bring you here, have you on with the show. I want to talk and know more, about, basically One Tree Yoga and what's the experience there for you. Clearly, you love going there. You love the company. What would you want to share with our listeners and about your knowledge of yoga and their teachers there, and of course the teacher training program?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think that the things that I really like about One Tree, first of all, the teachers are extremely knowledgeable. And so no matter what kind of yoga you want to practice, so they have hot yoga, they have, the hatha yoga, vinyasa, like all different styles. You have teachers who are super knowledgeable about what they're teaching, who are also extremely welcoming. So I think that sometimes, depending on the studio or depending on who's teaching, it can, because I've gone to other studios, like when I've been out of town or things like that, and it can feel sometimes a little bit less maybe welcoming, or just a little bit, I don't know. I guess that the community at One Tree is also really awesome. And there's people who have been practicing there for as long as I have, or even longer. And so you make friends who are just like your yogi friends. And I think that because the teachers are so knowledgeable, anybody can come to One Tree and get a great experience. So if you need a modification, or if you've got an injury or something like that, like all the teachers know enough and are really thoughtful in what they're teaching that you're going to be able to have a great experience there.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for sharing. And are you currently teaching there, or you got your...
Yeah, so I am not teaching there. I've offered free yoga classes to colleagues before. Yeah, and I'm just starting that up at Metro, where I work for some colleagues now too. And I think, it's interesting because I am a teacher by trade. And so, I love teaching, but it was a big shift for me, actually, because I had been practicing as a student for such a long time. And then when I did the teacher training, like, I don't feel confident enough yet in my abilities as a yoga teacher to try to teach at a studio. But if I can offer a free class, then, I feel
Pressure's
like
off.
that's, that's a pretty good deal for people. And then, the pressure's off. But I do love teaching. I mean, I think that teaching yoga is a different challenge. It's different than like teaching English. But it's amazing. Like when I've offered a free class before, people are just so, well, it's like if you love yoga and you've never been exposed to it and you don't know you love it yet, but then you get that great feeling that yoga gives you, you're just so grateful and excited to whoever is teaching it to you. And so that's super fun to be a part of that.
I want to jump in quick and add that I think, well, one of the reasons I wanted Amy to come on today, there's many, but she's a really great example of, like, I think people think like, oh, I'm going to do yoga teacher training and I'm going to teach at a studio. But like most of our people that we've trained over the years, I think it's really cool to see how they can offer it in their jobs and in sort of like different ways. And Amy's like a really great example of like how she sort of brings this in, maybe in like a non-traditional setting to her college students, which like, who doesn't need yoga? College students need like all the yoga, right? And to her colleagues who are teaching college students. So I think it's a great example of like, it doesn't have to be this formal yoga class necessarily to still be able to like impart the things that you have learned through, 20 years of yoga, like with people in your life. And Amy's like a great example of that because she's been so, consistent and committed to yoga for so long.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing. That's a great, that really says a lot. So a lot of people who do get the training, just passionate, love it, don't really mean they actually teach it, but that's awesome.
Or they
Sweet
teach in a different way. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. So, Alison, what do you see with yoga students who stick with yoga as long as Amy?
Yeah. That's part of why when you had kind of suggested to Gabe and I last week, like, you should bring a yoga student on, Gabe and I were texting after, we were like, oh, we love this idea. And I was like, who should we ask? And we both were like, Amy. And
do we have a favorite student?
Yeah,
I think we know
we don't like to pick favorites, but I mean, I've been going to One Tree about 20 years. So really when I look back at like people that I've been seeing for that long. Amy's, one of the first people that pops in my head. Like, we've been in class together, kind of like Gabe and I were, for a really long time. And, when I started teaching, she had little kids. She was like in the midst of like starting her career. And so, we kind of like did different things, but it's just really cool as a teacher to see people that like show up no matter what stage of life they're in, like week after week, busy with work. I've seen her through like her kids getting older and, different career changes. And, it's just really cool to see how it can, positively affect not just people physically, but of course it does. I've also seen Amy through like different injuries and things that she's had to work through and, come out on the other side, but also just to see how it's, help shift mindsets and, bring a sense of calm when life is stressful and, all of that. And Amy, is just a really great example of like, this is, what can happen if you really commit and like consistently show up, that like yoga can be, it doesn't have to be your whole career like it is mine, but it can be this part of your life that brings, positivity to your life. And it can also, something that you can introduce to other people. And so, Gabe and I are like, Amy is a great example because, we've seen people come and go. It's like anything, people come and go, and that's just kind of the way of life. But, there's definitely like a handful of people that we've, known for as long as we've been around there, that it's really cool to see.
And Amy, obviously, I mean, being the fact you've done yoga for so many years yourself, I'm sure you've been to other, places, other studios, but no offense to them, but, you're clearly stuck with One Tree Yoga. What was it about them, about their system, about their people, their teaching that keeps you going back?
So I think the thing that I love, well, there's lots of things that I love about One Tree, but first of all, I think that most of the classes that you go to, there's going to be obviously the physical practice, but there's also going to be some conversation about the sort of other aspects of yoga. And it's not, to me, it's not heavy-handed where anybody's like trying to, necessarily like preach to you, but it's like it's what drew me to yoga, honestly, and what keeps me loving it is like the parts even beyond the physical. So maybe that's the breath work, or it's the philosophy, or the emphasis on like kindness to yourself and others, and that idea that like what we practice on the mat, we take off the mat into
Practice
our lives.
What you preach. Yep.
Yep. So all of that stuff for me, that's what really draws me to One Tree, because regardless of the teacher that you get, they're gonna have good background in not just the physical postures, but also like the sort of thinking behind yoga. And to me, what makes it so special and not just like another type of exercise. I mean, you could treat it that way, certainly, and there are all kinds of physical benefits.
Yeah.
But like for me, I mean, I know that it's part of the reason why I'm so consistent, like what Allison was talking about, is like, I'm not as good of a mom. I'm not as good of a teacher if I'm not in, that place where I feel happy and all of that, because I've been going to yoga. It's just a time. It's also a time when I'm at class in the studio when my brain is quiet. So my brain is just quiet and I'm not thinking of the million things I need to do. And that is just a huge relief. And it's, like I said, it's a welcoming environment. So much knowledge in the teaching staff, and then just cool people who are fun to chat with, before and after class and stuff like that. So.
Oh, any other questions you want to ask Allison to Amy?
I mean, I would just add to that. Yeah. Like Amy was talking about, I think, we're all moms here. I think we can relate.
I have a
that,
6 and 8-year-old, 2 boys.
Yes.
So,
So she's kind of in a similar stage that Gabe and I are in, but like, I think as moms, like it's easy to sort of not prioritize taking time for ourselves, and that, like when we can. And
have you seen my nails? Haven't been done since December.
Right.
And then I broke the foot. So since December, no pedicure, but like it's time. I know self-care is important. I'm trying to get it back a little.
It's hard, right? Our kids, we're all so busy. Our kids are busy. We've got stuff going on. And so it's like, I think what we see is those people that really do make the time, even though it's hard to make the time, that like, it just allows you to show up kind of in every part of your life in a kind of better, healthier, happier way. And, that's great. Like I always tell people, like, your kids, it'll be okay for like an hour. Like they could do it, like your husband can handle it for an hour and a half while you like drive, take a class, come home.
And actually, I mean, One Tree has been, Allison was sort of saying, it's been a constant in my life through like, the birth of my 2 kids through, and in fact, I went into labor with my first kid at a yoga class at One Tree.
Wait,
so
this
funny.
is, we
I
should
don't think
start
I knew
off with
this.
this.
Yeah,
Wait,
right.
wait,
I did
back
not know this.
up. Tell us exactly when, where, wait.
It was a prenatal yoga class, appropriately enough, and it was my first, and so I did not know what contractions felt like at that point. And I just remember through that whole class, I was like, "What is going on? Like, this seems harder than normal." And then I got done with the class and I realized, oh, those are contractions, because it was like, every like 8 to 10 minutes. So it's been a huge part of my life. It's just been a constant through like, the birth of my kids, through career changes. And I think that's another thing that I love about it, even through the pandemic, all the different ways that One Tree tried to make yoga still accessible for people and continues to do so, I think is amazing. And part of the reason why, I don't know why I would ever leave. So
Aw,
Never
that's so
leave.
sweet.
yeah.
Okay, all right. What else did you want to bring up today? Do we have any events happening, Allison?
Yeah, I would love to chat about that. So it's April. I don't know what the weather's like there, Jill, but it was nice here in Omaha yesterday, and then today's kind of cold again. But I
Same
think the spring
thing.
is coming.
Yeah. It
is
was like
here.
60 yesterday. Today it's like
Yeah.
40 something.
Today is windy and gross.
It's not
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
It's not good. Amy and I were just lamenting this weekend. We both have kids in like spring sports, and I'm like, spring sports are terrible. It's like, it's not, it's still
I got
so cold.
soccer.
Yes,
We got then we have baseball.
Yeah,
Lacrosse.
I'm ready for the warmth. So yeah, with spring coming up, April's here. Summer is typically a little bit slower for us, just with people traveling and stuff. So we like to sort of have events happening in the spring so people can do some cool stuff. So coming up, middle of April, so in a couple of weeks, we have actually one of Amy and I's first teachers, Teresa Murphy. So Amy, is one of her longtime students as well.
Yeah.
She's lives in Massachusetts now, but she's traveling back to Omaha to do a weekend of workshops, which will be in person and on Zoom. So people that, want to try to catch her. She's so knowledgeable. She's been teaching for well over 30 plus years. She just gets better with age. She's amazing. And I'm super excited to have her. So she'll be teaching Friday night, a couple of sessions Saturday, a session Sunday, the middle of April. So definitely worth checking out. And then we also have at the end of April, I am teaching another wall ropes class. Unfortunately, you cannot do that on Zoom, but if you can make it into the studio, we've still got some spots left, anybody that's interested. And then Gabe and I are just wrapping up in May. We'll be finishing this year's teacher training program. So it runs from October to May. And so we're wrapping that up in May, which is crazy. I feel every year I think it goes fast, but this year I'm just like, which means, we'll take the summer off from teacher training and then start up again in the fall. So, I always like to plug that like, it seems fall's far away, but it'll be here before you know it. And, teacher training is obviously a bigger commitment time-wise. Financially, it's a bigger commitment. And so, I always tell people like start thinking about it now. But like Amy's a great example, I think, of like someone that's gone through the program. She got to learn more about yoga. She maybe doesn't necessarily teach a ton formally, but she utilizes it in her job. Also, like 10 years later, she can still decide, you know what, I'm going to teach this to my colleagues. It's not like the knowledge goes away. She keeps practicing. She, keeps learning. And so we definitely, like I think last week I talked about like, teacher training is really a program for learning more. So even if you don't want to teach, or you don't think you want to teach, or you don't know, it's a great way to dive in. I mean, we can only scratch the surface in an hour and 15-minute class. And so this way you can really just like dive in, commit to yoga for, 9 months and like really get a lot of time to practice. So that's something to start thinking about for anybody that might be interested coming up here next fall.
Awesome. What else do we have, ladies? Talk more amongst yourselves about the studio. Fill us in, because, even though if you're not in Omaha, obviously you have the virtual classes, and, why should we go to One Tree Yoga? Amy, what else did you want to add?
I was going to throw in before Amy's thinking, because Amy, we always laugh about this. So Amy definitely was like mentioning during COVID, we kind of had to revamp the way we do things, obviously, so that people, we could still keep our business open. People could still do yoga with Zoom. And, I think people kind of fall into two camps. People either like love Zoom and they're like never going to leave Zoom and they're never coming back to the studio ever again because they've gotten comfortable. Or they live out of town, or people that are like, I'm already on Zoom all day for work. Like, I don't want to do more Zoom.
I don't want to be that. I want to get out. Yeah.
Totally. And Amy falls in that camp. So we always joke but I will say the beauty is, we get a lot of like snowstorms here sometimes in Nebraska and ice storms. And so it's been nice this winter, in the last couple of winters, to have the option of like, okay, we have to cancel class. It's a blizzard, but we can still do class on Zoom. And then Amy's always like, all right, I'll do Zoom if it's a blizzard only. That's the only way.
That's right. That's right. Well, I would say one other thing, just to answer your question about why One Tree. I think that the vibe of class is, so in just the many years I've gone to different studios, and I never walk out of a yoga class disappointed that I went to a yoga class. I mean, I love yoga, but sometimes I think that and it sort of just depends on what you like. But for me, I like teachers that aren't all maybe like sunshine and roses. Yoga is we're all here. I don't know, like the vibe is, it is down to earth. It is real. So like if something is challenging, the teacher more likely than not is going to acknowledge that something is challenging, and they're going to encourage you to push through it or modify if you need to understand the difference between discomfort and pain. So like to me, I think it's the teachers are so knowledgeable that they can help you understand when you should push, when you should maybe back off a little bit, so that you're always going to leave the class feeling good. And you can also ask questions after class or before class. I mean, I think that's, it's just the vibe there is very supportive, chill, fun. And then to have a little community of yogis too. So you have your regulars, but then you have new people that come, and it's nice. You can chat with people before class. It's just a good vibe.
How do you define yogi? We've talked about that many times. What is a yogi? Explain it to us in your own terms, Amy.
Oh boy, did I walk into something?
No.
I mean, to me, I guess
laughing at like all the names. She's like, "What's that mean? What's that word?"
Oh, yeah. I think I just define anybody who practices yoga as a yogi. Yeah, I mean, really, so. Like, I don't think it
can be who goes to class, or someone that meditates, or someone that. I sometimes think there are people walking around the world that have never done a yoga pose in their life, but they just kind of have the energy of a yogi, So anyone could be a yogi.
Yep. I think so too. Yeah. I don't think it has to be a fancy, you don't have to do teacher training, although teacher training is awesome, but like, I think so. And I think Allison's right. To me, it's like somebody could, I don't know, like have the sort of mindset of a yogi without. And that's what it was for me too. Like when I came to yoga, I was like, oh, this is what I already believe. Like for me, it was just like a recognition, like I'm putting in words into how I already felt about the world. And that's probably another reason, obviously, why I've stuck with it so long. So
awesome. Great. Well, we still have 3 minutes left in the show. Allison, what else did you want to add to your listeners and viewers today about One Tree Yoga?
Yeah. I think, thanks, Amy, for the nice words. I think Gabe and I always joke all the time, like, if you aren't, into keeping it real, like, then we're probably not the studio for you. Like, we like to keep it pretty real. I just think it's not only real, but more helpful for like, how can we get through life? Because life is so many things. Life is beautiful, but it can also be really hard and challenging. And so I think yoga can kind of help give us it's like a tool. I like to think of it as like a tool in our tool bag of like a way to kind of get through life. And, the way we do that is by doing these poses, and these hard poses teach us how to like deal with hard stuff. And so, I think it's important to not like sugarcoat too. It's like, it's not really helping anybody. But that, there's a fine line between that and, like always being kind and, all of that. So, yeah, I think I always kind of plug at the end, like if you've never tried yoga, or if it's been a while, or sometimes, like, I know Gabe talks about this a lot, like Amy said, there's kind of a ton of yoga out there, and I think that's overall a good thing. But sometimes, you might, like, there's a teacher for everybody, or there's a studio for everybody. So,
Yeah.
if you tried it and it's like you didn't love it, I always tell people, like, try it again, try somebody else out, try a different studio out, try a different teacher. Like, it's worth finding somebody or somebodies that you sort of connect with better. I think there's so many different kinds of yoga and teachers out there that,
Good.
my thing is, like, just try it till you find, somebody you click with. It's worth it. Like, one time is maybe not the best example. And so, try your best not to be intimidated. We all remember being new, and we don't expect people to know what they're doing when they're new. So, we're there to help, and, we are really interested in teaching.
And you're never too old to start, or
Never too old to
young, like the
start.
kids,
Never
right?
too
Yeah.
young to start. It's very true. I
Right.
wish I would have started even younger.
Right.
Well,
And I think too, like, I think that there's some misconceptions sometimes about who should be doing yoga. Like, if you have a certain kind of body, or a certain age, or a certain whatever, and that's just not true. Yoga is good for anybody who wants to do it. It can be meaningful and amazing.
Good. Well, thank you guys for being here again. And if you visit onetreeyoga.com, you can find out more information, check out their YouTube classes. And we really excited to have you on today, Amy. Thank you so much for
Thank you
joining
so
us.
much.
And
Yeah,
we
thank
had
you.
breaking news. I mean, your water didn't break in class, right? But the labor process started.
No,
That everyone
yeah.
would have known about.
Yeah. I'm like, what's
Yeah,
happening over there?
You got to go back and tell Gabe that. That's awesome. All
Very
right.
funny.
Tell her hello as well. And thank you
Will.
guys again for being here. And we'll talk soon. Have a
Yes,
fantastic
thank
day,
you.
guys.
Yes, thank you so much. You too.
Goodbye, everyone. Stay tuned for more.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Lots to talk about. Interesting story with this gentleman's background. He is an accomplished architect in the New York City area, but he's also been a tennis pro from back in the day when he was in his early 20s and upper teens, and just amazing stories. We've centered on architecture before. We're going to pivot back to his tennis career and learn some more about his background. John Riggio is back with us on the program. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hi, Steve. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, lots that we've talked about in the past. And you did mention last time about the tennis contract you had and maybe some differing numbers. I think you want to clarify something from the last time, right?
Yes. I was just reviewing a lot of videos and thinking about the past, and The contract I had with Ross Perot was really like about $28.5 million. But we
Wow.
were, even at the time, we were just using the word 26.5 because I was in the category of a lot of entertainers that have a $25 million contract. So it was even higher than 25. It was really getting closer to 30 million.
So when we say those numbers, give us some perspective what that means. It doesn't mean that they put $30 million in your pocket. Take us through that journey, with the contract.
I think that contract amount is really the value of my playing
Gotcha.
that is owned by the sponsors. And the sponsors might number one or more people. And together, that is my value. And then from that, I think just from the description I gave of playing those matches, they were able to make a large profit, well over $28.5 million. So
wow,
each match was worth millions of dollars. It was all legally done, and they had to have all approvals from the ATP. All kinds of papers are filed with courts, and it's also is all legally done with sport investing. So that is how that whole value came about, and that is really why I was describing that I was a really big money winner playing honest ATP matches. I always played just strictly ATP matches too.
Now, was that contract with Ross Perot?
Yes, that is with Ross Perot. And then from there, I described that the Japan investors bought my contract for $100 million. And I was just remembering the past now that since we were puzzled on what to do and they did not know how to solve the problems. And I think I had described on one of the previous shows that I had called the Mitsubishi main office and told them they need people higher in the organization. So what happened was weeks later, my sponsors in Japan called me and told me that the main office there wants to talk to me again. So I called them on the phone, and they started to get an idea of what I was talking about, but they couldn't correct it. What they did was they just told me that they were going to start to offer my contract for sale to sport investors in the country of France, in Europe, and but they were going to try to offer my contract off to try to make a little profit. I think they were going to try to maybe start with like $150 million. That was really where that contract was. They were trying to move it up and give it to someone else who maybe can make money on it, who had more knowledge in playing the sports and things like that. So that was what was happening as far as that contract was concerned.
So when you wrapped up your career, what was the contract amount at the very end?
Since the Japan investors weren't able to really reset it again, it just stayed at $100 million.
Gotcha. Wow. I can't even imagine having a number like that on my back. You know what I'm saying? That, they see that value in you. Just amazing. Just amazing numbers. Did you, knowing that, there's a 30 million, maybe upwards of $50 million contract on you, did you feel pressure to perform and do well?
No, I was always used to having a contract. Starting off from the very beginning, when I was sponsored, there was a contract amount that was assigned to my playing, and it slowly grew from like 500,000, moving up to million. Then at Sutton East, it was $5 million, and then it continued to go up from there.
Wow. You did a little bit of research and you found your card. Now, this is I guess call it the player's card. But if we were to see it, we might not know it's you, right?
Yes. Well, what's happened is it is me there. I think if you were to look at that page that I had set up and I have my photographs and even looking at the videos here, you could I do look the same. I think the only thing is that my hair appeared like very light brown. I have brown hair, but my hair appeared to be very light brown. And I think that it was like a usual thing for kids, like in their teens and 20s. So maybe you're out in the sunshine and you think your hair is getting bleached.
Sure.
And from talking to different people who've seen my player card, I have seen my player card myself. I don't have the player cards, but I've seen them. They've showed them to me, and the hair color looks a little blonde. Even on the Tony Roach video that I have on my page and I've showed before, my hair looks lighter, like a very light brown, and that was really just. It was just, I think maybe because I was like a star at the time or sun bleached or something, but that is how my hair looked. Remember, we even asked the doctor about it, why my hair looks like that.
Right.
And it was just like an optical illusion. I think it's typical of a lot of stars you might read in the tabloids today. You see thinking they dye their hair, and that's really their natural hair color. I mean, it might have adjusted slightly. So that is what the story was why my hair looked very light, even blonde hair.
Well, you know, a lot of us don't remember what we did back in the day. I mean, we're talking, you know, decades back. When I see pictures of myself when I was in my low 20s, I'm like, I don't remember my hair looking like that, or I don't remember, you know, that mustache or whatever it might have been back then. So is it possible that maybe you lightened your hair and then you don't remember it? Now you see it in the pictures and it's like, huh, wait a minute, that's me. Hey, it is me. I don't remember doing that. Is that possible?
No, that was just my natural hair. I think it's typical of most kids in their teens, 20s, that their hair can look light like that.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think I don't think it's strange. But what happened is, I think when people look at the card, they're just looking at my hair color and trying to make a match, and my hair just appears a little lighter at those
Gotcha.
times.
Yeah. Interesting. How about you were in relationships? You had a girlfriend back then, right?
Yes. Well, I think one point about Delilah that I had said that some things were even worse. One of them was that horrible story I said. Just to make it even worse, the kid that her father forced her to live with. It turns out he was the same kid who, for many years, she used to tell me was really the father's gay lover. I mean, this is really unbelievable. So it was really much worse. I mean, that's one story. But I think later, as far as tennis is concerned, I did make a new friend, which was very interesting. That was more matched with also my professional work, with architect work, and I had made friends with Elizabeth Dahl. And I originally had said on the show that we had met at the Philippine embassy, and was the first time. But in fact, I did know her at Sutton East. She was there. She had visited me, and we had made friends. And she used to come in between matches. We used to talk to each other, get to know each other, and then what happened was she also she did see some of my big matches. She did watch my big matches, and one very interesting time at that point was she also has an entertainment career, and at the one we had met there, we both had contracts of $5 million, which was very interesting. So we both had an even $5 million. I think shortly after my contract started to move up, it started to go up to 15 million, then headed up to past the 25 million mark, and then we both had $5 million contracts. So she was using a name Tia Ding, and what happened was she did work on some of the projects. One was the Philippine embassy, and one was the catering hall, which brought a lot of world leaders there at opening. And she did a lot of some interior design work on both of those projects that I did the architectural drawings for.
Wow.
So we did work together on those two projects. They were both pretty good, important jobs. And so she helped out with that. So that was very interesting. And so I ended up knowing her for a long, long time, and she's doing pretty good.
Take me back to the early years. When you were doing tennis, at what point did you pivot to architecture, or were they kind of this, were they moving at the same time where you were playing tennis, but you were also studying architecture, or were you fully immersed in tennis at one point and then jumped into wanting to be an architect?
Well, I think what happened was I had gone through a few careers, and I think architect work was already an idea to really to do the architect work. I had a lot of training already, and it looks like it was going to work out pretty good as far as working as an architect in the profession, and then also having a career playing tennis. Because the whole thing with the money, not knowing if you're going to really collect the money,
yep,
when is uncertain. So they always like all the players to have a backup career that they can make money on the side, and architect work fit in pretty good. And so I went ahead with the architect work. So it was really at the point of when I was really graduating that looked like architect work was going to fit in with my schedule. It was flexible enough. I can work as an architect, and I can continue the professional tennis playing, and it wasn't going to affect my career too much. I think one thing about architect work, which was very interesting also to point out, when I was graduating, when I started to go into architect school, I also got accepted into Cooper Union, which is in Manhattan, which was just another school. And but it was very interesting because then when I was playing at St. Neat's as a gift, they did give me acceptance into Cooper Union again with free tuition. But I think this whole thing with the Cooper Union, it didn't, for some reason, the school Cooper Union, I didn't go to attend there. I didn't go to attend there, even though I did get in 2 times and ended up getting the gift of the free tuition. I didn't attend there. I stayed with NYIT, New York Institute of Technology.
Do you would you say that you had architecture as your plan B? Like it was always floating out there. If the tennis thing, if you didn't see the dollars, even though you had the contract, if you didn't see the dollars coming your way, did you have that as a backup plan?
As far as architect work?
Yeah.
Yes, architect work was the backup plan. I think the free tuition at the Cooper Union would also could help that too. Gotcha. There was some stops there. So what happened was, so the architect work did work because I can make a simple money. I didn't have to build up to a big thing with getting money with architect work. You
sure.
Pretty much get started after your first year. You get some basic knowledge to make some money on the side. So that is how architect work was, and that seems to be working pretty good.
I know we talked about the perks that you got. There was a Mercedes at one point that they allowed you to have or drive. How about some of the other stuff? Any other cars?
Well, yeah, there was that McLaren I talked about. One interesting point about the McLaren too that I didn't point out, but there was one reason why I couldn't drive the car is because that car requires a training course, and the training course was all the way in November, and I was there in the middle of August. So there's no way for me to really to get the training class early. So I would have to wait till November to really get the training course because they said the car is so fast you could drive it right off the road. It's you really is required to have a training course to drive a car.
Wow. Did they allow you to have free use of these vehicles? I know that the Mercedes, because of insurance and the whole situation, that it wasn't always yours to drive. They would display it under your name, but were you able to drive these vehicles at some point?
Those particular vehicles with the tennis, no, I did not drive them. I was busy playing tennis at the time anyway. I really didn't have too much time to really drive the car anyway. But they were really there, just they kept them as a gift so they could take a look at the nice car, that they were part of my tennis, and that's about it.
What a tease. Here's a great car. The keys are in it. You can't really drive it though, or you don't have the time to do it, or you have stipulations within contracts and things like that it's for display only, things like that.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So it turned out to be display. I think the idea was for me to drive it around, but I was still young and there were different problems like with the training course with the McLaren. The other course I was really too young, so that was about it. And then so as far as the cars are concerned, that was really all the story was with that.
How about some of you must have gotten tons of tennis stuff, free stuff, rackets and things like that, clothing. Did you ever have to pay for any of that stuff? Maybe in the
No, I
beginning?
didn't. I didn't have to play with that, and that also included the stringing, the preparation of all the rackets. It included things like
Wow.
bags, accessories. So they were doing very good with that, and that was always included. So I never had to really take care of my rackets, which is very interesting. All those things were always prepared for me. They used to give me even some advertising material, advertising stickers, things
Sure.
like that from the different ones. So I had the Prince racket as one of them, and then I had the Slazinger, and they always supplied me with advertising things and things like that.
At
I think
one
with Slazinger,
time,
I remember in one in particular, we had a photo session just for Slazinger where I wore all Slazinger sweats, Slazinger rackets. They had Slazinger on the nets. They put Slazinger different kinds of advertising.
Sure.
And they did a whole photo shoot of that. They must have a record of it someplace. And they did
I'm not the tennis expert. I just, I'm the weekend player every, maybe once a month. So I know that brand's name. Is it still around?
Yes, Slazinger is still in business.
Well, didn't know. Wow.
As far as pro tennis again, they really only sponsor the very top players. They are very they really only want the very top players to be sponsored, and the whole thing with the Slazinger is very strict. If you aren't currently ATP, you cannot advertise Slazinger anymore. You just have to put all their things.
Wow. What how many rackets did you have at one time?
Well, I think usually I would always have 3 rackets. That is a standard. I always have 3 rackets. But as the rackets were breaking, they always gave me replacement rackets. So I think in total I might have had 50 or more rackets.
My gosh. All right. So you mean over the span of your tennis career, you're saying you had 50?
Yes, I had 50 rackets.
Wow.
But I used to break the rackets so many, and I used to get some extra ones at home. I had extra rackets. And I once had a bag of 10 rackets. I remember I broke all those rackets. I used to go through all the rackets very quickly.
What, in terms of injuries, I know everybody at some point is going to, playing any sport, you're going to have an injury. What was the worst one that you had?
Well, I think the worst injuries I had was I had some sprained ankles. I had some muscle pulls, things like that. And that's about it. And then they would eventually heal. As long as my body could heal naturally, that was the best way for it to heal. And of course, I put on things like ace bandages, put shields on my knee, things like that, and everything went good.
Wow. How about some other things as you flash back to that tennis career?
Oh, yeah. The one thing is when I was playing so good, some players didn't want to play me again. They didn't want to lose playing me. But what a very interesting thing about pro tennis is if they turn down the match with me to play and then taking the chances they would lose the match, what they did is if they cancel the match, they don't want to play, they get lowered 1 ranking point, which is pretty big. So if you're like the 100th player and you turn down the match to play me, they got to put down that you're now the 101th player, and that's pretty big. And then so what they're doing with that is they're taking a strategy. It's really a strategy. In any sport, in tennis, you have a strategy. You can say you don't want to play the match, you don't want to lose the match. There's always a chance it's on television too, and then you would feel bad about it. But you would get lowered 1 ranking point.
Oh, okay.
And then you'd have to make it back playing other players to try to move up. So you would lose 1 ranking point, but then you would play other players to move back, and maybe play other players at the tournament. Maybe at the tournament, the last game of the tournament, I wouldn't be playing that tournament. They could play someone else and they could win the tournament. So that is one strategy of tennis that was taking place. In fact, one thing about myself, I never turned down 1 match my whole career.
So how did that work when another player said that they didn't want to play you? Did they have that choice? Is it free choice, or is it just, the way the matches are planned out, the player would have to play you? Do they always have the option of not wanting to play?
Yes, they do have the option not to play, but they receive that penalty of 1 ranking point reduction.
If they didn't play?
Yes.
And if they did play and they lost, what would happen with the ranking?
They might not even lose a ranking point if they lost the match, but it is possible they still could lose 1 ranking point. But then I guess they didn't want to play as far as a strategy of not wanting to lose to me. Maybe it would make them feel bad.
Right.
They get bad publicity. It could be on television, things like that. So it was their own decision. It's their own strategy of how to play.
So it would be better to not play you, drop a point in the ranking, than to play you and potentially lose, and that would look worse, I guess, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow. Yeah, I guess at least as an out, just don't play. Well, interesting the way this whole thing works.
Yeah, that's the one strategy in tennis that is taking place.
I didn't know that they would have the option of not playing, because I would think that it was structured in a certain way. But I guess that, if it got to the level of like Wimbledon or the Open, where you need to play this next player to advance to the next round, and then you can't say, I'm not going to play.
Yeah, I think if they feel forced enough, then of course they would play. But if some players, they did turn down playing me after they lost the first match against me, they didn't want to play me again. Unless I guess they really had to. So that was their own decision. And then they just received a 1 rank point penalty. It's up to them.
Wow. We're just about out of time. I had other questions. So we have to, press the pause button until next time. Always fascinating talking with you, John. Like, I just knowing the history that you've experienced and where you are now, and just getting the background on this amazing sport. Personally, I can't wait till it warms up here in the Northeast and I can go hit the court.
Yes, one point I wanted to add was that I was counting the number of matches, but when I added in the Japan team and Perot, my total wins for ATP matches, it did go over 60 wins. So I was able to get over 60 wins.
Wow. 60 wins and
60 tournament wins.
Right. And a $30 million contract, just insane. and you were barely
went up to 100 million. It was a solid 100 million.
That's just crazy. And you weren't even 25 yet. Just amazing. The website, if you want to check out more, especially the architect work that he does, it's johnriggio.com, johnriggio.com. John, always great talking with you, and look forward next time we get a chance to get together.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back, everybody. She is a leadership coach and also works with emotional intelligence, helping people who own companies or run companies or businesses navigate the waters a little easier. And when we last talked, it was about the perception that many of us have about those in authority. And maybe it's not the right perception. Maybe they're not putting out the right signal. We're going to dig deeper into that and help on both sides of that with Nadine Zainoun. And she's back with us. Nadine, welcome. How are you?
Hi, how are you, Steve? I'm great.
I'm very well. And I'm so glad we're circling back to this because, like you, I truly feel that it needs a little bit more investigation. And there's so many times where somebody is in charge of a team and they may come off aloof, maybe egocentric. There could be some challenges there, and it might not be their intent, but that's the perception that we all have of them. And what do you think that is? Is it what they're sending out, the messages that these leaders are sending out, the energy that they're sending out is the wrong type of message?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. I mean, that's a great point because, it also is very frustrating. So before we address it, if we look at the impact it has on the leader, it's frustrating for the leader because they feel like, they have these good intentions in their mind, inside, they have these good intentions, but people are not getting it. And this makes them feel really frustrated and sometimes to the level of anger. And then this, again, it affects their own behaviors. They become more closed on themselves and this makes them more aloof, etc. So it's like a vicious cycle. So we need to interrupt this vicious cycle somewhere. Now, the first thing I would say is, as you said, it's about maybe they are not giving out what is really inside. So maybe they're not properly communicating what's inside, and that's why people are not really understanding it. That's the major reason. But again, a lot of times they're so focused on themselves and on what they want to say and on their intent that they don't really notice that people around them are not really getting to them. So it's multifactorial, if you want, but the basic thing is the expression, how I am expressing myself as a leader, and whether this expression is really relaying the message that I do want to get through to the people. This is very important. Did I answer the question?
Yeah. Do you think, Nadine, it's they think that they need to come off as big and strong, and it's always that image you have of the boss, the CEO. In the companies that I've worked with, could be just a coincidence. I don't know if this is the way it is in a lot of places, but we would call them the corner pockets because their office usually was in the corner. And
I like that.
The corner pockets. It's almost like a pool table, and it was always in the corner. And then when I was a lot younger, there were two. There was the operations and the general manager and the two back corner pockets. And it's almost as if you never wanted to walk down there.
Yeah.
It's staying off the radar. Don't need to go down there. Sometimes you pass by, hey, how you doing? And just keep walking because it's an uncomfortable feeling. Should it feel that way? Or is it more of should these people feel like they're one of the team with some more authority, if you will, and not have that, we're here, they're here, you know what I'm saying? It's just it's always an unapproachable feeling with those in authority.
Absolutely. And you know what, since you've experienced it, I want to ask you, what was the impact on you when it was like this? How comfortable were you in this situation?
Not at all. Not at all.
How much were you open to them and, giving your opinion without thinking twice or whatever?
One word, guarded.
Exactly.
Guarded.
Exactly.
And in the last position like that I had, which I left 4 years ago, the person in authority was just that, what we describe.
Okay.
And I think down inside, he was a great guy, but I am going to say he was always one that would cover his butt. And everybody would say it. And it just, there were some major things that took place, major situations that took place where he should have been behind the team, but he wasn't. That is what it is. He got replaced. Another guy comes in, and we thought that he was more of a breath of fresh air, but I came to find out that really kind of wasn't that way. And being very transparent here, I hung for a while and I left because of a situation with him. And I'm the easiest guy to work with. But if you're not going to be honest, truthful, and be behind the team, I don't want to be behind you. And he was floored when I came in and said, yeah, I'm leaving. Like he couldn't believe it. And guess what? He's not there anymore. He got replaced by somebody else, and that somebody else is a good guy. Good guy, good vibe. People love him. People all talk about it. And these two leaders, everybody would say the same thing about him. So it wasn't just me. It wasn't just me.
Yeah, absolutely. So you see this feeling that you got, they made you leave the company. So they drove you away. And this is what happens when there is this gap, or when I believe that as a leader, I am higher in terms of ranking. Okay. Because then when I look down to people, and people don't want to be looked down at. So when I look down at people are not going to feel comfortable. People are not going to be safe with me. They're not going to feel safe. They're going to feel threatened in some way. And, this will limit how much they can give to the job. So their performance is impacted whether they trust me or not. So surely, definitely, this is not the way to go. If you really want a high-performing team, it's important for you and your team to feel that they're at the same level as you are. You're not above them in any way.
So one question before we get to how to change that perception, if you look at it as from the standpoint of a parent, they always say parent can't always be your friend.
Yeah.
You have to parent. Maybe you can be sort of a friend to your kids, but you can't be at that friend level because you're going to lose the authority of being the parent. So that being said, if we take that into the work world where it's a leader, how much can he be your friend? How much can, you go to happy hour maybe once a month or whatever and hang out with the team? How do you strike that balance? And I guess that does lead into how to change your perception or the perception that everybody has of you.
Yeah, they are very much related. Now, and that's a very good question, because you see there's a thin line between being a friend and not keeping people accountable, and between being a good leader, and an effective leader, because we have to keep in mind that accountability and empathy need to be at the same level. Okay, so there needs to be a good balance, and balancing them is not easy. It's not always a straightforward thing. So it takes a lot of awareness. It takes a lot of maturity in the leader. So we don't want to overdo it by becoming too much friendly. It's not about being friends. It's about being understanding. It's about being respectful to their needs and what they want and how they think and their ideas, accepting their ideas. So I don't have to be friends with them, but I need to listen to them. I need to be present if they're not emotionally okay. I need to sense that first, and then be able to sit with them and have a very open discussion that's not non-judgmental and very safe. You can't be here and make people feel not judged and safe. You need to be at their level to do that. But at the same time, if there's a business purpose, if there's a deadline they need to meet, you can still be here, but be firm. So when you make people understand that I'm going to be firm when we need to be firm, when the business needs it, but at the same time I'm here and I can listen to you, and connect with you and understand what you're going through. That's when, the real trust is created. And that's when people will feel relaxed, safe, and accountable for whatever they need to do.
Yeah. And you just brought back a memory. I was at a job for many years, and this kind of illustrates what we're talking about here. And it's not about me. I'm just giving examples. And coincidentally, ironically, these things are just marinating, and this is what we're talking about. The same thing I experienced. So I was at the job for 2.5 decades. Big deal.
Wow.
Great job, and different responsibilities along the way. And it was just getting to the point where they hired some people on my team, and it just wasn't feeling right for me anymore. Wasn't feeling right for them. The company was going in a direction that I didn't believe in or align with my morals. And I was like, and I really do mean morals, but we don't have to go there. So it was time for me to go. So they offered me a position in a neighboring state. And I said, and this was a fairly new general manager that was in. And I had just gone through a divorce fairly recently. And, I said to him, like, great, but I'm never going to see my daughter, and he's like, it's a ferry ride away. Yeah, you could see every once in a while. You get on the ferry, you'll see her. And I'm like,
what?
No. And it was cost of living was about the same. The position paid about the same. It was all kind of a parallel move. And ever since he said that, right away, I was just like, check the box off. I am done. And shortly thereafter, it just his lack of empathy, instead of positioning it, I understand. I mean, that's tough. If you want, we have this position and maybe you can work it out, or maybe we can work it out with you so that you can see your daughter. Back then she was, like 7, see her more often. I'm going to say it was a jerk. I just, where's the empathy? How would you like it if I'm going to tell you, you're not going to see your kid anymore.
Exactly.
And I let a week or two go by, and I woke up on a Monday and I said to myself, Wednesday's my last day. And I walked in and told him, and that was it. But to our point here, this leader, since retired, no empathy. Like this, I don't know how you can say that to an employee if you're trying to sell me on this position in another state. No, I'm not. And you know what? Things happen for a reason. So glad I didn't take it, because at that part of the company, they turned around leaders and people like every other day. It was just, it would have been a bad move. Bad move. So I'm glad.
So you had the courage to make that move, because it's not easy. After 25 years, you had been with the company. So that's not easy. It's not an easy move to make.
It wasn't. And I actually left and I didn't have a job. Didn't have a job. I had some severance, 6 months, and opened up my own company at that point. But there was a lot of soul searching, a lot of, stress during that time, but it was time for me to go. But that guy was the one that kind of, would push me over the cliff to make that decision because of what you're talking about, the lack of empathy, the lack of understanding. And I get what he was saying, but you could have said it in a different way.
Absolutely. It's not exactly. You see, you said something very important. I mean, you got the business aspect of it, and why, he, from a business point of view, maybe he needed you to move. Okay. But that's not the right way of doing it. I mean, if you connect with the person, really connect, and not just pretend to connect, and really, get a feel of what they're saying and the pain they're going through and why this is a difficult decision for you to make, for example, then everything would be changed. Because when you feel like he empathized, he understood, maybe you would have taken the role. Maybe you would have taken it, and you would have found something together that keeps the business and also makes you happy. But
I'm not one to brag.
Connection.
It just brought back another memory. And I'm sorry. These are these people that we're talking about. I'm so humble, but I have to say I was a superstar for the company for many years, even up to that point. And the person who was the general manager that this guy replaced went to the neighboring state company. Okay. And I knew her, and, I was her star along with a couple of other people on our team. And when I went to that neighboring state and to look at this job that they were offering, I'll never forget that she lacked empathy. And that was one of the other reasons. And I remember at the time, I had kids, I remarried, walking in there with my baby in a stroller, and she got it and everything because I had to travel. And she said, I don't know if you remember this book, Someone Moved My Cheese.
Yeah. Who Moved My Cheese? Yeah.
So as I go, and this was a wonderful leader, it was a woman, and she was, she didn't take any garbage. And if you worked well with her, it was golden. And we did have a lot of, it was probably about 4 years we worked together. It was great. But I'll never forget, she reaches behind her desk, almost from a box, and hands me that book and basically saying that, your cheese is moving now. Like, what happened to the empathy? That went away. And honestly, I lost some respect for her. And I had her up here. She was just, it was a good run with her. But once she moved and, to do that kind of thing, just not cool. Not cool.
Yeah.
But again, it gets back to these leaders are not plugged into their employees. They're kind of removed from them.
Absolutely. And I love that you're bringing up these examples because it shows us the impact on you. Just for people, for our audience to understand how important it is, because look at the impact on you as an employee. Look what happened to you. Look how much disrespect you now feel for, she lost the respect that you had for her just because of not being empathetic. So it's a big thing. It's a big deal. And it's not easy to be empathetic. I mean, I do understand it's not easy, but it's learnable. So it's something we can develop and we can learn with good awareness. We can get there.
When you work with somebody, Nadine, in that capacity, how do you allow somebody to tune into the empathy? Or is it one of those things, either you got it or you don't, or if you have it, you have to find it?
It's something you can develop for sure. And that's why we talk about this, because if it's something that we can't work on, then there's no use in talking about it. I mean, why would I know that I'm low in empathy if I can't do anything about it? So no, absolutely, we can work on that. And, it can be one of the objectives of the coaching is to enhance the person's empathy. And the way, I mean, there are many ways we do that, but the most impactful way is when they understand, because, in coaching, we don't give answers. We just ask a lot of questions. So, and when they start discovering little by little the impact of their behavior on people around them, when they start seeing this awareness, because as I said before, the problem is that leaders are so busy and they're so pressured that they don't pay much attention to the team around them. The focus is on the business, on what they think of the business, how they see things, because they believe that people feel that what they feel, and it's not true.
Okay.
So what I feel is not what you feel. So they make that assumption that if I'm feeling okay about this, then, the whole team is feeling okay about it. So they don't have that awareness about how they are impacting people.
Yeah.
And when you bring to their awareness that, look how this behavior is impacting people around you, they're like, oh my God, I wasn't aware of that. So it's not that they don't care. They do care deep down inside. They do care. It's just that they're not aware. They think that when they do this, they will inspire people, or they will, make people focused on the objective and want to achieve it. That's not true. It's not. So this is where their intention and the impact is very, very far apart. What they think is not really what happens.
Do you think that they're afraid in some regards to let down their guard, let down their, leader, CEO guard to come down here, where somebody might think that if they're more empathetic, more understanding, that they may appear to be in a position of maybe a little weakness and kind of like Superman, take the cape away?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, some of them, I won't say everyone, of course, I don't like to generalize, but many of them, yes, they do feel like if they become more empathetic and if they listen to people, then they're weak leaders, or they're not really doing, their job as a leader, because they think that their job as a leader is to be tough and, to be on top of everything and never listen to people, because if you change your mind, then you look weak, etc. So yeah, sometimes it does have to do with the way they perceive leadership. Okay, so it's not an appropriate perception about a true leader.
When you work with somebody, is that something that you can go with me on this? Hold the mirror up to them and say, this is what we're getting here. Is this really what you want?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coaching is about mirroring. We say mirroring sometimes, that a coach is like a mirror, because I need to make you see what you don't see. If I don't, then I'm not doing my job as a coach. And sometimes it takes a lot of courage to do that, because you need to show the person something that they don't want to see or they're not ready to see. And it's not very comfortable in those moments, but it's essential for their, progress and their development. It's essential. And sometimes we have to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that's the reality. You need to know
the
projection that you're putting out there. What would your suggestion be for somebody in these positions who wants to really get a feel for their employees and how the employees are feeling, short of putting a suggestion box and having people, fill out a card anonymously? Does it come down to connecting with your team? I don't want to say this because I've been in this position, but have everyone separately come into your office and ask them. Now it's like, I'm in front of the firing squad. It's so uncomfortable. Like just getting called down to the corner pockets, just like, oh boy, what's this about? How would you approach that if you want to learn, take the pulse or the temperature of your team?
Yeah, it's going to be step by step, I must say, because the first time you're going to try to ask their team, they're going to be like you were, okay, what's going on? Why are they listening to me? Because they're not used to that. So it's going to be a gradual process. But of course, they need to listen more to the team. So in team meetings, they need to step back on giving direction and just sit there and allow themselves to listen and listen without judging. So not just, because sometimes we think they listen, and most of the times you see how they answer regarding their listening skills. They give themselves a very high, score on listening skills because they think that they listen. Why? Because they tell me, no, I always listen. I go into the meeting and I ask people around the room, okay, so what do you think of this? Okay. However, what happens, the end result is they're coming in with a solution in their mind, and they're just listening to convince the people that their ideas are wrong and their own ideas are the correct ones. So that's not listening. Listening is not just about, hearing the blah, 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 blah around the room. It's about really thinking of what they're saying and thinking, okay, could this work? And why that? And if it sounds nonsense to me, or if it sounds silly to me, instead of immediately rejecting it and putting it aside and judging it as silly, I need to believe that this person, for them to say it out loud, they believe in it. So let me be curious and ask, so what's good about that? So what do you see that's good about that? Because I'm not really connecting. And then they would give me their own, interpretations and everything they're thinking, etc. Then sometimes, not sometimes, most of the times, they would give me this idea, which I never thought about before. And wow, it's something that really teaches me something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally see that. And I experienced it. I went back to that company that we're talking about that I left 3 or 4 years ago. And marketing, we'll just say they're a marketing type company.
Okay.
I have a company. I was going to work with them and still may on this capacity. But it was refreshing going back because they brought the entire team in to come up with ideas for my client. And there was no judgment. The big guy was in the room and just hanging out, and he kind of let the entire staff run it. And people would pop up an idea. Here's an idea. They'd have fun with it. They'd laugh at the idea in a fun way. Oh, what about this one? Or that's a great idea. What about? And the synergy was fantastic.
Wow.
And it wasn't that way when I was at the company because it was a different leader.
Wow.
It's a different leader. Yeah.
And I want to ask you, what was the result, Steve, in this meeting?
So many great ideas.
Exactly. This is how people become innovative and creative.
Yeah.
When they feel safe and they play around with ideas, as you said, not having their ideas judged and immediately, bombarded with why they can't work.
Yeah, I don't think there was a bad idea in the room. There were some I felt, and again, that's subjectionable, but some I felt that were better than others. And when it was all done, it was on just, big, not a whiteboard, but big sheets of paper, huge, like 3 of them. And the ideas would be written down. Then everybody had a vote on the ideas. And it could be anonymous, your vote, you just put, a color, I had a color sticker and put it up on next to each idea, but it worked really well, really well.
Yeah, great.
But that kind of thing, and I'm seeing what you're seeing. it's a process. It's not like we're going to walk in the room and have all these people
No.
but
Slowly.
slow process. Yeah. Slow change. But a lot of these people were the same people that were there when I was there under a different leadership.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah. A couple of newbies, but for the most part, and a whole different ball game, in terms of creativity. So
Yeah.
we're just about out of time, but just like it flies by. Somebody wants to work with you. Let's say somebody is a leader of a company and feels that they're not fully connecting with their teams. How does it start working with you, Nadine?
They can go onto my website, which is www.nadinezeinoun, so NADINEZEINOUN.com, and they can just book a call. So it's a free call, and it's a complimentary session where we can really support them to, take the first few steps into becoming a better leader. And if they need more than that, then we can, talk together and work out something for them.
When you think about it, all the time that's lost in a company and in productivity, everything, if people don't feel like they're vested in it, it's what a mistake for somebody not to reach out to you and figure it out, how they could be doing it. Even if you think you're pretty good at what you're doing in terms of a leader, what if you could be better? How much more productivity, how much more fun everybody would feel when they're showing up for work every day. And again, it doesn't have to be a party, but it has to feel like, like you
have to enjoy it.
Yeah. And that you make a difference. And
exactly.
I think, overall, you feel appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And keep your book, still the cheese, throw that out. I get the book, but there's a place for everything. And usually when that book is handed out, it's not a good place for it.
It's not a good sign. Yeah.
It's not a good sign. You're right. Nadine, great talking with you, and look forward next time we get together.
Me too. Take care. Have a wonderful week.
You too. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. She is amazing in her abilities, and there's many different ones. She's a spiritual life coach, energy healer. She's an intuitive tarot and oracle card reader, and much more. And she is, I think there should be a drum roll or something going on here, Divine Angel Oracle, and she's back with us. How are you? How's everything going?
Everything's going great.
Yeah, it's good to have you. What's interesting is we talked about tarot cards and Christianity, and a lot of times they don't go together. But you are Christian and you are a tarot card reader. So let's talk about that. Let's go down that road for a little bit.
Okay. Well, first off, I grew up in a very religious home. Southern Baptist, because I'm originally from Georgia, but I live in California right now.
Mm-hmm.
Big Bear.
Gotcha.
It's a touristy town where you go skiing and all that kind of thing. But it's like 2 hours from LA south, and people are like, how can you go skiing in the South, Southern California? But you can. But long story short, so I'm from Georgia. That's why I have the Southern accent too. And
Honestly,
so
I always wondered because I just pictured you as a Californian, and I'm like, where did the accent come in there? I don't know. Have friends who literally just sent something to a friend with an address outside Los Angeles, and he doesn't have that accent.
no, I definitely don't.
Okay.
But people love to hear me talk here. They're like, oh, talk some more. But anyway, so I grew up Southern Baptist. I went to a one-room church. It was insane. We had outhouses when I was a little girl.
Wow.
And it was very, very different.
I don't mean to digress here, but you just brought back a memory. When I was a kid, the church that we went to was in a movie theater. They didn't have a church. It was
Yeah.
they repurposed it was the Fox Theater, just a local movie theater,
Mhm.
because there was no other place to go. So, but they did have bathrooms though, from what I
Yeah, that was kind of different. We didn't get bathrooms till I was a teenager.
Wow.
Yeah. So that shows you how old the church was. My mom still goes to that church too.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's an hour drive from our house where I lived. So we had church every third Sunday. So we didn't go every Sunday.
Hmm.
But I always asked mom, I was like, can we go to a normal church? you know? And she's like, no, we have to go to this church. So that's just another little tidbit of information. But when I became a teenager, I got this deck. This is my deck when I was a teenager.
Wow.
So this is very special to me. And this is what the cards look like on the back. And they have the meaning interpretation here. So it's like a learning deck. That's why it said starter tarot deck. And then this is the little book that came with it.
Oh.
So I have a lot of decks. I have like probably close to 500 to 1,000 decks of cards. They're all behind me here.
Oh my gosh.
Behind this curtain. And some here you can see.
Woof.
So anyway.
So you're a
collector,
tarot hoarder, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying.
But when I do my readings, I also use more than one deck. Like I've got one set up for a reading later on. I use more than one deck for people.
Okay.
So I use anywhere from 6 to 10 decks per session. And a lot of people don't do that. They just use the same deck over and over and over. But long story short again, when I became a teenager, my mom's like, no, you can't do that. That goes against the Bible. That goes against our religion. And I was like, but Mom, I like this. I want to do it. But she said, no, you can't do that. And I said, well, if I can't do that, then I'm not going to believe in God. So, I was very
defiant.
Defiant. That's the word I couldn't think of it. I was like, I'm not going to believe in God then. And also I wanted to ask the preacher some questions. And she goes, you can't talk to the preacher. You can't ask any questions. I said, well, then I'm definitely not going to believe in God if I can't ask questions. It's very, very bold as a teenager. And so she took my deck away from me.
Wow.
So, yeah. So I don't know how I got it back, but I got it back somehow. Maybe I took it from her.
Mom, if you're watching, she's got it.
I know, right?
It's like contraband.
Right.
That's funny.
But it took me a year to tell her that I do tarot finally.
So what age were you when you told her that you were doing it?
Okay, so let's skip years ahead. At 34, I became a Christian. I got saved.
Okay.
And I believed in Jesus, that he died on the cross for my sins, and that you are forgiven, and all those things that Christianity believes in, and that I believe in the Bible as the number one source of information and all that kind of stuff. So I do believe in that. But I use tarot as a tool, as other messages. I don't believe that you only have to use the Bible. I don't believe that. maybe that goes against Christianity a little bit, but I also believe in other tools to use. But think about this. Man wrote the Bible. Man's not perfect. So that's where I get that little kind of thing about Christianity. A little bit of,
Get a pass.
we can go off the chart a little bit, off the path.
So is it acceptable, or I don't even know if that's the right word, to read oracle cards in the Christian religion as opposed
It's
to?
really not acceptable. They say in the Bible, it's not. They say the occult and witches, which I'm not a witch. I don't consider myself a witch. I just consider myself a spiritual person.
But there are good witches. I've spoken to them. We always have
yeah. There's white witches. They call them white witches. But I don't classify myself as a witch. Personally, I just say that I'm Christ conscious and I'm a Christian.
Okay.
And that I'm spiritual and I'm connected to God. I believe in God, but I believe in so many things and I'm open to interpretation with other people.
Do you think in the Christian religion that it's been relaxed in terms of the tarot cards? I mean, we're talking back when you were in your teens, upper teens. Fast forward to now, is it still you shouldn't be doing that kind of thing, or
it's still if you ask most Christians.
Okay.
But my mom is totally against it still. But at age 47, I got into energy healing.
Okay. Yeah.
And I was a suicidal and depressed, had a lot of mental health problems growing up too. And when I was introduced to energy healing, that was cured.
Now,
and I thought, okay, now if God's going to let me do this kind of thing with energy healing, tarot cards and all that, and cure my mental health, suicidal depression, hello, of course I'm going to believe in this stuff because it's connected to spirit and God and all this kind of thing. And I'm like, the devil, I mean, people might think, well, that's devil. But I don't think so. I mean, I'm connected to God right now with my heart. And I feel his connection. And I know in my heart that what I do is good.
Well, as I think you would agree, when it comes to energy healing or anything energy related, it's also about the intention. So if your intention is good, then it's all good. If you're using it for negative use, and I don't even know how you could, but
well, you could put spells on people, that kind of stuff, if you wanted to, but I don't do that. Everything that I do is for love, and God equals love.
Well, you realize that it works. I listen, I'm a big believer in energy healing, and more so in the last year and a half than ever. And I've been exposed to it. My one regret was not understanding it like I should have, say 10 years ago, 10, 12 years.
Oh gosh, I wish I would have been exposed earlier or believed in it earlier.
I was exposed to it, but I didn't get it. It was sort of like, skimming a stone on a pond. It was like, oh, okay. And I was working in it. I was literally, I don't need to go into the back end. I was major websites, worldwide metaphysical site. But I never got it. It was like, oh yeah, listen, I'm talking in 2009, we had on a website oracle cards where you could press a button and it would reveal the cards. And I was part of the build out on all of that. And it was huge. The site was huge, but I believe it was ahead of its time. And people were like, what is this? What's going on now? It's more widely accepted, but I didn't really get it back then. I wish I did. I
know. But it's okay because you get it now.
Yeah, it's part of the journey. Absolutely. Instant feedback, steve@gmail.com if you want to reach out to us. Can we pull a card for somebody?
Yeah.
So we've got Tina checking in from Foxborough, Massachusetts. She says, I'm dating a guy and wonder if it will get serious. Can you tell me what you might see?
Okay. Let's see. I'm using my good old handy.
Oh, we're going old school. Okay, great.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, this card came out. Oh, fulfilled.
Really?
It looked good. World card. That's definitely a good sign.
Wow. All right, Tina. Thumbs up on that one.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So how did you do that? You shuffled the cards before?
I shuffled and it kind of stuck out and I felt the energy
Yeah.
for it. And that one was definitely the card that came out.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but feeling the energy, they say you're supposed to do that with crystals,
Mm-hmm.
right? And this is how my brain works. You say something and it just downloads. There's a local place. It grew up in the neighborhood I'm from. It's an inn where people get together. They have like $2 cheeseburgers. It's amazing,
Mm.
and
Mm-hmm.
also now you can have a beer, a burger, whatever, pool
Mm-hmm.
tables, whatever. It's just a community place, and they have this thing where you reach into this bag and you grab a chip, like a poker chip, but it's
Yeah,
got
yeah.
it,
Mm-hmm.
and it determines what you're going to pay when they do like a happy hour
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. That's neat.
So I've reached into the bag and I will just wait for something to grab me energetically and then pull the chip out. And I will tell you more times than not, and I'm sure there's not a lot of them in there, it comes out with 10 cents. And that's what I pay for my meal, for, a round of.
It's your intention and you feel it.
Yeah, it's happened. It actually, I don't go there, maybe like once a year or twice a year. Last time I went there, it happened twice when I went up to get something else, either to drink or to eat. And I just reach in the bag. Okay. And I'm just like, it's this one right here. Oh, 10 cents. They don't even ask you for the 10 cents. Essentially, you got your meal
That's for free.
But I'm just bringing that up because of what you're just saying right now with the card. You feel the energy from the card.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And sometimes they'll call them jumpers. They'll just jump out. It's like, okay, that one's definitely a card we need to read.
Now, you showed us before when you're going to do a reading, you have your card set up.
Mm-hmm.
Why different decks? Like, what's the deal with that?
That's so interesting you asked that because each person, I feel like God's leading me to a deck that's going to speak to that person specifically, and they usually do.
Okay, so that's when you go up on the wall of all your cards, that's how you make that decision that, this one speaks to me, that one would be good for this reading.
And it's funny you say that because at the very beginning when I started, that's for some reason that was my style. And like one of my very first clients, I pulled a tattoo tarot. It was tattoos, and she loved tattoos and had them all over herself. And I had no idea. I didn't even know her.
They were covered up. You couldn't see them.
But she told me, and I was like, really? And that was the first deck I used on her was the tattoo tarot. And she's like, I love tattoos. How did you know? And I'm like, oh, it wasn't me.
Wow.
And then like the next person might be butterflies or mermaids or unicorns or whatever, but it tends to be something that their hobby or something that relates to them some way.
Do you mix tarot and oracle cards together in one reading?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Is it true that like a tarot deck is a little darker, and that's why maybe the Christian religion looks at it that way?
It's not that it's darker. Oracle is a lighter kind of read. A tarot, you have to learn it. Whereas an oracle, you don't have to learn anything. Tarot has a method to it.
Can anybody pull cards if they have the right intention, mindsets, in touch with their intuition?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. You just have to be careful. I usually like burn sage and clear the room and that kind of thing before I even start a meeting. Like I have this kind of stuff that I spray. Like this is called Spiritual Vibes Moon Water Manifestation Spray. I have this one. This one's called Good Vibes Only. Those kind of things. And then I have my sage that I burn. And when you burn sage, you definitely want to have a window open to let the negativity go out. If you burn it and you have closed rooms, it's not going to go anywhere.
So I struggle with this in this office that I'm in. It's in a building. The windows don't open. The door does, leads to a hallway. Is that acceptable?
That would be hard. But if you have crystals that you could bring in with you, you could use the crystals, like selenite.
Oh,
would be a good one.
I don't have any selenite. It's
Perfect.
always right in front of me.
And you can clear it when you go home. Take it home with you and clear it with sage.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I have sage here.
But I'm saying, since it's a closed office, you need to take it home and clear it.
Oh, so you're saying clear the selenite outside of the closed office.
Right.
So you're saying that even I couldn't even open the door to let the energy out, the negative
You
energy?
could, but it's going to travel a long way, however far it is to get outside. I don't know.
Yeah. And have to go to the end of the hallway. That door would have to be open. It would have to go, you'd have to open the elevator.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Yeah.
Okay, so if I wanted in a situation like this to clear out bad energy, what would be the best way to do it?
That's what I mean. Having the crystals with you.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
All
Somebody
right.
might say something totally different.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely there's energy here that needs to be cleared out from just some
Yeah, and you could definitely use a spray.
Okay. So I have a Palo Santo spray around here.
Yeah, Apollo Santos puts in positivity, so you could do that.
So crazy question, and I know it's all about intention. The Palo Santo spray, I don't know if it's real Palo Santo. It smells
Mhm.
like it. It says that it is. Does it really matter as long as you put the intention on the spray?
I believe your intentions are a lot to do with anything
Okay.
and everything.
I am definitely going to sage before the day's up.
And like that's true. Like I have this subconscious block sometimes that'll appear, and when it does, things don't happen for me.
How do you mean?
Like I do cabbie, which is I'm a stylist, and I think I said fashion designer last week, and I didn't mean to say that. I'm a stylist, not a designer.
Gotcha.
I'm a stylist.
Loosely connected, so I get it.
So I'm a cabbie stylist, and I've been having this block that people don't want to book shows with me. And I'm like, I've got to stop that negative thinking and that negative block and realize that they do want to book with me.
Yep. It's absolutely true. And I know what you're saying. I do. Because it's even if you, let's say let's say you're in sales and somebody.
Which I am. That's what cabbie is. It's sales.
Okay. So if somebody's, you got a fish on the hook and and your intent is right, you have something that they would greatly benefit from, but they're not pulling the trigger and they're sitting out there. Instead of negatively marinating over it, sending a text, I don't know what's going on, talking to a friend or whatever. Look at it on the positive side. Yeah, they are going to book with me. It's going to happen. And if they don't, somebody else will, but it's all going to happen.
Right. And also another thing is like, don't say negative things like, I can't wait. Say, I'm so excited. Turn it positive.
Say that again. I want to make sure I heard it.
Okay. So instead of saying, I can't wait, that's a negative way to say, I'm so excited.
Right. Yeah. No.
Like turn it around and say more positive things instead of saying can't, don't. Say I am excited.
Right. Can't is such a block right there.
Mm-hmm.
But the intent was positive, but you're using negative.
Right. Words.
Yeah. Never thought of that one because, I can't wait for, Friday.
Right. Instead, you want to say, I'm so excited about this.
Right. You know what? I forgot about that one. I try to take words out of my vocabulary and put other ones in. Like the word "but" is not a good word.
No.
To say, hey, that
we all do it.
We all do it. That shirt looks great on you, but you might
just
want to
stop there.
Stop. You just negated the first thing you said. That positive thing you said, you just blew that off. You
exactly.
Off. Instead of saying, that shirt looks great, but save money, next time you shop. That shirt looks great, and you should think about saving money next time. So you have
yeah. Put and instead of but. I like that.
Exactly. Yeah. And comes from being a kid. If you listen to a kid, they're always excited. They're always curious. What do they say? And I went to the store today and they had candy there. And it was so much. And.
They're so excited.
Right. You never hear a kid say, but but this, but that. No, never.
I know as we grow up, we're so like, we just lose our passion, it seems like. I
Well,
think it's because of stress.
it's because of stress, but we're also programmed to be negative from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
It is where there's negativity existing, and it's not intentional, but
Mm-mm.
I said, but look what happens. Look,
And
and look what happens when you're a kid. That you could be the 2-year-old and you walk up to the table and there's a salt shaker and you're going to grab it for the first time and this is so great. And hey, oh, whoa, whoa, but put that down. No,
but that turned it
right. And
saying but.
you're exposed to that negative right from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing when you're laughing out loud. Yeah, I just had a memory that I laughed in second grade. I laughed in class. I giggled. And I'll never forget that teacher picked me up and put me in front of the class, swatted me on the bottom, and
For giggling.
for giggling. And I told my mother about it, and it turned into this whole big thing where the superintendent of the school district was involved, and that teacher had some repercussions, and I was moved out of the class, but just for giggling. So,
Yeah.
I could hold that with me forever. I haven't. But it was very impactful. And I see it in my mind. I'll never forget her grabbing my arm and put me as an example in front of the rest of the class. But Mrs. Baruch wasn't cool.
Maybe she's watching today.
Never forgot that name, Baruch. But yeah.
There's some things
wait a
that
minute.
happened to me in high school that I'm like, I had to let that stuff go.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we all do. We all do. Right down to bullying. So many.
Right.
I nowadays with social media, I'd have to imagine that probably 80% of kids, teens deal with some type of bullying.
My daughter.
There you go. My son. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I would not want to grow up in this world right now with social media.
yeah.
It would be so hard because back then it was hard enough.
Yeah. And you can't escape it. What are you going to do?
Mm-mm.
Take your kid's phone away from them?
Mm-hmm.
They and all those
Then they get bullied for not having a phone.
made fun of. Right. But think about that. All those things that they're dealing with now, energy healing will probably help them down the road.
Yeah, my daughter gets energy healing. And it helps her a lot.
Yeah. What's your favorite modality in energy healing? Is it chakra clearing? Is it Reiki? Is it all of it?
I do a process that's called letting go.
Okay.
Yeah. You actually feel the number and you work your way down from 10 all the way down to 0 to make it neutral. And you replace the feeling with letting go and you replace it with the love and light and the healing power of Jesus Christ.
And in the energy healing, are they doing Reiki or chakra balancing, like the letting go? Is there anything else connected to it?
No, it's more of a feeling of love and God and replacing that feeling with like a warmth feeling, the energy. So I guess it's kind of like a Reiki, but it's remote.
Okay.
Healing.
I love the concept. I'm trying to get my arms around it, how that works. So
it's an intention thing.
And how do you go from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6? Is it in 6?
It's a feeling like if you're angry, you're like really angry, and you're like on the scale of 1 to 10, you're like really pissed off,
Yep.
And then you want to replace that feeling of anger as a 10 with the love and power and the healing power of Jesus. You want to feel that anger with that instead. And then it starts calming you down and you're letting go of that anger and you're feeling it with love instead. And it's hard at first to do something like that, but I've done it so long now that I almost don't have to feel a number. I can just like.
Do you do it yourself or do you go to a practitioner for that?
Both.
Okay. Wow. And it's called letting go?
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of that.
Yeah.
The stuff you
She
learned.
came up with it herself and I practice it on myself. And I also, when I see my daughter getting upset, I'll do it for her.
I've often heard that you can assign a color to it, and that's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the number thing is, at least you have a way to gauge it with the numbers.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of like a pain scale.
Yeah, right. When you're in a hospital situation. Yeah. Wow.
And you can do the same thing with pain too. Pain, anger, shame, whatever you're feeling at the time, whatever emotion.
So you give it a number. Let's say something happens and you throw it that's a 7. That's a 7.
Mhm.
At that moment, what do you do to take the number down?
You just again feel that feeling, whatever you're feeling, that emotion, or if you're sad or not happy, sad, guilty, whatever you're feeling.
Wow.
And you just replace it and you feel it come down, and you want to neutralize that feeling to where you don't feel it anymore. You can put memories to it, whatever. You can just bring it down.
So think of something positive in its place.
Yeah, totally. Whatever works for you. And you breathe it in. You want to breathe it in and then let it go.
There was a research that came out recently, kind of ties into that in the positive memory. The best way to fall asleep, if you have trouble falling asleep, is to think of something positive. Could be a memory, but you have to really put yourself there. You have to have that frame of mind. And more times than not, that'll help you fall asleep. And they call it savoring. I love that name.
That's funny because I did that last night.
Yeah?
Yeah, I did that exact thing last night.
Yeah. When you get in that mindset and you're there, it's like, oh, I hit that spot. All right. And then you just drift off.
Because I was like, last night I laid there going to sleep and I said, let me think of a memory that's positive. I'm going to reminisce.
And it worked.
And I fell asleep.
Called savoring. Maybe it's been around. It was just a research. I'm always like looking at everything, and that came out literally just last week. So, all right, interesting. Learning a lot today. What's your website?
It's Starry, STARRY, Sky, SKY, connections.com. It has an S. So starryskyconnections.com.
And you're available if anybody wants to do any kind of readings. You can do them virtually, right?
Yeah, totally. Zoom like we're doing now. I can also do FaceTime if you prefer that. Also, my Instagram is Starry Sky Connections, the same as my website.
Got it. Wow, super cool stuff. I'm glad we went down the Tarot Road.
Yeah, Tarot Road.
Yeah, always great talking with you, Divine Angel Oracle, and looking forward next time we get a chance to get together.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
It's a buzzword nowadays. People say the word mindset a lot. Got to have a certain mindset. What do they mean by that? Is it a positive mindset? More times than not, that's the direction that we're going in. And how do you have that mindset to really move your life forward? let's dig deeper into that. And normally I remember everything about somebody in terms of who they are and what they do, but she does so much. I have to look down here at my phone. She is a certified mental health coach, Christian life coach, instructor in the Real You Personality Indicator. She's a ministry leader, on and on and on and on and on. She's great. And she's back with us. So good to have you with us, Cheryl Hines. How's everything?
It's going great. Thanks, Steve, for having me on. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you. And yeah, normally I just remember what somebody's qualifications are. You do so much and help so many people. And I have to believe that a lot of that begins with the right mindset. You probably have shifted your mindset to a point where it is in a positive state. Would you say I'm right about that?
Yes. Yes. So, 14 years ago, I started a journey of learning how to shift who I was and how to think differently. I was broken, I was messed up. I had come from 2 failed marriages and really had to learn how to identify in who I was in a different way of thinking of who I was. And so, taking that to now, currently where I am, walking journeys with people and helping them understand that looking at a glass half full is different than looking at it as half empty. So shifting that mindset is so vitally important for lots of different things in life today, I think.
How do you stay in that mode? I'll give you a great example. I've tried to do that. I think I've been fairly successful in shifting my mindset to a more positive state. But there will be those times where you're driving on the street and somebody cuts you off, and right away I'm like, and you react that way, and I'm better at stopping it. So right away, well, maybe not right away, maybe 10 seconds later, it's like, oh, wait a minute, maybe they were having a bad day. Maybe something happened. Maybe there was a phone call that came through that was life-changing and they weren't even thinking, didn't put their blinker on as they turned in front of you. My point is, how do you stay on that path to keep that shift? Once you've shifted your mindset and you're there, how do you stay there?
Good question. Honestly, I don't always stay there. Recognizing it, I think, is the first key. Recognizing the path that I'm on, the direction that my mind is going to, is key for learning how to then redirect it back into a positive way of thinking. For example, my husband and I both are self-employed, and we own a carpet cleaning business. Well, we're in northern Indiana. This time of year, it starts slowing down. And understanding that we are powerless over how that goes. We're powerless over that business, but what we're not powerless over is what we focus on. Okay, we focus on the fact that God is still good, even though we don't know how many carpet jobs we're going to have in one week. Understanding that this is, that the direction we're going is, we know the direction that God has asked us to go into. And so staying focused on that and not on the negative aspects of, oh, wow, this is a big load. No, God's got it. God is taking care of it. So how to shift that mindset is all about what you focus on. Are you focusing on that person that cut you off and, just really wanting to be angry at him? Or like you said, Steve, are we focusing on, maybe they had a bad day. If I'm at a grocery store and somebody, it looks ugly at me, for a lack of a better term, and they look cross-eyed at me and they look angry, or they might respond angrily, I have a choice. Do I respond back to him or her in an angry way? Or do I think, I wonder what happened? I wonder what's going on with them that is causing them to act the way that they are acting, and then look at it from a different perspective. If I don't get involved in their mess, I'm not going to be bothered by how they respond. So it's all about what I focus on. That glass half empty or that glass half full. I like to look at it half full.
And you have the control. You said it before, that you have the control over everything. Well, okay, let me preface that. Some things you can't control, but you can control how you react to those things that you can't control. And you talk about a positive mindset. Cheryl, what carpet cleaning business? If you put it out into the universe and you stay positive, how do you know you're not going to get a phone call, an email, and somebody says, "Yeah, I own a chain of hotels, and we need somebody to clean our carpets. Would you be interested?" You don't know what's going to happen.
We don't. It's for us with the carpet cleaning, it's called trusting God. For me, in coaching, it's called trusting God. Not everybody has the same faith, and I understand that. But it's about what are we focusing on? Am I going to focus on those good things, or am I going to focus on the negative things? I work a lot with particularly women who are recovering addicts. And that's just where God has placed me right now. And so I work and talk a lot about the addiction and what led them to the addiction. And so many times it's those hurts. It's the trauma of their life. It's the neglect. It's the rejection of their life that took them into the direction of an addict. Okay. Now, they didn't wake up one day and decide that they were going to be an addict, but they did wake up and decide that they were going to go and take a drug of choice or get, whatever to try to numb the pain. So when we look at the choices that they made, and then we look at those broken places of their lives, and we come to allow God to bring healing to those broken places, shifting that mindset, not focusing on the trauma of their past, but focusing on what they have now, focusing on the good things that they have now, focusing on the fact that they have a good job, focusing on the fact that they can have interaction with their children, focusing on the fact that, I have a young lady that I work with that she worked hard. She has a Habitat house. That's an incredible achievement for her to have, focusing on that and not on the trauma of her past. So shifting the focus on what we're focusing on really has a big effect on what we do and how we respond. It's not easy. It's hard work, but it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile.
I'm going to focus for just a moment on what you do in terms of working with women who are addicted. And it could be men, women, doesn't matter. I would assume that they also have substance abuse counseling, but without your counseling in terms of mental health, that probably isn't going to work, the substance abuse, unless we figure out what's going on in their lives, why they're doing what they're doing. Does that sound reasonable?
Correct. I have women that have come from different organizations, like a boot camp organization, and they focus on a lot of different things, but sometimes they don't get down to the nuts and bolts, to those broken places, right, of why they did what they did. Different women that I've come alongside with. One of them who this time of year is really, really difficult for her. 5 years ago. And so I started asking her questions. She mentioned something and I asked her a question, and she mentioned something and I asked her a question. And it's in those questions that it's peeling back, as we say, the layers of the onion.
Sure.
And it's getting down to the core of one of those triggers that caused her to turn to her addiction. Today, this same gal has 10 years sobriety, but she's no longer living in that trauma, and she's actually giving back and working in the community and working with other women. So, it's all about shifting the mindset, looking at those broken places, and really acknowledging what those broken places are, not being afraid to acknowledge it. But then for me, Steve, my focus then is really asking God to come in and give healing to those broken places, to replace that trauma with the positives of who God says they are, And that's where then that shift starts taking place for the women that I work with. Again, I understand that not everybody has, has the same beliefs that I do, but that for me is really where what we focus on and what is truth.
Lots of questions. So even if you're, no matter what you believe in, be it a God, a universe, spirit, whatever you want to call it, how do you keep your faith? How do you keep your faith strong?
How do I keep my faith strong? I just know who I am. I believe in the God of the universe. I believe that what God says about me is truth. And so I focus on those truths of who he says I am. Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you, to give you hope and a future, not to bring you harm." I live in that promise. I live in those truths. And because of that, and because of that's where my rock and my identity is, then I can choose to keep that mindset in the direction that I want it to go in. Am I perfect? No. But from where I was to where I am now, it's my family, my children, my parents, my siblings, anybody who knew me and who knows me now says that I'm a different person. Why? Because of the choices I have made in my own life.
I don't believe in coincidences, and I would have to believe that you're in the position you're in, helping those women for a reason. And you have it in your wheelhouse, and maybe there was nobody else that could really do what you can do. So you were probably put there for a reason. That's where you are now. Let's go back. You said 14 years. For you, you said you went through some challenging times back then.
Mm-hmm.
When did you realize that things are better? Things are okay? How long did it take?
Oh,
and maybe
sometimes
there's different layers. Like we said, you can't.
There were multiple layers. So I started Celebrate Recovery 14 years ago, and it was because of a second marriage, and that was worse than my first marriage was. My first marriage, I was married for 21 years. My second marriage, he was in chat rooms and was arrested, and just all sorts of different things. I was totally broken at that point, and just in this really, really bad spot of my life. My daughter-in-law actually said to me one day, she said, "Cheryl, you either stop what you're doing or you're not going to see your grandchildren." Anybody who knows me knows that my children and my grandchildren, I love them dearly, and they're part of my life. They're my world. So I started Celebrate Recovery, and I also did like 4 years of intense counseling. And it's in those two places that I finally was able to be honest about who I am, about those broken places, and why I made the choices that I made. So 4 years into it, really my life started shifting. Okay. 10 years in from that point till now, there's been different shifts in my life of different places that I've gone to that, I felt God directing me into a different place, and or maybe situations that happened. My husband has had a lot of loss and a lot of death, and in learning how to process through that grief, learning how to come out on the other side and not focus on the loss, but on the good memories. So, it's been layers upon layer after layer of when those hard things come to my life, stopping and saying, "Okay, God, what do you want me to learn in this spot? What do you want me to know and to grow and to glean from this spot so that I can be better, not bitter?" It's all about that choice of becoming better, or I could become bitter. And I don't want to be bitter. Been there, done that. I want to be better. So when those bad things come my way, processing through them, reaching out to my counselor, talking to my husband, talking to, some of my pastor's wife, some of those people that I really, really trust, and processing through so that I can become better at the end and not bitter. I don't know if I answered your question, but it's been.
And you know, I love that. You know, better not bitter. It says it all right there. It's so crystal clear. What's the first step? We talk about shifting our mindset. Obviously, you want to shift it to a positive place. Where do you begin with that? Is it realizing what's going on within you? Sometimes maybe that's not easy to do. I don't know.
I think that's part of it. Yes. Stopping and reevaluating our lives. You know, I mean, so many times we're on one direction because that's what we've always been told we needed to do, or that's what we've always thought we needed to do. But maybe sometimes stopping and pausing, just pausing, reevaluating our lives. What is it in my life that is working right now? What is it in my life that is not working right now? And reevaluating those things. What's important in my life? Is it important that I make $1 million? Well, if so, then I'm going to work hard to achieve that $1 million. Is it important to build community? Then that's what I'm going to focus on. So it's about recognizing where we are, stopping and pausing, looking at what's working and what's not working, whether that's just a job, whether that's family, whether that's even in an addiction. Now, however, in that addiction, sometimes we know that we want out of that addiction. We know that what we're doing is damaging ourselves and others, but yet sometimes we then need to reach out and get help for that addiction so that we can change the direction that we're on. It's all about looking and focusing and shifting and
you really have to have a sense of yourself, and not all of us have that, and there's nothing wrong with that, but that's where you come in. That's where you're like the mirror. You know, here you go. It's not being nasty, but it's like, here's what's going on. You realize what's happening here, you know?
Right.
And I agree with, layers. I use that one all the time. You peel them back like an onion and see, oh, that's what's going on. There's the reason potentially why you're doing what you're doing.
Right. I met with a gal last night who was really battling with guilt and shame. And so we just looked at what was it about that guilt and shame? Where is that guilt and shame coming from? And so, she's just really listening. And then at some point, depending on what she said, I said, okay, so what about that is causing your guilt and shame? And what it came down to was she didn't feel value. She didn't feel value in herself. And so she felt that she needed to carry the guilt and the shame because she didn't value a certain portion of who she was. And when she recognized that, it was like a light bulb went on, and it was like it shifted, and she was like, oh, okay. Now, I've worked with this gal for quite a long time. So, there's tools that I have given her. And so, I just asked her, have you done A, B, and C? No. Why not? I don't know. Okay, should you do that? Yes, I should. So then she went home and she sent me a text a little while later and she said, okay, I finished it and I feel better. So, it's all about recognizing why you are where you are.
That is so important in terms of value. We all have value. We all can bring value to others, but if we feel that we don't have value, there's a song by Jackson Browne came out in the mid-70s. It was an album cut called A Fuse, and there's a line in there that says, the thought of living for nothing strangles the will. Like, if you feel that you're living for what? I want to give to people. I don't feel I have that value. I can see easily why somebody might derail and go in a different direction, substance abuse, whatever it might be.
Correct. Again, it's so this particular gal, like I said, I've been working with her for a long time and helping her unpack and learn how to live in the truth and not in the lie. So, helping her understand for me, because of coming at as a Christian life coach, talking to her about what her value is in God versus what the person who harmed her and the value what they said to her. So who are you going to listen to? Are you going to listen to the person that hurt you and the lie that said you're not going to be good enough, you're not pretty, you're not smart enough, you're dumb, you're stupid, you might as well just go ahead and use, because you're not going to amount to anything? Or are you going to listen to what God says about who you are? And God says that you're fearfully and wonderfully made. God says you're created in his image. Which are you going to listen to? The lie or the truth? And so helping her understand that when you shift to what truth is, and truth is always that you're not ugly, you're not stupid, you're not dumb. We all have different gifts and abilities in life. It does, I have a sister who is a professor in a college. That's not me. I don't have a master's degree. I would not want to teach college algebra. I would rather puke than teach college algebra.
Same.
But that's her strength. That's not mine. And so we each, and helping her understand, or anybody understand, that shifting that mindset, going back to that personality, that people skills personality, the real you, that first line of defense, understanding this is how God made you. This is the personality that God has created in you. So shifting the focus from, well, I don't like that personality, to shifting it to, well, this is really who you are. This is how God made you. So again, those tools, those shifting, that identifying of really who God is in our lives. And again, because of who I am. So it's just, it's a challenge, but it's great. I love it.
So you mentioned God here, and I'm just kind of curious, in your journey, which we'll call it 14 years ago, where you realize things aren't the way they should be, got to make some changes. Was God incorporated in your life then, or was it somewhere thereafter?
No, I've been in the church my whole life. So I knew all the answers, or so I thought, but I really wasn't willing to look at those broken places. I had always thought I was never one of them. I was not an addict. I was not somebody who drank, smoked, did drugs. I was never one of them. And I quickly realized that I was one of them, even though I didn't do drugs, drink, or smoke. I was one of them because my mindset, where I was at, how I felt about myself was broken. It was messed up. I was beat down. I thought I was no good. I thought I had no value. I thought I had nothing to offer to anybody. So I had to shift that. So even if you're in the church, you can still have that mindset of that broken place. Even if you're in the church, you can still be an addict. There are many people who secretly do drugs or drink or smoke or, any of the other things, vices that are out there that they do, even though they're in the church. So I was in the church. I had to learn how to shift what I focused on, who I was, who God said I was. Just totally shift that around.
Isn't it interesting? We have literally seconds left, but I just find it fascinating that you came from that world, maybe not the addiction side of it, but having those challenges of not having value in yourself and the other things you talked about. And you're helping women now going through that. How fantastic is that? I mean, that's like, it doesn't happen just because. There was a reason that happened. I firmly believe that.
I agree. I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you.
Nobody would be able to connect with them in the layers and the way that you do, because you walked it, you talked it, you lived it. So you might get into their heads so much easier than anybody else might. We are just about out of time, which just like flies like that. Normally we take a break too. We didn't even take a break. If this resonates with somebody, they're going through something, maybe somebody they know, they can reach out to you on your website. What's the best way?
They can. Give me the website. Did you say give me the website? Give you the website? Yeah. Okay. It's Insight Life Coaching.coachsolutions.cc. So Insight Life Coaching.coachsolutions.cc.
If somebody didn't get that, is there a phone number?
Yes, there is.
I just throw that out there if that's, if you're comfortable with that.
I am. And so I have a business phone number that I just got. So I had to put my, my granny glasses on here. So 574-501-3361. So it's 574-501-3361.
Glasses or not, you're still amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Really. And keep on doing what you're doing. And Cheryl is here to help. She's here. And you've got the insight and the faith and the positive mindset. So it's all there. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Same here. All right. We'll be right back.
Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Going to talk about a lot of things today that are potentially that you could potentially relate to. Are you somebody that would describe yourself as a perfectionist? Maybe you know somebody, or if you're somebody that just works a lot, I'm a workaholic. I can't stop working. I want to make sure everybody's happy in my life. Or are you not so happy? Looking for that happiness versus the pleasure. We're going to look into that as well. And she's somebody that can totally help us out with that. She's a nurse, but also somebody that heals people through many different modalities. And Anju Redhedran is back with us on the program. Anju, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. How are you, Steve?
I'm well. It's great to have you back with us. And I always say this, and I'm going to say it again for anybody that hasn't heard it, but I love the name of what you do, being a mindset strategist. And you're also the founder, and the website is ICU-1111.com. ICU Intensive Care Unit, which is your background, and 1111, because when we see that on a clock, just happened again this morning, right away, I have to make a wish. And we all have a wish, that we want maybe even move our lives forward, or wish for those things that could make life that much better. So where do you want to begin? Do you want to talk about how we turn into those perfectionists, those workaholics?
Yes. So workaholics, people pleasers, and perfectionists all come from different yet similar wounds. Workaholics are people who want to establish their sense of significance through doing, right? So the wound is, I'm not really worth it. That's the wound that they're trying to resolve. So they want to do anything in their power to be seen, to be noticed, to be helpful, to be useful. And so when they're not, then they kind of have to face that pain. So that's the first thing. Perfectionists are people who felt that they were not good enough as they are. So our need for acceptance and a sense of belonging is central to a healthy life, a healthy spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical life. And if we don't get that, then we end up trying to prove ourselves. And we do anything in our power to make sure we are just right enough to be loved. And that's when we become doers versus beers, human doings versus human beings. And then people pleasers are people who are generally born into families and found themselves in situations where their truth couldn't necessarily be spoken. So they couldn't feel free to be who they needed to be. So they chose acceptance over authenticity.
Completely can relate to that even personally. And I'm going to share something. I don't think I talked about this last time about the perfectionism thing, but I found an article that was in a local newspaper when I was 17. I used to draw cartoons, was going to be a syndicated cartoonist, and kind of pivoted, and right after that, doing what I'm doing right now. And what happened at that time was the article talks about me saying that I'm a perfectionist. And yeah. And the reason for that was I was always bullied as a kid. What you just said, Anju, is so 100% true, that I didn't feel I was good enough. So even I could even just in that room right there could take that article and show it to you. And it's a quote for me that says, I'm a perfectionist. And I lived my life that way up until about 5-10 years ago, where I kind of weaned off of that, realizing that, why am I doing this? I don't need to be perfect. I do the best I can. And I think that is more than good enough. But we get in those habits. And like you said, there's a reason for it. It goes back to something.
Yeah. And it's funny because perfectionists, before we realize it's a wound, we take pride in being a perfectionist. Like if you give it to us, it'll be done with perfection. But what we're really trying to say, it'll be done with excellence or precision.
Yes.
That's another way. It doesn't have to be perfect. It can just be done well.
But it's also, you go over the top because you want to overplease people.
Yes.
And maybe just even make yourself look and feel better because of a reason, whatever that reason is. And that was my reason. I was bullied, and I always felt that maybe I wasn't good enough. But it's so funny we were talking about this because I literally found that article like a week ago.
Everything happens for a reason.
You know what? That is my mantra. Every single day I say that, because things pop up, and it's 100%. It happens for a reason. How do you get out of that people-pleasing, perfectionist, workaholic mode?
Well, you have to first realize that they are wounds. These are core wounds.
Yeah.
And so to understand and take a look at what it is you're avoiding. So for me, I was avoiding not feeling good enough in just being authentically me. Okay. So especially coming from two different families, I had a family of origination and then a family that took me in and raised me. So when that change happens, I didn't feel any particular need to be a certain way with my family of origination. Then when I got taken into this family, I was like, oh no, I have to preserve my sense of belonging. And so I did what I could to wear a mask that made me more palatable or acceptable to this family, even though it wasn't necessarily who I innately was. So our pain causes us to do lots of things and branch out. Actually, it kind of creates, makes us be creative too, because I created a mask. That's another way to look at it. I was able to morph and be a chameleon when I needed to preserve my safety when I didn't necessarily feel safe. So the workaholic was, I had to prove myself worthy of love. Like I'm a useful, lovable person. So I had to do the best, be the best, approach everything where to the point of perfection. Like it has to be done exceptionally well, not just well. And so most secure people are fine doing things well. And that's where perfectionists differ. We are insecure. That's the one. We are insecure because we don't know any other way to be okay with ourselves. Once I realized,
I'm sorry to cut you off. Are all perfectionists insecure? Do you think so?
I think perfectionism comes from not feeling good enough, which makes us feel insecure. So, long story short, yes, that's what I personally believe.
You know, I saw a Billy Joel concert last week, and there's a song called The Stranger from his album The Stranger. And I just looked up the lyrics, and just what you said about the mask. We all have a face that we hide away forever, and we take them out and show ourselves. So it's almost like we all have different masks, but we're kind of like strangers to ourselves and other people because we're not really being us. We're putting on maybe a show, the perfectionist show. I'm the workaholic show. It's not really genuine you. You're not really living your genuine life.
Yes. And here's something to consider. Even the dark aspects of human nature, we all contain those things. Like, just because someone's a murderer or a burglar doesn't mean we couldn't do the same things if the conditions were right. We just choose not to, or really that hasn't had an opportunity to surface. Like, what if someone's attacking my family? I may end up having to murder someone out of protection as a human to my child. That's not considered, but that's still murder, right? We're like, oh, I'm not capable of murder, but you haven't necessarily been in that situation to show that dark side of yourself, let that surface. So anything is kind of possible with anyone.
You know what, Anju, I don't want to agree with you, but I agree with you. And I've seen it in my circles. I've lived it, not me personally, but yeah, people who you think are this can be 180 that over there, and somehow it comes out. Could be something triggered it. Who knows, whatever it is, but this was not what you thought it was.
Yeah, like pastors and things like that. I watch Oxygen Channel all the time and see stories about like families, like even religious people, right? Pastors, they get themselves into trouble, but they're using their position of power to mitigate some of this. But the fact is, they're still acting in a low human energy form, right? They still have these basic needs and desires that they're pursuing. And, it's human nature. It's not anyone is immune to any part of the process of being human. But here's the other thing I wanted to talk about. If we saw a person who is like physically disabled or has some physical disfiguration going on, we know that they've been through something, right? But for these types of things, workaholics, perfectionists, and people pleasers, you can't look at someone and know that they went through a trauma, emotional trauma, mental trauma, spiritual trauma, to know that they're suffering through something. So this is what I wanted to talk about. This is my weird thought that I had. What if we look like our emotional wounds? What would we look like? And I can give you an example of what I think I would look like.
You just made me think, like, I love how you're so real, and it's almost like you start peeling back layers, and make us think. I'm thinking about it. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say, and this is how I am kind of defining things, like your mother represents your first person who introduces you to your identity, your feeling of worthiness and belonging, right? So that's your face. So your face is either covered, disfigured, poured with acid or something like that when you don't get something like that to happen. And you'll notice this. Okay, so this is a metaphor, right? You're kind of like a faceless person, or you're someone that we don't want to look at. Some people that have these, disfigurations and stuff like that, because it's hard to look at. And that's So it makes us feel uncomfortable. But if we think about this metaphorically, there are some very beautiful people out there. And you're like, what kind of problems could they have? But then you talk to them and you give them a compliment. You're like, wow, you're pretty. And they're like, really? You think so? And they just have a different response than you would have thought that they should have had, because you're like, you're clearly a nice looking person. Why are you acting like that? Like it's something weird, because in their mind, their experience of their life has been to not really have an identity, have a face, feel worthy and accepted.
I've met both those people in the last couple of weeks. Not even kidding. I went to the dog park last weekend, and there was a gentleman there walking his dog, and he clearly had gone through a fire. You know, I didn't say anything, but to your point, it was almost hard to look at him in the face because I didn't know how to react. You know, and he was the nicest guy in the world, and our dogs played and everything, but it was just, you know, I was a little uncomfortable, but I wasn't. But then on the other side, and you know what it was? I wanted him to be comfortable, but I'm not sure how to approach it. And then the other side, just what you're saying. I know a couple, and they are Barbie and Ken, most wonderful people in the world. You look at them and you're like, oh, what could be wrong with your life? If you knew their backstory, both of them individually and even together, it would blow your mind. You would never, not even for a second, think that they had been through what they've been through. And they've got through it and they're moving through it. But yeah, what you see is not really what is.
And then, so like, that's what I'm relating the mother wounds to, like your face, your arms, because you embrace life with your arms. And then your father represents your stability and protection. So that's like your skin, your bones, your ability to stand on your feet, things like that. Then, so then I'm just going to paint my own picture, and then you can do this to yourself based on your own wounds. I just want everyone to think about this who's listening. So I lost my biological mother when I was 6. And so with that, it was like I was in a major car accident and my face got disfigured to the point where I was hard to look at. And then in that same accident, my arms were broken. So I couldn't really embrace life like I used to. And I needed a lot to help trying to make sense of my life. Then I lost my biological father a year later to suicide. Now, since it's suicide, this was an option for him. Like, he chose to do it. So I liken it to, I was in another major car accident a year later, and I got a crush injury to my leg. Now, they could have maybe saved my leg, but the decision was made to amputate it. So then that was taken from me, the leg. So far, what I look like is disfigured in the face, and then bilateral arms broken and one leg gone. So now I get a new mother. My new mother at the time, well, she still is, 19 years older than me. So she's really young, and I'm 6 and 7 years old coming into this new life. So she's very young, and she wasn't ready. She wasn't really willing or emotionally capable of taking on two. You know, my brother was 11 and he was 12 and I was 7. That's a lot for a very young mid-20s person. And so she had to take on 2 kids that were not her own. So basically, to me, getting a mom that I knew felt this way, felt like after that injury, I had an ill-fitting mask, a prosthetic, to make myself look more presentable and normal. And I had to wear excessive amounts of makeup to be palatable. And then with my new father, he was my support. He was like my prosthetic leg with a titanium frame. He gave me a lot of strength, a lot of support. And if I wore pants or something that covered my legs, you would not really know necessarily that, you know, this had happened. Like, I had this injury to my leg and it was below the knee amputation or something. But then, and I don't have the same sensations or responses to injury that other people have, because part of that leg is gone. And so another difference is I became very strong. So he helped me survive. And then he trained me like an Olympian to live life. He pushed me hard to face things, to kick things, to be an athlete in life. So I was like an Olympian for the Paralympics in soccer or something with my leg. That's how he trained me. He's like, don't let anyone feel sorry for you. Yes, you lost your parents, but you gained another set of parents. We are here taking care of you now. If anyone says to you, oh, poor thing, ask them, are you going to take care of me? No, they're not. You have parents that are taking care of you. He's like, keep that in mind. I said, okay. So I liken him to a prosthetic leg. And here's the other thing about that. After I got this strength from my father and his guidance and his support, it's like when someone tried to kick me in the leg, it would only end up hurting them more. That's another benefit of having a prosthetic leg, because they don't know what's underneath. Okay.
Wow.
So then, okay, now this is one that's kind of a little harder pill to swallow, but a lot of women, especially, I know men and women have been through this, but I'm speaking from a woman's perspective. But like secret sexual abuse that happens, and between family, friends, and things like that. So that happened to me, and that leaves you feeling exposed and hypersensitive. So that version of that, my spiritual version of that, was the skin of both my arms was burned down to the muscle. So I don't know if you've ever had a burn, but anytime like wind passes over a burn, it hurts. It's sensitive, and you're like jumpy too, and very just hypersensitive, because your first layer of protection is gone. So my arms are extremely sensitive, and anyone walking by would affect it. The remedy for this was for me telling my father, because he was my skin, he was my bones for when I was a child. And so I told him what was going on, and he had the best reaction in my mind, because he got mad. He got so mad on my behalf. And when you tell someone that, something bad happened in your life, that is the best reaction. That is the only thing you could hope for, that they empathize with you, that they're like, oh, I'm so mad. I should have been there to protect you. And that's what he said. And he couldn't, because he did we had so many restrictions on our life as it was. And despite all of those restrictions, this still happened. So he was beating himself up. I was like, you don't need to beat yourself up. It's just something that happened. But to know that he cared so intensely about my well-being, that was my skin graft.
Wow. I know we got deep here, but that's super cool in terms of comparing that. And it just makes us think. Like, I'm already thinking, as I'm listening to you, what I would look like. And I'm sure the rest of us are thinking the same exact thing. I would, I didn't have any legs. My parents got divorced almost before I was born. And my dad really wasn't there to support me. I later learned he passed when I was like 21. I learned I was a lot like him after he passed, but through being bullied and all that during the, when I was in elementary school and even junior high, kind of wasn't really there for me. So I didn't have any legs, or I was missing one. My mom was great, a little overprotective, so I'm not really sure what kind of, what my face would look like. I guess it would be okay. Makes you think. Wow.
Well, I couldn't recognize myself. Like, my identity was gone in my situation. A lot of people, they just kind of have like a veil or a mask over them, or their skin is kind of melted, like in their spiritual version of themselves. So they can't see themselves. But usually if you have a strong relationship, or like a unbroken relationship with your mom, then your identity is pretty much intact. And then the people that attack it are later on in life, like kids in school and things like that. But the other thing, there's three other things that I wanted to talk about. So I got kicked out my freshman year of college. So that was shame, loss of reputation, and made me feel not good enough. And the physical spiritual manifestation of that was like I lost some teeth. And so I'm like toothless, not completely toothless, just a couple of teeth. But then my remedy for this was this is where the overachiever kind of comes in, because then I ended up getting a bachelor's of science in nursing, and then a master's degree in business, and then a master's pending in medical informatics. So I overdid it. That was my overcompensation.
You know what?
So that's my dental implants.
Can I jump in for a second here?
Yeah.
Was that so bad that you did that you overcompensated? Because you went from getting kicked out, but look what you did with your life. So if you didn't, Anju, if you didn't overcompensate at that time for being kicked out of college, what do you think would have happened if you didn't?
If I didn't overcompensate, oh no, I would have. My dad gave me two options: sink or swim. I would have been sinking for sure. I would have been going in a downward spiral, down some drain, emotional drain somewhere.
So when we think about, I put it into the context of perfectionism or workaholic, kind of somewhere there, wasn't a bad thing that you did that at that time because you were able to swim. You move forward.
Yeah, none of these are bad things. These are just things. These are just. I mean, these are our
you got to deal
responses.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's why I never say things are good or bad, because situations can change, making them seem better or worse than they are.
And guess
they
what?
could work to your advantage or disadvantage.
And you can't control those things. Those things are out of your control. Your mom, your biological mom, your biological dad. There was nothing you could do about that. That happened. And it's, and then we have these wounds. We have these scars. And that defines us. And that defines us. So you gotta move forward, and sometimes you have a little disfigured, figuratively speaking. You gotta kind of deal with it.
Figuratively, yeah.
Yeah. And then you gotta kind of deal with it. Wow.
I got divorced too.
All right. So been there, done that, doing that. What did that look like?
Yeah. That looked like loss of hair, like losing it in clumps, like embarrassing, kind of embarrassing, because usually hair marks some sort of like virility or your vitality and stuff like that. And your people's ability to be attracted to you, to attract a mate and stuff like that. And you feel like a lot of women feel like used goods or something negative after a divorce about the way they look.
100%. You know what it is? You feel like you're a failure. So, and part of that maybe is, figuratively or maybe literally the way you look, that makes a mark on you.
Exactly.
Wow.
And so I wore like hair pieces and wigs figuratively until I decided to go, get help from a doctor, right? That is when I went to therapy and got that to change my mind. And that was really the Rogaine with minoxidil that made my hair grow back or the biotin.
Right. Or the hair transplant. You got
the hair transplant. Yeah.
Going through those steps, cosmetic surgery and a prosthetic doctor that, I'm taking your situation and what we turned you into, or what you turned you into, where you are now. I can't believe we're just about out of time.
Already?
Not kidding. I'm looking right at it.
Wow.
Yeah. That like jammed through, but I promise you, I'm going to be driving in my car later and thinking about this and all the pieces, because it really gives you something to think about. But look what happened from that and that therapy and what you offer in terms of your mindset coaching, moving your life forward. And I got to tell you this, Anju, last time we talked, you said, I want to tell my story, the backstory, what happened to me. And I said this last time, I had no idea. I was not prepared for what you were going to tell me. It's, and from that, where you got to where you are now, even, nursing career and what you're doing now, and the combination of all of that and how you moved your life forward and move forward from that disfigurement, if you will, is a testament to you and what you do. And that's, I think that's why you call it ICU-1111, because you had a dream and you had to get it done. You stat.
It's a lot of spiritual healing.
Yeah. We all want it done right away, but it takes time. It takes time.
It does.
Years.
It's like incremental changes in habits, changes in ways you view yourself, changes in ways you think about things.
Yep.
All of these things play a part. And then just being really honest, like radically honest about the things that have happened to you, and radically accepting that those things did happen. So now what are you going to do about it? Because that's the only way to resolve them.
There's only one way. And if you go to let's say, cosmetic surgeon, even if it's done from your, call it that disfigurement of what happened to you in your life, What happens after that? Cosmetic surgeon puts you under the knife. Even if you get the hair transplants, again, we're figuratively speaking, you have to heal from that.
You have to, absolutely. It
Even
takes time. Everything takes time.
you wheel out of the OR, got a brand new face, got, with skin grafts, whatever. It's not, it's got to heal. It's going to take time. Hair transplants, they don't just put hair in, it's got to grow. So it takes time, even going through the process, talking to even somebody like you.
And even when you plant seeds, right? Like to cultivate corn or whatever, even those take at least 2 weeks for the seeds to emerge from the ground.
Absolutely.
Nothing's immediate.
Yeah. It's the process. You got to go through it. You got to grow. So we grow from something that was maybe negative or a challenge in our lives. I want to tell everybody, if they want to get some coaching, and you got your finger on it, you walk the walk, you talk the talk, you've lived a pretty wild life. Got to tell you that. Like a lot of us look at our lives and like, hey, you know what, that wasn't that great, or that, and you rose above it and moved yourself forward to, a beautiful, insightful, amazing person.
Thank you so much. And Jordan Peterson has this great quote that says, when you retire, the point isn't to drink margaritas and live on an island by yourself. That won't make you happy. But lifting like a meaningful burden, that will make you happy. So if you realize that these things, these pains that we carry and things like that, we can learn lessons from that. And then we can just look back on our life and say, wow, I got through that. That makes you realize your own worth. And that's the point. You don't need someone to tell you that. You see it in yourself.
Even if you've got scars, literally have scars on you, every scar has a story. And same thing as we're talking now with the analogy of what you would look like through the emotional wounds, you can have scars, and scars are beautiful.
Yeah.
We shouldn't look at them as a negative. Website is icu-1111.com. Free consultation if somebody wants to think about some coaching or kind of move it forward.
Yes. Free 20-minute consultation.
Got it. The doctor is in. The nurse is in, but the doctor is in. She's in.
Right.
She does cosmetic surgery. She does hair transplants and all of that.
Spiritual. The spiritual healer is in.
Exactly. Great talking with you today. And I'm not kidding. I'm going to be sitting in the car later thinking about what I look like. And I think the rest of us should do that because it's kind of an eye opener. Yeah. Cool way to look at life. And
thank you.
Look forward next time we get a chance to talk. Thank you so much.
Likewise. Thank you so much, Steve.
Be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. She is somebody that can help you with your career as a strategist, as a coach, can also help you find your purpose. She's also got some really major insight on the entertainment industry and literally wrote the book called The Unabashed Truth. I know there's a subtitle to that.
Yeah, it's the unabashed truths the entertainment industry won't tell you, and it's a guide to the business of acting.
And she is Joanne Pariah, and she's with us. Welcome back. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Yeah. We've talked about career, finding your purpose, and all of those things. So we're going to pivot back to the entertainment industry. We started way back. A bunch of episodes talking about that. But apparently, with all the changes over the last even 20 years, it's essentially the same, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, because basically the main purpose, let's say, of an actor, and remember, it's the business side that I address, not the craft. I have a whole guidebook of the steps as to how you should go. And it really has not changed. Technology has changed it. And it even has changed it even more since COVID, but not that much more. So the basic steps of knowing who is the player, what do you need to do if you want to get into this industry? Essentially, this morphed from a class that I taught at my kids' acting school, because the director of the school said, I need somebody to train these parents. Because you see, if you're the parent of a child actor, and I say it in the book, they're looking at you. They're not just looking at your child, because they know that I'm going to be dealing with mommy. Just like when you're a veterinarian, if you are a regular practice, you're going to be dealing with the owner. So you have to have that kind of skill. And I've had the experience where an agent said, I do not want to work with them. And part of that, and I explain it in the book. I go through all of the steps. I mean, here it is. You can find it on my website. I go through all of the steps in order of what you should be doing. And then I give you the cast of the characters. That is not changed. You know, you're going to have a producer, you're going to have a director, you're going to have a casting director, you have an agent and a manager. I even go into, when do you really need a manager? When do you need an agent? And just how you have to also be a brand. But it really did start from teaching parents the industry, because it is very different when you are the parent of a child actor. You have to get them their working papers. You have to do things differently. And you were on stage also. People don't realize that. That used to be a joke between my kids and I. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, it takes a certain personality, I would assume. And also, yeah, you can't just think that, well, you know what, I'm going to drop them off at this audition. I'll wait in the wings. I'll wait till they're done. No, you're directly involved in it.
Well, you're directly involved in it, but I'm going to be honest with you. You better wait in the wings. A lot of parents will sit there. I did not like it. I got my kids into it really because they wanted to. And I said to them, I am not taking you to auditions if you don't want to go. And you have to live in a city that has auditions. We did this a long time ago. New York was just coming out into the industry. Law and Order was just being mainstream. And even then, and today, if you're in New York and you've never been on Law and Order, you're not an actor. I mean, that's just, it's just, it's just a thing, so.
Same thing with there's other shows too, like Blue Bloods. But
they're all here. And then they're also opening another studio around the corner. The Bethpage studio. I don't know if you know about the film studio that's in Bethpage.
Sure.
Okay. He's opening a new one in Port Washington. It's almost done. Yeah. I was on the news because of it, because I supported it. We're digressing. Okay.
We're talking Long Island, New York. And
I know we can't.
Yeah.
So basically, I discussed, you have to prepare first. And part of preparing is you really need to have headshots. Kids, it's different. So what I do is I break the book out so that at the bottom, you'll see the difference between being an adult actor, maybe a retiree who wants to get into the industry, someone who's going back into the industry, and child actors. because child actors don't need a professional headshot till they start really doing stuff and until they're 6, maybe a little younger, depending on the goals. I mean, I used to just send out these little photos of my kids, until we were ready to do a headshot, and then until we were ready to do a resume. And that's also because an acting resume is different than a regular resume. So I then go into how the process works.
Would you do a
Casting.
separate resume depending on the gig? Would you tailor?
No.
It would just be one. Okay.
No, it's not like it's not like how it is today. If you're in, because again, since I do career assessments for people, it's not as if you say, I will take that job description and put it into my resume, because that right now bots are doing it. Bots are not doing this. What really when you're submitting and when you go on to some of the places like casting networks or Actors Access, they're really looking at your headshot. That's why your headshot is so important. You've got to pop out. You've got to even act in your headshot. So if there's, you're an actor. Now, of course, yes, we do have brands. Okay. And, my brand for a while was the waitress. So the old waitress, what can I tell you? My kids' brand were preppies. So we all do have a brand. There are some people that say, oh, well, I can do anything. Well, So no, basically the process, which is discussed here, is that the way that I tell people is if you're starting out, you really need to get to an acting school. You need to get acting classes, whether you are doing it for college or whether you're doing it on the side. And you want to make sure that that acting school has connections to managers and agents, because that's who's going to technically get you the job. But initially, you can start out on the services. There's casting networks, and you put your headshot up. You put even a resume. Someone will say, oh, well, I've never acted before. I have no resume. Well, did you do work at school in the school play? Do you do community stuff? So that counts. So you can put that there. And then your training is very important. They look at that. So your resume has to be set in a certain way. Just like with kids, you do not put their age on it. You do not put their telephone number on it. Now, again, though that was back in the day when we didn't have the internet as much. So you didn't want their headshot to be thrown on the floor and somebody taking their telephone. And as you see, a cat crosses the screen.
Wait a minute. Is that a union cat? I want to make sure.
Yeah, I know.
Crossing a line here. So question, is there some benefit or great benefit if you become an extra? Let's say I just want to get there. I'm going to be just on set. I don't have a speaking role. Yeah, they're going to pay me just minimum, whatever, but at least I'm close to it.
That's one of my chapters, background work. Okay, Now my kids never did it, but I do it profusely, or I did do it before COVID. And I discussed that also. And it's there are some people, I would have people on the set who would say, oh, I don't want the camera on me too much because then they'll see I'm doing background. You know what? Doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You need to have experience on a set. Being on a set is not like working in an office. It's not, there's a whole host of things going on that have to be done. You have to be quiet. Most of it is sitting around. So background work is a good way to see if you like it. That leads me into, I have a questionnaire for both the parents and for an actor. And depending on what you answer, because again, this is a business. This is not just your craft. Are you going to be available for auditions? Do you have the ability to be available like your kids? Because you've got to have somebody on the drop of a dime. Now let's talk about how that's changed a little bit because of COVID. We will go into that. The first audition these days now are done by a self-tape. Now, notice they call it self-tape. Excuse me, this is what I'm using. Is that a tape? So you have to, that's really the first, because it costs so much money unless they are, let's say, Beth Melski Casting, who have their own offices, who have their own equipment. But the first one is through that through self-tape, because it used to be you'd go on your first audition.
You know, Matt, you're bringing back some memories. I have a marketing company, and we did a commercial 2 years ago, and we've actually since updated it and brought her back in. But just what you said, I found I think it was a model search site somewhere in our area, because we're close to each other. Like 45 minutes. But it was the personal video is where the decision was made to use this actress. And we were literally looking for a woman who was around 70, looked healthy, looked good, presented herself well. And I'm not even kidding. It was just her, hi, my name is, and there was a couple of clips of things that she may have done, pictures and things like that. But that's where the decision was made, just what you're saying.
Yep. And basically that started even with my kids. I mean, my kids got 2012 because we did, oh my goodness, a video audition. I mean, we didn't have phones then. You had to have and we didn't even have the cameras yet that had videos in them. So we would actually go to our manager. But it's what's called an EPK. You should have an electronic press.
Yeah. Did you say that your kids are twins?
Identical. Yes, you're a twin.
Yes, I have a twin sister.
Yep.
So, did you ever encounter a situation, Joanne, where you went to a casting call and only one of them got cast?
Of course.
Yeah.
That was my first question when I decided to do this. And then what would happen? You know what we were finding? And then my manager, she worked with me on this. She's a very good child manager here in New York. And it was so funny because she'd give them both headshots and they look exactly alike. So who would they always call in? Alex. And one time I would bring them both together because I had no choice. So we'd be sitting there and the casting director said, wait a minute, he's a twin? Well, let him audition too. And that was my main question to my kids. I said to them, what happens if one of you get it and the other one doesn't? Oh, Ma, that's cool. We'll share the money. And
did it work?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
It absolutely worked.
You never know. The competition depends on their personalities, but if they were good with that.
Well, that's really what it also comes down to again, which then I can even just go into finding your purpose. You have to know about yourself. You have to, we're not learning about ourselves enough. So that was one of the major questions with my kids. And then I used to say, I'm not dragging you to auditions. And then, they had a memory like you would not believe. So they wouldn't be practicing. And I would say, what's going on? And they would memorize the lines on the train ride into Manhattan.
Oh my gosh, I wish.
Yeah, right. I wish too.
I can't remember. I play songs on the radio as part of my career since I was a kid. I can't remember song lyrics. It's almost a joke.
No. If I had memorized, I know all that. Listen, I can sing you American Pie right now. And the other day when I was doing some whatever, they played a music station from the 60s. And I'm singing all the songs. They're telling me to shut up. Wow. If I can memorize. So they got that, which is a good thing. But let's go into parents, okay?
Sure.
And if you have a child, because what happened with us, and this is exactly the key, my kids used to sit and read. And in that day and age, people still didn't read, okay? They still had the little Game Boy. I mean, they didn't have phones.
Mm-hmm.
And one time, our manager, this is a different manager, my kids went on an audition and my babysitter took them because we lived in Manhattan and I worked. She calls me up at the end of the day, some assistant, and says, the casting director said that your kids, you and your husband had a fight at the audition. Now, that upset me. My husband wasn't there. My babysitter was. Please don't confuse my children. That's very important. You see, what people don't realize is you go on that audition and you do your best. You may not get it. But if you go in there, that casting director is going to remember you. I mean, it happened with my kids. But I literally said, please call that casting director. They are confusing me.
Wow.
With somebody else. Very important.
That's disturbing.
Well, again, it's how you behave.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not this is all back to behavior. And that's why in the book, I have a questionnaire, especially for the parents. Does your child listen to you? Do they talk back to you? Because that's also part of it. Yes, maybe you once in a while they won't care, but trust me, they care. I mean, even in the book, I wrote that we basically had a role, we had 2012 and we had to film in LA. You have to have a set tutor. That's the other thing you have to look at. I write about it all in the book to give you the ideas of what you need. And basically what ended up happening is this set tutor said to me, she goes, I looked at the part that your kids had. And I wasn't going to take this because they were brats, because usually as a child, oops, I'm telling a real secret, that's their personality type if they're doing well in the movie. And she goes, your children are the most polite kids I ever met. So she goes, and I was not going to take the job. So it's very interesting, all of the little dynamics, and it all has to do with how we behave. It really...
Yeah.
And
I teach also, those things actually are memorable. And what you said before, it's almost loosely here, but it is part of the brand. Like if your kids are, or kid, and you're putting them out there, their personality is part of their brand. And even we're talking before, how do you stand out? It could be even your son's haircut, could be a certain look. And it's like, oh, that's the kid with the blank hair. And made a mark. Doesn't mean the hair can't change for the role, but that's how he was remembered.
That's right. And yeah. And you have to do what they say. That just triggered me into my memory of how my kids were going to scuba diving camp, and they had this in the movie, they have long, curly hair. And I got a phone call, and I was going to cut all their hair off because they're going scuba diving. Could you imagine having long, curly hair and you're a teenager and you don't even take care of it anyway? And he was like, do not cut their hair. I'm like, oh no.
So now they were scuba diving in their personal life?
In their personal life. They were going...
And you were going to cut their hair just to make it easier, sure.
Yeah.
But that's their brand?
Yep, that was their brand for the movie.
Wow. And can I ask what movie that was? I know you shared some of them.
2012.
That was 2012. Okay.
2012.
Wow. Okay. Was that shot mostly in the New York area or not?
No, not at all. It was in Vancouver and LA.
Wow.
I left my hubby for 4 months. Yeah.
Whew. How would you rate that experience? The whole thing?
Oh, the whole thing was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Excuse that, please. Yeah, the whole thing was the most wonderful experience anyone could ever have. We were very blessed, and they look at it that way.
Now, as the parent of child actors, and good gig, right? If you could go back and do something a little bit differently for that project, what do you think it would be? Is there anything that pops in your head?
Well, the only thing that pops in my head, unfortunately, my life is always circumstantial. I would have taken the kids because New York was not as good as it is today. And after that, I was planning on taking them to LA. But 2 days before we left, my husband, we lost our house to a fire.
Okay. I remember.
We left him homeless. We were technically homeless. And
wow.
So that would have been the plan. But you want to know something? Being that I still am in the industry, and I know managers and child actors, and I know what's happened to some of these child actors, in a way, it's a blessing, because again, as in sports, as in anything, the parents live through their children and make their children do things that they don't really want to do. So it's...
But overall, you would say it was a great experience.
Oh, phenomenal. And good for them. It taught them. that it gave them skills. See, acting to me should really be for children a required course, especially now. Because again, back to your purpose, back to the self-directed search, creativity is one of the things that we need for the world we're in today.
Mm-hmm.
And being artistic is very important. And we need that. And we need to teach that to kids. We need to teach kids how to communicate. And we're not. I mean, I think it should be part of the core curriculum, but who am I?
I completely, Joanne, agree with you. That is, even just acting is self-expression, confidence, adhering to different situations. Let's face it, you go for a job interview, let's be honest, you're kind of acting. You're
It
being
is.
you, but there's a little
Absolutely.
twist on you. Or you go to a party. You are, in a sense, if you walk into that party, you really don't know anybody. You're being you, but there is probably about
It's a bit
10%
of
of
acting. Well, you got it. I mean, it hits us everywhere. And unfortunately, because we are glued to these, we're not doing it. We're doing it even worse. I mean, being an old technology person, the coders were the ones that were in the room with all the papers and not communicating. And it's kind of a little bit worse. So even though I think COVID helped us by doing this, because we still need that whole communication part. And kids need it. And so do adults. I mean, take an acting class at adult ed, just because you know what else? It teaches you all that communication skills. It also teaches you how to listen. Because if you do very good improv games, which I teach a class too, you have to listen to what the other person before you has said, or maybe the person 3 steps ahead of you. So it teaches you how to listen.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. And I wish I did more of that in school. Even how to react in a situation. Let's say in an improv class, you're listening to something somebody says, and you may have half heard it, or maybe you did hear it. Not really sure how to react to it. Well, that could be a normal situation.
Well, thank you. And that's why improv skills are very, very important. We play a game. And what the game is the situation is written on one piece of paper, a little tiny piece of paper. Everybody puts it in a bag, any kind of situation. Let's even, whatever life situation it is, that's why I think it's so important. And you pick it. One person picks it. It's only one person that knows what is going on. And the other person doesn't. And then you flip back and forth, meaning then you do another round. Because this way, one person knows, let's say the situation was, oh, you're having trouble with your siblings, your parents need care and nobody's helping. You're the only one taking care of it. You now have to have a talk with your sibling. I mean, these are really real life situations that we really need to teach adults, children.
See, my situation would be deeper than that. You're meeting your girlfriend's parents for the first time, and you're dealing with the worst IBS you've ever had in your life.
What do you do?
What do you do? I just want to watch that. How would that go down? But yeah, interesting thoughts here. Now, your book has a lot of insight for people looking at the entertainment industry. Would we find that on your website? Is that the place to go?
And you'd find it on Amazon.
How about you coaching a parent of kids that want to be actors? Is that something you do as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've directed, I've told many people, one was my insurance agent, so yes, I do help parents kind of navigate the system and what they should be doing. And also the questionnaire is really very important because I do ask, questions that if you can't do that, if you can't or have somebody else pick up and go to an audition, even as a child, you can't do this. Because once you stop it's like 3 strikes, you're out.
Mm. What I like about what you do here is your title is the best. It says what it is.
Yep.
Somebody could say, acting is wonderful, and it's a great experience for your children to enrich their learning and their personality. Yes, it is, but you get right to the point. Okay, here's the deal. This is what you got to know. This is the truth. This is the behind the scenes. This is what you need to anticipate when going. It's the real deal.
It is the real
That's
deal.
what we need.
It is, but people don't want to hear the truth, no matter
Mm-hmm.
where we go.
Yeah.
People, we really don't want to hear the truth to help us, because what it is it's pain. And painfulness to us is totally negative. And then I'm also reading another book, and I forgot the actor's name. He did a documentary on it, and it's Phil Stutz. And he really talks about you've got to go through that pain, and then that helps move you.
Sure.
And, you've got to know it. Just like one of the questions are, how does your kid deal with rejection? And my kids were great. My kids were like, okay, I'm done. Only once did one ever say, I wish I did that take again. And then I said, well, now you can ask the casting director.
Okay. Yeah. And these things as a parent, unless you have the experience or you haven't read the book and get the inside, you wouldn't know that.
No,
Yeah.
you wouldn't know a lot. And so that's why I decided to write it, to sort of, it was a class, and then I sort of morphed it into a book and then put in background work. What do you want to do if you want to just do background work? Because background work is a lot of fun. It's great as a retirement gig, especially if you live around here.
Yeah.
In the New York metro area.
Or somewhere where, let's say you're
Right,
in
LA, Vancouver, Atlanta,
but there's
even Chicago.
I was just going to say Chicago. Things are being shot all the time, be it commercials, it could be an industrial type video where they need people. And all right, so it doesn't pay a ton, but it's fun.
But it's fun. It is so much fun. I mean, that is the only thing I have to really say about it. It's a lot of fun, and you meet interesting people. I mean, I met retired doctors. I met retired financial advisors.
Sure.
So it is a lot of fun.
Your website, share it with everybody, please.
Okay, here we go. JOANNPERAHIA.com.
Got it. And that's the place for the book, or if somebody's looking for any kind of career consultation, direction, you do it all there. Joanne, always great talking with you. Always learn.
Oh, same here. And thank you for having me. Your pleasure.
Good to have you on here. And got to learn more about that Port Washington studio. I haven't heard that one.
Yes.
Interesting.
And you should see it. It's so cute.
Wow.
But I'm actually going to be talking to the mayor or something, or talk to him.
We'll talk. We'll talk.
I know. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Joanne. We'll talk soon. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Well, we're about to start a brand new year. And with that, some change coming in, not just the change that you're thinking. There is a I'm not the expert. I'm going to call it a big, big metaphysical change that we're undergoing right now. And I know a little bit about it, but she knows a lot more about it. She is a spiritual life coach. It's going to guide us through that and what we can expect with that and how to navigate these changes coming. Allison Rowley Clark is with us from journeytoheavenonearth.com. Allison, welcome back. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So this change that we're talking about, this is something that started years ago and it's kind of just cycling through. What does it mean for us? What is this? What is this change?
So I know in the past we talked about the spiritual awakening, and it all ties in. It's actually since it's a worldwide new Earth transition. It's called the Great Awakening, and we're leaving the old world, the old Earth, and we're moving into what we call the new Earth. So last week we talked about the age of Aquarius, and we used to be in the age of Pisces, which age of Pisces was more service to self and materialism. And we are transferring that into the new Earth, service to others, and more love, unity, all one, we're all one consciousness. So that's kind of where we're transitioning, and a lot of people are already doing it. Some are just know about it and they're getting on board. Some don't know about it like I didn't, and it kind of hit me over the head. And then I've been doing a lot of research in the last couple of years, and yeah, that's how the world has been transitioning since 2012.
That being said, how do we prepare for it? What should we be doing?
The main thing is that you need to start taking care of yourself. Number one, you need to start healing your inner traumas, because it's all going to come down to when we do transfer over into the new Earth. You cannot leave any baggage that you can't bring any baggage that you've been carrying with you. So that needs to be 100% cleared out. So you need to heal your heart. And by healing your heart, you heal your mind. And it starts with your heart. So any like hurtful feelings that you have on anybody else, even if you have the biggest enemy and they've done the most horrendous thing to you that you didn't deserve, that's something that needs to be healed. And it's going to help you. Forgiveness is always for you. It's not just for the other person too. So that just should be a life lesson in itself.
Get rid of the baggage as best you can.
Exactly. Get rid of your baggage.
Okay. How long does it take this transition into, call it the new world? What are we talking here?
Well, we don't know. I mean, some experts are talking about, like, we're already transitioning. So basically there's 7 different dimensions, and like number 1 starts with rocks, number 2 is plant animals, humans are in the 3rd dimension, which is a very low density. It's very heavy. Out of all the planets in the universe, we are the heaviest, the darkest. And then right now we're transferring into the 4th dimension, where we are moving into more love and understanding and unity with one. It's all about consciousness. And then eventually the new Earth is in the 5th dimension, where we're going to be, for the first time in universal history, we are going to be taking our bodies, our physical bodies, and integrating it into the 5th dimension, which unites with our light bodies. So when you think of metaphysical, it's spiritual, and when you think of physical, it's material. We're going to combine them all together. So our bodies are going to be lighter, they're going to be healthier. There's not going to be any more pain or suffering, anything like that. It's going to be such a slow transition, though, because people don't realize it right now, but your DNA has been already being upgraded by the solar flares that people have been hearing about, and plus the sun is changing. So get out in the sun, because that's upgrading your DNA, so that'll help the healing. So experts are saying 2027. And then some are saying it could go all the way into 2030, 2033. That's where you guys are starting to hear about the extraterrestrials are starting to come out with all that. They're all a part of this. This has been going on. The extraterrestrials extraterrestrials, ET's been around since 1947. So there's a reason why the government is talking about it now, and people are starting to see things in the sky. So it's just to plant the seed so it doesn't freak everybody out. But it's already happening, and people just need to be aware about it.
Is this the third dimension?
Yes.
Okay. And the dates that you gave, were you talking the fifth dimension by that time or the fourth?
Well, right now we're in the fourth. We're jumping back from the third to the fourth, back and forth. People who've had their awakenings have seen the fifth dimension. I've seen the fifth dimension. I've been there like consciously, not physically. So I can see where we're headed. But basically, we're switching our conscious into the fifth. So people are jumping. I jump back from the fourth to the fifth. I try to stay away out of the third dimension as much as possible. And that is where we grew up in fear. So if you're living in fear, you need to start getting out of that, because you won't have an easy transition into the fourth to the fifth. It's going to be a quick jump from the third to the fifth, but it's a slowly just touching a little bit in the fourth so it doesn't, our physical bodies can handle the transition. If you start being a service, which most of us are, that's why I don't think it's going to be such a difficult transition. Service to others, 51%, you're going to transition. If you're not, and you're just service to self, what you're going to, you know, die. You're going to die in the third, transfer your body, your spirit into another planet, heal all that trauma, and then eventually make it to the fifth. This is the first time in history our physical body and our consciousness is going to go into the fifth dimension, but the ones who don't want to transfer aren't going to. And that's soul contract too. Some people aren't going to make it. I don't know about you, but I've had a lot of people in the last couple of years pass away. And we've been hearing it all over the news, a lot of famous people too. It's because their souls came down here and didn't want to do the journey. So we can't take that such to heart, you know. So it's going to be rough on people. A lot of people are going to perish, but it's also helping to raise the vibrations. So you have to be healthy.
Do you think that COVID had anything to do with this transition? Yeah.
It had everything to do with it. COVID was written in the 1950s. This was all planned. So when I went through my awakening, this is what I found out. And this is like what jolted me in my awakening. And I went down the rabbit hole. And this is where I started learning about when you wake up, you start realizing the world around you have been a lie. And it's not just the life we're living now in the last 50 to 100 years. We're talking about like thousands of years. This has been going on. So this has all been written since the 50s. COVID happened to stop the awakening. So what happens is there's 1% of the population, and I don't like to give them any light, but I'll give them a little bit because I left that world. But 1% of the population controls us. It's been controlling us through media, through fear, through everything, through our food, through our air, through our water. And once that happens, you know, we're not free. If you think we're free, you're never going to know what freedom is, and that's where you're going to stay. But when you realize you're not, you're going to search for it, and then you're going to find it. So COVID was to stop the Great Awakening. Put them in fear, the vibrations of the planet goes down, and it slows down the process. Now, what happened with COVID, which turned out the opposite effect. Yes, people lived in fear. People stayed home. People couldn't work. People had to go within. People woke up. They were like, wait, something's going on here. Or they were hitting rock bottom like I did.
Yep.
Or their addictions were taking over. And it woke them up. So it did the exact opposite. And this is how the Great Awakening. So we've been slowly going through it since 2012, but the 2020 is what made the Great Awakening really spin hard.
And that makes perfect sense because after COVID, so many changes personally within people took place. Divorce rates went up. People had shifts in careers, not their own choosing to do that. It wasn't that it was forced upon them. But I think it was almost like a personal awakening at that moment, going through COVID.
It is. It's very personal. So people got to see what their true talents are. You're going to work every day. You're sitting in traffic. You're hating your job just to pay your bills, to put roof over, your head and your family. So when you're forced to stay home, people started doing woodworking. They started doing making candles. They started using their talents. They started painting. They started becoming creative, and then they started selling it. And people started their own small businesses, and that is where the world is going. We are all have talents, and we're going to start transitioning into barter and trading instead of just everything is financial. So if someone has a service that you want, and you can trade for your services, and that is the fifth dimension. There's not going to be any taxes. There's not going to be any wars. There's not going to be any illnesses. We're going to have clean air, free energy that has been around. The ones who discovered it since the 1920s, 30s, they've all been taken out. It's all coming back around. We're talking about getting our free energy back, clean water that's been poisoned. They're starting to realize there's fluoride in your toothpaste that stops your third eye from opening up. The big pharma is going down. You don't need all these medications. That's what's slowing you down. Well, I got off, I was on medications for years for rosacea. When I got off it, I found out it was for depression. And then when I was going through my 2018, I was really foggy, and they were saying, "Oh, you have ADHD," and they put me on Adderall. And then 2020 is when I just decided to get off everything, and I just woke up. So I do believe the medications were stopping me from seeing what's happening. What happens is when a doctor puts you on a prescription, it will mask the problem, but it's not going to heal it. But it's going to cause another problem. So then they give you another, and then they give you another. Do you not notice your elderly parents that they have pills 20 a day they're taking?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
My dad was on 4 different blood pressure medicines. Why? He started and then it started retaining water. Well, let's get him on water pills. That's when he started going down. I mean, I've been begging him to get off the medications, and I think he stopped half of it, and he started walking again.
Now this is who you're referring to?
My father.
Your father. Okay, gotcha.
And just every elderly person I know, my grandparents, everything, they're on so many medications. You don't need this. Mother Nature provides us with everything. All the plant medicines are provided for us. So they're going to start going down too when people wake up and be like, no, that was all to harm us. And it's all money.
I have so many questions, Allison. Just lots of questions here. First one, when the transition to the fifth dimension is made, or it's happening, call it whatever year you think it might have been, 2032, whatever it is. How is that going to look where some have transitioned over, but those who can't get rid of their baggage, did not heal, they're back over here? What's the planet going to look like at that time?
So that is the best question. So this is interesting. The transition is when you raise your vibration, and we talked about this last week. People kind of disappear in your life. That's how it's going to be. One day you're going to be like, what happened to that person? I don't see them around much. And they're going to be living in their world, government control, fear-based. There's going to be more diseases. There's going to be another lockdown. Let's raise your taxes. That's where they're going to be living. Mother Nature is going to just start destructing, like it slowly has been, because she needs to do a cleanup. And the ones who are going to transition, their bodies are going to get healthier. They're going to feel lighter. They're going to the world is going to be brighter. abundance is just going to flow easily. Their manifestations are going to come in. Love is going to be the new conscious way, and everyone's going to be barter and trading. So it's like the worlds are going to shift and people don't even know it. It's going to be the slowest transition. And the ones that don't go, a lot of them are going to perish. And then the ones who do stay, they're going to be like, oh, those people were crazy. Okay, well, the ones who are gone, they're like, we're just living our beautiful heaven on earth, and we don't know what happened to anybody else because it ain't our business.
So we're all going to coexist. We're all going to be around. We're just like we are now, except that those of us that have made it to the fifth dimension will have a different awareness, a different perspective on things, where the others will be just doing their thing like they always did. But
yeah, it's just a switch, a change of consciousness. And it's not one bad, one versus good.
Right.
It is what it is, and it's nothing scary. People are going to continue living their lives of how they're living it.
But you know what?
The ones that are picking up are the ones that are going to be doing the hard work to get to their heaven on earth.
But they might be happy with that. Those people stuck in 3D, that's all they ever knew. They didn't have an awakening, so to speak. They didn't kind of get it, and they're just going to kind of do their thing. You've shared with us that you had a spiritual awakening, which was pivotal, like earth-shattering. It was huge, the way you described it. Were you plugged into the metaphysical world and a lot of this stuff prior to that and then had that awakening, or did that awakening just open the floodgates for you?
It opened. I mean, I always, like when I was younger, I always felt I saw spirits, and then I thought it was just in my head. I always had a very strong intuition, and I always denied it. I always talked to animals and plants, but didn't really know. And then when that happened, all of the stuff that like I was denying came out. It was like, yes, I have been doing this. Yes, I was correct. So I always had those abilities. And I think that's why I was aware of, okay, this is something new, and I'm going to go with it instead of blocking it. Because I think a lot of people have awakenings, but they don't really know. And if you don't believe in stuff, you're not going to really experience stuff. I've always believed in spirits. I believe in everything. If I believe in Bigfoot. You say it's out there. Okay, who am I going to tell someone that they're crazy? I believe in extraterrestrials. You see them? Why am I going to tell you you're crazy just because I haven't seen it? And then when I started being aware and I had my awakening, believe me, I've had close encounters with ETs. I see ships above my house every night. My husband didn't believe it. He sees them now. I've had close encounters of the third kind. I had a one-on-one contact. I've seen a fairy. My husband, who didn't believe anything, saw a fairy. He's like, what was that? Was that what I think it was? I go, yes. When you're around me, your vibrations are going to be higher because I try to keep my high. The metaphysical world naturally comes in. I believe in unicorns and dragons and all that stuff. If it was a thought before, it's just in a different dimension. Nothing was ever made up. If someone made it up, it's because it popped in their head for a reason. They lived that lifetime in another life, in another parallel universe. And that's what I believe. No one has to believe anything I say. Do your own research. I did mine, and I found out everything I was going through. There's a lot of us going through the same exact stories.
Wow.
Just start believing in things, and magic will happen. If you don't believe in magic, then magic's just not going to happen. And that's okay. If you're comfortable with that, because it's scary for a lot of people. I've always been comfortable with it. So I think that's why I was open to it.
Yeah, I think that's it. You just said, Allison, I think a key point there, to be open to it. That, when you sense something, when you feel something, whatever it might be, that you don't just shoo it away. It's like, you know what? Maybe there is something to that. I kind of always believe that things happen for a reason. There are no coincidences. And then when I started opening up my mind to it and really seeing things and how the synergy of things go together, it's like, yep, I'm good now. I'm validated. Same thing with, if you believe in astrology, Mercury retrograde, which starts tomorrow. There's something there. Psychics and astrologers would tell me all the time, Yeah, Mercury retrograde, don't take a flight if you can. Watch communication. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Then I started looking and I was open to it. And then I was like, yeah, there's something here. Why is that happening during this period, but it didn't happen over there? Why? What's the answer? It's not
This
just
has
like,
been going on our entire lives. We just got shut down to it. Like in the 1700s, 1800s, the Egyptian era, all this is stuff. I mean, they followed the astrology and numerology. Everything is numbers our entire life. Everything adds up to nine. 9 times 1 is 9. Just 9 times 2 is 18, which equals 9. 9 times 3 is 27, which equals 9. It's wild. I mean, and if you want to just get like very basic, the food you eat, you've heard of the Farmer's Almanac, right?
sure.
So it's a book, and it teaches them like when to plant certain seeds and when this will grow. They base it on astrology. That's where the Farmer's Almanac is. So if you want to learn astrology, read the Farmer's Almanac. And everything we put in the body was grown because of astrology. We're not just one universe. There's billions of universes, and they're all going on at the same time, and we're always jumping in and out and quantum jumping into different realities, and we don't even know it. So I mean, you heard the whole Mandela effect that's been going on the last few years. Everyone's like, oh, I thought it was fruit of a loom, but then they say fruit of this, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that people are noticing that they're like, we're up with it saying this way, and it's changing. It's because we're switching out of different parallel dimensions. It's actually really fun when you believe and you start getting into stuff. You're like, it's not even a scare anymore. It's wild to believe that, God, thank God we're not the only race. I mean, we're a bunch of dum-dums. I want there to be like higher species so we can learn from. We didn't start with the caveman era. I mean, if you look at like, what do you call it? Oh, I can't even think of it now. But like, you look at the dinosaur ages and all that, and the carvings on the wall.
You mean prehistoric? Are we saying prehistoric?
Prehistoric ages. I mean, and there was drawings on the walls. There was ancient people with cell phones and bikes, and there was giants. I mean, you look at these big buildings; they weren't made for us. So I mean, there's a lot out there. I believe there's an inner Earth where other beings are living, and higher dimensional beings, and I don't really know about the whole if the Earth is flat or round versus. I don't care. I just like to know that there's higher beings out there that we can learn from, and we're pretty intelligent too, and we just don't know how intelligent we are. And I want everybody to realize how smart they are. If we only use 10% of our brains, that's a problem, and that's why our DNA is being upgraded. So we only have, when we're born, 2 to 3 strands of our DNA. We're supposed to have 12. And that's why we're getting healed with our DNAs. We're going to get our 12 strands back, and that's where all your superpowers are going to go back in.
Well, don't you feel that a lot of this stuff that we're talking about, we may experience it. The average person may feel the intuition, may feel energy, but they're afraid to be judged or hear from others. Are you kidding? Extraterrestrials, come on. Energy healing, everybody's energy. Give me a break. Come on. Do you feel that we just shut it down because
we are the problem? I'm not going to blame it on like the 1% that control our population or even the media. We are doing that to each other. And when we shut somebody down, then they shut down, and then other people can't learn from them. And it's just because we're scared of the unknown, and we're afraid of stuff that we haven't seen. So the word crazy is easy to say instead of going, wow, I didn't know that. I would like to learn more. So, once people stop shutting people down, then they'll be a lot more educated, and then more things will happen to them. Like you say, there's no coincidences. There's miracles happening around us all the time. And once you see one and you believe it, you're going to start seeing more. Once you trust your intuition, and you're like, wow, I'm so glad I trust that, or that could have done me a lot more harm, then you're going to trust it more. And when you do that, you're going to naturally become more powerful. Trust yourself, trust your eyes, trust your gut, and things will start happening more. You want to shut people down, you're only shutting yourself down. You're doing harm to you.
I totally agree. And even sometimes seeing is believing, like Reiki. I remember being 17, interning at a cable TV station on the camera, and there's some woman doing some Reiki thing. And I'm like, whatever this is, I don't even know how, what is Reiki? I don't even know what it is. Fast forward years past that, I was exposed to metaphysical stuff again. Helped somebody very notable launch a major website all about metaphysical. Back to Reiki again and all of that. And I was like, yeah, that's really cool. Fast forward 10 years past that, and here I am a few years ago, did Reiki. I was like, oh, that's what that was. Finally got it. Seeing is believing. This Reiki, this energy thing, this is real. But it was always around me, but I didn't really pay attention to it.
The universe is always throwing it at you, and you just kept shunning it away.
Because I didn't know what this universe thingy was until I realized that it's there to support you. It's there saying, hello, I want you to know this. But a lot of times either we're afraid, we have, fear of change. So you just like block it all out. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Oh, okay. Until you open yourself to it. Same thing with, like you said, seeing signs. Ask for a sign, maybe from a relative who passed, whatever it might be. Be open to it. I can pretty much almost guarantee you're going to get it. And it's going to be very specific. It's not going to be,
you're going to know.
You're going to know.
And then you'll deny it too. You'll be like, oh, that was just a coincidence. It's like, don't do that to yourself.
No.
And then because once you admit it, the universe will send you a lot more, and then you just can't deny it. And like with Reiki, we're all energy beings. We can all heal ourselves, and we can all heal other people, but you have to heal yourself internally. I became a healer when I healed my trauma, and I was doing this a lot, go like this, and then I'd pull away, and you feel this energy. I could feel this energy bubble. And then I would I had torn my hamstring, like 3 tears. They said like I would always have a limp. I have no pain anymore. I just started doing it on myself. I was supposed to have surgery, and I denied the surgery because it was going to be awful. And it was like a 50-50 chance if I could walk. I'm doing fine. So I started using it on my animals, and I watched their healing process. And just recently, on Thanksgiving, I was in my barn and I was cleaning the animals, and I had to cook food and get the house ready that day, and I slipped and fell, and I called my husband going, come down to the barn really quick. And he had to help me up, and he sat me down, and he's like, I think I broke my foot and all my toes. Like, that's how bad it was. And he's like, I'm going to take you to the emergency room. I was like, I can't, I got too much stuff to do. So he went to the house to grab some shoes or slippers. I just automatically just started doing this with my hands, and I put it over myself. It literally I could feel the energy start healing. By the time he came, because my foot was turning black, and he even saw it. When he came back, he's like, your foot's not black anymore. And I got up and I started walking. And I was like, wow, that's the most I've ever healed myself. It usually takes a while. So when you really start healing yourself and you start physically taking care of yourself, I've never seen it change in front of my eyes like that, and I felt it.
It's
and
legit.
I was like, wow, and you can do that too.
Believe me, it's 5 seconds. I'll make it a 20-second story. Fell out of the attic, rode the stairs down, impaled on cement, hit my foot. There was trauma to the foot. It wasn't broken or anything like that. A week later, I have this plantar's warts. Never had them in my life. What is this? Go to a podiatrist. He's doing whatever he can do, not going away. And I go back again. I'm like, it's still there. It's it's uncomfortable. It's painful from this trauma. He's like, yeah, you need to will it to go away. Will it to go away. Use your mind and will it to go away. I'm like, okay. So I did. 3 days later, it was gone. Can't make it up.
That's a good doctor. I like that doctor. Instead of just giving you all this medication to mask it, and that's amazing.
That true story. I could what? Will it to go away? Just in your mind, tell your body you want it to go away. I'm not making this up. 3 days later, it was gone. It was gone. So that was my opening.
That's
opening
great.
line.
And you can I love that because you can tell people going from my experience this happened. And if they don't believe you, there's so much research out there. You can't deny it anymore. And if people don't want to do their research, it's just because they don't want to do it. And that's okay too.
Well,
but as long as you know, it's that's amazing.
Well, you know what? For those people, let them hang in the third dimension.
That's fine too. We need that too, right?
There's balance.
There has to be a balance. So I tell people, thank you for your service. I'm gonna go here, you're gonna see there. Thank you for your service. Without you, without the trauma that even I've experienced through other people in my life, I think them every day because it made me who I am. If you don't have trauma, then you don't, like you said on our first meeting, if your life was perfect and there was no sadness, how would you know what happiness was? And that was the best statement.
Right.
When we were happy. So with all the stuff I've gone through, I thank everybody for it because it made me who I am. It made me the most healthy, strongest, independent, and authentic self.
Yep.
When people don't care. My number one thing is stop caring what anyone thinks about you. You came out of the world alone. You're going to die alone. And at the end, it doesn't matter. You came here to be you. We're all different for a reason. When we go back into the spirit world, we're all one. We're all one energy being. And the reason why we came to Earth is to feel what separation was. To feel what touching and hugging and loving and crying and hating. Because you don't have that in all the other dimensions. This is the only dimension we get to actually experience it. So enjoy it while you can. I know it's easier to say because I say it all the time, and then something happens, like a death of a loved one. I'm like, no, this sucks. I hate this. I don't ever want to feel this. But then the time it goes away, and then you feel joy again. But it's all a learning lesson. We've all come back here hundreds of times. It's because we just keep trying to do it right. We might be bored in the other planets. Who knows?
But you know what? When somebody passes, if you're open to it, their energy is still here.
Oh yeah.
And again,
they're right there with you.
I think my relationship, and this is going to sound weird to say, is better now with my mom. And we had a great relationship in spirit.
Yeah.
Because I feel so connected to her. It's the weirdest thing. I can't even describe it. But you know what? Until you do, you don't know.
You feel her around you all the time, don't you?
All the time. Just
Yeah,
gotta
and
ask.
she leaves you signs, and you know it's her.
Oh my gosh, they are so specific. There's no denying that is specifically left for me.
That's beautiful.
It's freaky, but it's real. And I could go on for hours. I remember the time I was thinking this, and then she sent this, and remember the time that. I can't make it up. I mean, it's, I don't want to bore
It's
everybody.
so true. It's like, God, they're always in my head. They know what I'm thinking, my thoughts.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of weird too. Listen, we're out of time. Great conversation today. Very interesting. If somebody is going through stuff, especially a spiritual awakening, or just wants to navigate life in even a spiritual way, journeytoheavenonearth.com is your website. And you're available. If somebody has questions that's resonated with them, this 5D thing, whatever it is, they can reach out to you.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah, Allison, great talking with you. And
You too.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. That went by quick.
Yeah, it almost sounds weird to say, but it's almost a new year. And it's going to be an interesting one. I kind of feel that way.
It's going to be a good one. I'm excited. I'm so excited for it.
Same.
2020 was rough on everybody. 21, 22 is the transition. 23 is going to be amazing.
It's the one.
It really is. And you guys, a lot of things are going to go down. Things have to change, and it has to get worse before it gets better. Just go with it, ride it out, because it's going to be beautiful.
Yep. Positivity doesn't hurt either.
Exactly.
All right, Allison, thanks. We'll talk soon, okay?
All right, bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Bill Ormston joining us here. I should say Dr. Bill Ormston. Yeah, that's what he is. Better known as Dr. O. It just flows better, doesn't it? The owner of All Creatures, Every Spine, an animal chiropractic education source. And he's from Meridian, Texas. And he's here helping so many people and their pets because it's a dual thing, right? You're helping the animal, you're helping the owner. Welcome back to the show. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing well. Please introduce yourself to everyone.
I'm Dr. O. Veterinarian, chiropractor here in Meridian, Texas. We teach animal chiropractic to veterinarians and chiropractors all over the country, all over the world, and we help a lot of animals. Yesterday we saw, it was hot yesterday, but we saw a bunch of dogs. We saw 3 dachshunds that had been paralyzed. They're all in all stages of recovery, but they're starting to walk again. So it is possible. We have dogs here today. I don't know if you heard that in the background, but
no, not yet. Tell me, what dogs you
have?
Our
Great Pyrenees are in the house today because it's hot. So they all came in. They're gonna